happening, several times a month. They're very common. I don't know. And I'm not sure how this website was even like knowing about it because they didn't, they weren't no crop circle reporting place or anything. Didn't say. Well, the reason I think it's mostly wheat fields is wheat is just the easiest thing to bend. They'd try that same thing in a cornfield. I don't think it'd be as noticeable at least. You know. Yeah. And it was talking about how the farmers, really hate crop circles because this one person that wrote in and said it cost him like close to $100,000 in lost crops and stuff.
Hello. Uh-huh. Just let me know if we're on the air. Are we on the air?
Yeah, we should be.
Okie dokie. You never know what horrible thing I might say. How was your day?
I didn't do nothing.
Sweet.
I didn't do the first. Well, I laid down earlier for a couple hours. I knew I wanted to do a sky watch, so.
So it must be pretty clear there, huh?
Yeah, right now it is, but all week it's supposed to rain.
Oh, dear.
So I'm not going to probably get any of the meteor shower, it looks like.
Oh, no.
Yeah, kind of bummed out about that, but maybe it'll change. But according to the weather thing I've got here, it says Tuesday through Sunday is all rain.
Well, it figures that would happen since, there won't be another one for 10 years.
Yeah. But who knows? Around here, the weather changes every 5 minutes anyway, so.
Anything could happen.
It'll just all be a last minute thing if I do anything.
Right. Well, you'll get some tonight, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, there was quite a few the other night, so there's supposed to be more tonight than there was the other night.
Yeah. Yeah, it should start increasing, getting more every night, so I'll just see what happens.
That's right.
Nothing I can do about it anyway.
No, there isn't, unless you just want to look at the fog.
That's it.
Well, it was nice and sunny here today. I don't know if I'll see anything out of my windows tonight or not. Probably not as good as your camera, I'm sure.
Yeah, without this camera, I wouldn't see anything. I can't see any of these stars outside.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, some of the real bright ones I can see, but all the rest of them, can't see them. And it's just because this is night vision and it magnifies the light so much.
So are you going to get Lorraine on the call too, or is she shy?
No, she gets on here all the time.
Oh, nice.
She's my partner on the website we put together.
That's what you said.
Yep. Yeah, she's just moving some stuff around, trying to get away from her husband for a bit so she don't bug him.
I have one of those husbands. I know how that goes.
Well, he's a paramedic, so he can get a call anytime and have to leave. So she tries to, give him his space as much as she can.
Yep. That's how you end up staying together. Making sure you give somebody enough space.
Yeah, people nowadays don't stay together. They actually had a thing on TV the other day said that it's very common now that couples plan their divorce before they get married.
Well, it used to be they said, 50% of marriages don't make it.
Yeah.
Well, the rate actually decreased, or increased to where more made it, but they never talked about that. So I don't give these statistics a lot of...
Well, here I know a lot of people that have been married for years, 20, 30 plus years, are now getting divorced and living together because it's the only way they can afford insurance and stuff.
Yeah, they've set it up that way. There's actually a marriage penalty clause, and insurance is one of the things. It's ridiculous.
I agree.
Yeah, sometimes I just think, it's somebody doesn't want us all hanging out together.
That's about it.
Well, it's a learned skill.
Yeah. Well, the higher ups, they always have their agenda. So.
It would seem to be so. Well, I noticed Lorraine is all happy. I wonder what made her so happy today.
Well, probably she's just been feeling better. She's been extremely sick for a long time. Canadian healthcare.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And she just got approved for the whole medical marijuana thing, so.
Wonderful. I hope that helps her.
So that's why she's feeling pretty good.
Probably does make her feel better. If you've been sick for a long time, I would imagine that would work that way.
Yeah, she's not been too good at all, but she's been doing a lot better lately, though.
Well, wonderful. Well, let's hope Tana can get her Skype hooked up.
Yeah.
See, since you initiated the call, I don't know if you can bring more than one in, but you might just want to talk with one person at a time.
I can bring in as many. I can bring in like I've had 10 people on here before.
Oh, as long as it's just Skype?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah,
oh.
I just can't call anybody's house phone or anything. It has to be Skype.
Right.
Other than that, there's no difference in the paid version and the free one. That's the only advantage you get is calling, like a landline.
Right, the very lowest paid one, which is what I have. That's the only difference.
Yeah.
But the other ones, I think that you have like a steady phone number.
Yeah.
And you can call other countries and telephones, not, you can already call them on Skype, I think.
Yeah. Something's awful bright outside lightening up part of my camera.
Maybe you have company.
Yeah. I don't know what... Because my stream keeps fading out too for some reason. Shouldn't take just a second.
Oh, I just saw a meteor. A great big one right in the middle.
There's a lot of... I've seen a few things fly by, but... Hopefully this thing will stay somewhat active. I don't know what's making that such a bright light, though. It never did before.
Huh.
I'll find out, though. I'll walk out there and look.
Okay, you go look.
But I don't know. Mine keeps buffering, though, for some reason. It never did, but... I don't know.
Huh.
Seems all right now. I'm going to see what that stupid light is, though.
I just saw another meteor. Oh, that was a big one.
Okay, let's see what happens. I moved the camera.
That looks much better. That's a good picture. And actually, I saw 5 meteors while you were gone. No kidding.
It must have been getting a reflection off of something, because I couldn't really see a bright light out there.
Actually, when you picked it up and tipped it up, up to the left-hand corner, there was some kind of a big light blob.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell.
Serious.
This thing picks up stuff that I can't see, so when I'm out there, so.
Huh. Well, I don't know what that was, but this is interesting.
Yeah, it was probably just some kind of a reflection off of something.
That could be true.
So this is
maybe its light reflects off a metal or something.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. But this is the normal spot here that I normally have the camera pointed in anyway, so.
Ah, perfect then.
It should be all right. We got 13 people watching this stream right now. So that's pretty neat.
Yeah, that is. So you didn't do nothing today. You got your haircut.
Yeah, I got that done, yeah. Yeah, I did do that.
Got your ears lowered.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured either get a haircut or get dog tags, one of the two. Haircut was cheaper, so.
That's for sure.
Yeah, the barbershop was crowded too. Just because kids and stuff getting haircuts, school getting ready to start. So
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
I don't know, the way they do it here never made sense to me. But school always starts in the middle of the week. This year it's on a Wednesday. When I was in school, it always started on a Thursday, which I never understood.
It doesn't make sense, and they give them Mondays off instead of Fridays. When I was younger, they used to give us Fridays, and that was much more special than a Monday.
Yeah, we just go Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
5 days a week.
I'm posting your link around a few places.
Okay.
That's why I'm not talking, because I can't multi. I can wash dishes and talk, but I can't post and talk.
I'm pretty good at multitasking, though. I can have 2 chat rooms going, watch something on TV, and listen to a radio show at the same time.
No, I can't do
The
that.
only problem I have is when I've got a couple chat rooms open, is I've got 2 different monitors here, and I got to make sure I'm typing in the right one. Because you might end up trying to answer somebody, but it goes in the wrong chat room, and then everybody's, what are you talking about?
I've done that more times than I like to admit.
So I got to make sure the words are going on the right screen.
Yeah, make sure you don't say anything awful.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. There, it's on Twitter.
Cool. So, yeah, it's nice when, you get several people here. Makes it fun.
Yeah, especially when people talk and tell their little stories, and if they're on Skype, you can bring them in to talk.
Yeah. I forget what the limit is now, but at one time it was like 20 people you could have on at one time.
That would be kind of hard, though.
That's not bad, though. I've done up to 15 at the most, but the only problem is if there's so many people on and some people don't have a strong enough internet connection, then it causes trouble.
Yeah, that could, and that's probably a good reason just to talk to a couple people at a time. Besides that, it's hard to know when to jump in, Yeah,
usually I don't get more than 3 or 4.
So we don't have to worry about it yet.
Yeah.
That's stellar. Keep walking by my cat. She keeps trying to attack me.
Cats are
I think she's a mass murderer. You have a cat?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been reading all the comments today on different, like Yahoo and places, all these people complaining about the Olympics because that 19-year-old girl she's from the U.S., she got the first gold medal in shooting.
I know that.
And
I was so proud of her.
People are very mad.
Why are they mad?
Because it's saying that they're teaching teenagers to shoot a gun. That's the reason we have mass murders. Because of people like her.
I was taught how to shoot a gun far before I was ever a teenager. And I'm not a mass murderer.
And that girl's talented. She picked up her first gun 5 years ago.
I just don't see anything wrong with that.
I don't either, but there's people said that they're going to try to get it banned from the Olympics. Because it's not right.
Party poopers. How do they expect soldiers to be good shots? The best shots are the ones that learned when they were kids.
Yeah. Well, they're the type of people, that don't think we should ever even have war, just hug everybody,
Well, that'd be nice if we could function that way, but unfortunately we aren't that kind of people yet.
No. She's having trouble downloading Skype.
What trouble is she having? Sorry about my squeaky door.
try to add someone else to the call.
Okie dokie.
Well, if I can get him to answer, sometimes.
Domino's.
Call dropped. His call dropped.
Domino's Pizza. How can I take your order?
I want a large of everything. Hurry up.
Me too.
On its way.
What's going on, Jade?
Not a whole lot. Who's secret? Okay, who's this?
I'll let her introduce herself.
Alrighty.
Oh, I'm just a mom.
Aren't we all?
Maybe.
Yeah. I remember when I was a little girl. Oh, all the guys used to chase me. Oh, I used to have the prettiest dresses. It's amazing.
Times have changed.
Never could achieve motherhood, no matter how hard I tried. Don't know what I was doing wrong.
You practiced a lot. Yeah, I was just kind of bummed out because it's supposed to rain all week, and this is the big meteor shower week.
Oh, I know. We got to get above the skies. We need to see if we can rent a plane.
Yeah.
Get above it all, set up the satellite on top.
Or if I could just get, like, some kind of pole that's not going to get hit by lightning and just a lot of cables so I can run the camera, like, above the clouds.
Hey, now, what's this about this Olympic?
Yeah, people complaining. I read a bunch of comments on Yahoo, people saying that they're mad because the first gold medal that was won of any event at the Olympics this year was the U.S. That 19-year-old girl won it for shooting her air rifle.
Oh, good for her.
And people are mad because they say it's people like her the reason we have all these mass murders teaching these kids to shoot.
Oh, yeah, all these mass murderers, these people started out going to the Olympics, learning how to shoot.
But I'm pretty impressed with the girl.
Yeah, I see that all the time.
Well, the girl's impressive if you ask me, considering she said she just picked up her first gun 5 years ago.
I mean, well, yeah, but I mean, think about it. I mean, that murder that took place in Baltimore last night, that guy won a gold medal last Olympics. I mean, come on. Or didn't, wait a minute, no, he didn't.
Yeah, but they're saying that,
come to think about it, he never took any courses at all that they mentioned.
No, they're saying they should just, they want to outlaw all the guns. And
you know what? Those people are going to talk, so what?
And some of them were saying that if all of us, like pro-gun people, that we should be ashamed of ourselves for wanting those kind of rights. We should be more than happy to take our guns and just turn them in.
Wah. Just sit there and go wah.
Yeah.
Guess what? I'm not going to sit there and sacrifice my God-given right or my creator's right because you want to win.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I didn't reply to none of them. I didn't feel like arguing with nobody, but...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm tired of arguing with them.
It doesn't get you anywhere anyhow.
All they try to do is they're trying to throw a cookie and see if they can get anybody to fight.
That's all it is.
So, where you from there? What do I call you, girl?
You can call me Cindy or Cynthia or Miss C Gypsy or Gypsy or just something as long as it's nice.
Yeah, I'll call you. I've been married to a gypsy, so I'm not going to go there no more. I'll call you Cynthia.
All right.
Where are you from?
Tell me. I'm on the coast of Oregon.
I've heard of that place.
Yeah, it actually exists.
I didn't know they had internet out there.
They're not.
They used to not.
Yeah. Ooh,
and there's still there's places in Oregon where they don't have internet still. So.
I wish we would get some competition with internet. Get the bill lowered.
Yeah, there's no competition here either.
Well, there was never going to be any here because Time Warner had the contract with our city to be the only place allowed here. But now that should change, so if anybody wants to come here, that is.
Oregon. I know there's a city out there called Portland.
Yeah, that's our big city. That's up north, where the city people are.
And you got Yakima and
Yakima.
Kennewick. I'm just trying off the top of my head.
Kennewick might be Washington.
No, yeah, you might be right.
And that's where Tana is from.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, y'all have Baker City up there in Oregon, if I remember correctly.
Baker. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's off of Highway 64. I don't remember no more.
That's over kind of in eastern Oregon. Oregon's all
yeah.
different.
Hey,
All different terrain.
Yeah, it goes around the mountains.
Jade, look at the link I just put in Skype.
Okay.
I put up one of them like Kickstarter type deals, trying to raise some money to buy me some paranormal equipment.
Oh,
I
sweet.
found, you know that it's the website Indiegogo, where people list all kinds of stuff, just like Kickstarter. But this one's like their sister site, where it's for like non-profit and stuff like that. So there's no fees. So if I get $5 to give to me, I get the whole thing. You know,
Oh, okay.
I don't have to give them anything.
Okay, so what is it? Do they hold it over until you get 3 days, or until the time runs out?
I'm not sure how much times even that it is. I think it's 30 days. I'm just guessing, but because on my page where the login thing, I actually can click one button and just stop the whole fundraiser anytime I want. So I don't know how long it really runs for.
Now, is this, well, it says raised, okay, in 2 days. Okay, now is this PayPal?
I'm not exactly sure. I imagine they take all different. Now, as soon as I get my first donation, it says, then I have to link it to my bank account and then they'll transfer it. But as far as somebody donating, I think they take just about anything. But nobody's given me nothing yet, but it's only been up a couple of days. So I've been trying to just spread the link around all over.
Right.
To see if something, you know. But what I'm planning on doing tomorrow, I should already had it done, but I'm going to make me a YouTube video of my, the 3 paranormal stories I've told over and over and over. I'm going to make a video of those and put it on here. But mainly making that video, just people like hearing the stories, but you know, I don't like interrupting other people just to tell them and stuff. So
Right, hold on, give me just a second. Okay, I'm sorry, my wife was signaling me to turn off the TV if I'm going to be talking.
So I figured that by having it, you know, the stories on the YouTube video, if somebody wanted to hear them and it, you know, wasn't a good time for whatever reason to me to just tell it, I just give them the link.
There you go. It's not a bad idea. It takes time. You see some of these guys that are on YouTube and stuff, they take 4 years sometimes before they kick off with something that they can...
It's usually just some random video they'll do and it catches on. Just like one of the biggest channels out there right now as far as, you know, increase in viewers, called What's Inside.
Oh, yeah, you were telling me that. I see it all the time.
That guy started out, I watched his first series of videos, first 5 or 6. His kid had a school project, you know, do something creative. So the project they done was what's inside of all these different balls, basketballs, golf balls. And they're in their kitchen just using a hacksaw cutting into stuff.
Right.
And now they're cutting into, you know, high dollar items. You know.
Yeah, like what's inside the neighbor's kid.
Yeah. They were doing like PlayStation 4s, some of these real high dollar TVs, and they're getting sponsored. They've been in like 20 different countries now in the last few months. They went to Iceland and
yeah, and people are, somebody gave them an Olympic torch.
Yeah, that. They're going all over.
Yeah.
So that's really caught on.
Start off with something small, like what's inside a canary.
Yeah. People are commenting, though, some of them are kind of funny, like what's inside your kid's, you know, browser history.
Yeah,
You know?
there you go.
And just all kinds of just random stuff.
Ooh, what the heck was that?
I don't know.
That was weird.
Yeah.
I mean, and there goes another meteor.
Some of them
saw
are.
And there
that
goes,
one.
that's a bird.
That was a bird or a bat or something, that last one.
Maybe it's a bat.
Yeah, the first one had to be a bat, then a meteor, then another bat.
Yeah.
I saw the bat before too.
That's the only bad thing about night vision like this is you can't really pick out any detail of anything.
Right, boy, you're getting some stuff there, Sean. Hopefully, get some more meteors going.
Hopefully.
There was 5 of them in about 20 seconds.
Right, right. Well, me and my wife, we just came back from Atlantic City. Went up there for hamburgers, about
Yeah.
a little under 200 miles.
That's a long way for a hamburger.
Oh, dude, it was a good hamburger though.
It better be.
Oh, I had hey, honey, what did I have? Oh, onion soup.
Yeah.
Macaroni and cheese, and a hamburger. Dude, their hamburgers is crazy, but their macaroni and cheese was out of this world.
Hey,
yeah.
Oh, one thing I was talking about earlier that I never even knew this, but you know, marijuana being a banned substance in the Olympics, it's not now.
Oh, really? So they're allowed to?
Yeah, they're.
Maybe they ought to turn that into a sport.
Yeah.
They'll probably ban that again.
It's
They
only- it's only
did that a
been-
couple years ago accidentally or something.
It's
is
only
what
been
I
a
read.
ban since 1998.
Yeah, I like to see them. I like to see an Olympic sport where they get high and
Yeah.
try to do stuff.
But the rule is, as long as the person's not what does it say, like stoned during their event or trying to smoke it during their event or within, I think it said like an hour or so before. But like if if he was out last night and done it, no big deal.
Dude, I got like a good event. Okay, you set them at a table, and they got to smoke like 4 joints. Okay, but on the table there's a bag of chips. The last one to go to the bag of chips gets a gold. Gets
there
a gold.
You go. That'd be worth watching too.
That would be.
All right, I'm gonna add Lorraine to the call now.
All right.
Hey, did you make it? Well, it shows she's connected.
Yeah, it says she's here. Yeah, she. Who knows? She's a big pot smoker herself. She doesn't know what it is.
Can you hear me now?
We can
Yeah,
now.
we hear you.
Woohoo! Good.
All right, now as soon as Tana puts her Skype name in the chat or whatever, then I'll add her to the call, and then I think we'll all be here.
And yes, my new medicine is great.
Well, I've never heard anybody complain about it.
Well, maybe if you don't have any munchies in the house.
Well, did you hear about the new Olympic sport we were going to try?
What's that?
Since they can smoke it in the
Yeah,
Olympics.
since weed's legal in the Olympics.
Wait, back up. It's what?
Yeah, it's only been illegal since 1998 anyway.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, so they passed it this year. The rule is, as long as they're not stoned or smoking it during their event or within, I think it said an hour prior.
An hour.
But other than that,
but wouldn't
matter.
they be held accountable for the country's laws that they're in?
Well, I think down where they're at, I think it's legal anyway.
Oh yeah, Rio.
So I mean, you'd have to follow laws, I imagine, but.
Well, I know that there's a guy who's ran 5 marathons on it, but that wasn't the THC, that was a CBD.
Yeah.
And then, that makes sense.
But Jay had the perfect event, though.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what we're going to do is you're going to get all the athletes and you're going to put them all out in the field on a desk and a chair. On the desk, there's first there's a bag of weed and there's papers.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got to roll up to 5 joints. And they got to smoke all 5 joints.
Yes.
But the kicker is there's a bag of chips on the table too.
Right.
The last one to open up the bag of chips gets the gold.
Right. Yes.
The last one.
Yeah,
oh,
last
man.
one. Last one that didn't go for the munchies wins the gold.
Oh, I'd lose.
And I guarantee if that was an actual event, you'd get the highest ratings of people watching the Olympics in history.
Hey, speaking of chips, it was like 2 nights ago. I don't know why, but somehow I ended up eating ranch Pringles chips with fresh blueberries on top.
I can see that.
It was like it was the best combination ever.
I used to put tapioca pudding on my salad.
Ooh.
I can't put it down. My wife is yelling at me because of my deep voice.
Oh, okay.
Your deep, girly voice.
My deep voice.
Okay, I think Tana has her regular name on Skype, and I sent her a contact
Okay.
request. I did find somebody with her name, so I don't know if that's her or not.
I said all it gave her was just a phone number. Or a long number. Said, doesn't know how to set up a name. That's what it gave her, was this real long number.
Huh.
Which she put in the YouTube chat, the long number, so. But I'm not sure.
There goes a satellite. Man, there is stuff popping up all over the screen. Yeah. Ooh, there goes something.
Oh, she's got a different name in here than she does on Facebook.
Well, she's going to have to end up sending somebody a contact request. That's going to be the only way we'll figure it out.
Yep. There was a big one. Big meteor thing.
There goes another one. We might be seeing the same thing. They tend to be delayed a little bit.
I think we do have a little bit.
Yeah, Bill's... Oh, there goes... That looked like a bird. Bill's going to be jealous.
Yeah, I have about a 28 to 30 second delay from real time to, being on YouTube, which isn't bad. I got a new program I'm going to play around with. I don't know if it'll work, but what I want to do, because there's another website, Twitch. People stream a lot of like games and stuff on there, but you can put whatever. So what I want to try to do is stream this same feed like I'm doing now, but have it in 2 different places at the same time.
Well, you should be able to do it. There's guys out there that are doing it in like 6 different places.
Yeah, I found another software that's supposed to work, but I got to play around with it, and I haven't messed with it yet.
Wow, there went something.
I just saw about 3 of them. Oh,
Yeah.
there's a bug. There's a big one.
If it's really big, it could be a bat.
Nah, it wasn't as big as the bat-looking thing was.
There's been a few of those flying around.
And there's another one. Now, these look like little torpedoes.
There's tons of bats around here.
Yeah, there goes a naked woman.
I see bats all the time when I go down the river, go fishing, throw your, cast out or whatever, and they'll try to catch a sinker out of the air, and you'll knock a bat in the water. And then they'll flutter for a minute and take off. Because they don't know, they think that sinker flying through the air is a bug or something, so they go for it.
Boy, you got a lot of bats out in your area.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Gotta call it the bat cam.
Yeah.
What if one of those bats hit a meteor? Now that would be funny.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I doubt it. If the meteor gets close enough that the bats can get to it, I think I might have problems myself.
Okay, was the last one a bug?
That was a bat.
Was that the bat?
That was a bat.
I was lollygagging. I cannot contribute.
Okay.
That was a pair of socks. Oh, wait a minute. That was my feet. Never mind.
Oh, Tana's trying to call me. You can't. I don't think she can. I don't know if I can bring her in or not.
I doubt it. Just type her name or something wherever.
No, type her name. Hold on.
Type it here in the Skype.
Type it into the Skype so everybody else is not getting.
Yeah, that way I can add her as a contact, and then I can go from there.
It's
no. Don't
all
tell
right.
us. Don't tell us what
all
it
right.
is.
All right. To type it in the Skype. Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on.
But you could see Socks on the camera, Jade. That's the name of my cat. He's out there running around somewhere.
He's done it before.
Yeah, he's done it before.
Just a second. Her name's a little more complicated than.
It's got a bunch of letters in it. God, I hate
It's
when
got a
people
bunch
do
of letters in it.
that. Silly people.
We had to only look back about 4 times now. It's like, Okay, I think I have it now.
All right.
Okay. Add to contacts. Oh, I wonder if I declined her. I thought I added her to contacts. I don't know what the heck I'm doing here.
It happened.
Maybe I've just got too many contacts. I'm lost now. Well, I have her, and you can see her picture just like on Facebook. Oh, she keeps trying to call me. My browser's trying to crash now. I better message her on Skype. She might actually be looking there.
Yeah, because her name's not even showing up. For some reason. There. Well,
Type.
No.
Oh,
I thought
I
found it,
can't
but no.
suggest her to you.
Is that it? The three-letter word?
I don't know why it's not showing up.
Let me look and make sure I typed it right. In fact, let me try to see if I can cut and paste.
Oh, here goes something.
Whoa, what the heck was that?
That was a Beanie Baby.
That was great.
Yeah, see, Lorraine is on medication.
Okay, I typed it wrong. I have one letter off.
Oh, okay.
So that was my fault. Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
Hey now, don't blame it on my meds. That was cool.
Yeah, it was a Beanie Baby.
Maybe it's my meds.
I didn't
Of course,
know
that could be a fabrication.
I don't know. It's still showing no results found on Skype.
Well, why don't you tell what's your Skype name? Let me see. Let me see here. I won't say it. Okay.
Yeah, just give her mine, or she can try to call me.
I have to spell it right. I haven't been too good at that yet. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like Jade is. Them damn letters, aggravating.
Ooh, that was a big one. I saw it out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah, I got too many screens open, so I'm gonna put the Skywatch on my TV. That way I can see it. Man, I'm not sure how many people we got on the Skywatch now.
9.
There what? At one point we had 18 people here.
Yeah, but then you got me in here and they all dropped.
Well, yeah, that kind of happens.
Oh, I thought it was me.
There's 9 people here right now. Well, dang it, it's my Skywatch, so somebody out there give me some money. I need to buy some equipment. It's not that much money. I only need like 300 people to give me $1 each.
Oh, there was something.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe I could make me a commercial, like you can sponsor an investigator for only 69 cents a day. Less than the cost of a cup from Starbucks. Hey, them people on TV get by with it.
Okay, be watching your Skype, Lucky. I gave her a...
Okay.
What was that one?
I think I don't know. See, our time delays are all different, so I don't know where
It's like
everybody's
a
at right now.
like a white glob at the bottom right.
Well, everyone.
Okay,
Well,
that's probably either a bug or a bat.
well, Jade. Every once in a while, hover your mouse over the screen and make sure it didn't buffer, and you might be a couple seconds behind. You'll have to hit where it says live.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Some. I had that happen to me before. All right, now I got it on my TV. Hey, it sure beats sitting outside and fighting all the mosquitoes.
You don't think I can bring her in to the call?
I doubt it. You can try, but usually it won't work.
Okay. Well, let's give it a shot here. What's this? What's that? Add people. Okay, I'm going to add a people.
Okay.
I bet this works. We'll see.
Most of the time.
Add to call.
Most of the time it'll show.
Nope, she's here.
Yeah, most of the time it don't work.
Is she? Because I see the call thing, but it doesn't say she's answered.
Oh, she's picking it up.
Sweet.
But that's
Maybe.
okay either way. Even if she didn't, I got her on my contacts now.
Oh, good.
Because by having the name there, it gave me the option to add the contacts, and now I can call her. As long as I pay attention to what in the heck I'm doing and don't hang up on everybody.
This just seems way harder than it should be.
I think we lost her.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
I knew it wouldn't connect. That's all right though.
There we go.
I was able to get the name and contacts and all that.
I hear her. We lost her.
I knew it wouldn't connect. Yeah, mute the.
She's on there. She's on there. I see her.
Just mute your YouTube video so we don't get an echo.
I hear her.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Mute.
She's on there. She's on there.
Yeah.
I see her.
Yeah, you're gonna have to mute your YouTube.
Yeah. We don't get an echo.
I hear her.
Hi.
Yeah,
Oh,
mute.
right
She's
on.
on there. She's on there. I see her.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have to mute your YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Better?
Yeah.
Better.
Much.
Lot better.
Because that echo will actually go on forever. Because
Okay.
once you get it the first time, then your microphone picks it up, and it just keeps going.
Can you see me?
We see.
Yeah. Yep.
There we go. We see you.
Right on. Yay.
Welcome.
Yeah. See, I said
Yeah.
Skype's not too hard.
Oh, man. Took a minute.
Only took us 20 minutes.
Oh, fuck. I'm ready to do a fucking nap at this point.
Okay.
Oh, man.
So what's your story there, hon?
Well, what part do you want to know about?
Okay. We'll start off 5 minutes after you were born.
Oh, God. Well,
Don't scare everybody off, Jade.
yeah, really. Fuck.
Okay, we'll move it up a couple of years later.
Yeah, start wherever you want.
Okay. Well, I was born with a cull or a veil when I was born. And I was a twin. My twin died about 20 minutes after birth. And I've had some interesting experiences. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to. I don't know. I'm nervous.
Okay,
Okay.
Don't be nervous. There's only
Yeah.
23,000 people right now listening, so
Yeah.
don't worry about it.
It's the whole.
That helps. Thanks.
Well, let's
Yeah.
start off with saying hello. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Thank
welcome.
Yeah,
Thank
Jade, you insensitive person, you.
Thank you.
You know me. I like to fill them out.
That's
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
I fucking love you too.
In Oregon, we call that interrogation.
Hey, hey,
Right?
Jade, filling them out's all right, but when you start filling them up,
We
then you
call
got
that the
problems.
first date.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
Talk about a cheap date. Shit.
Okay, I have a question.
Okay.
Seeing as it's kind of hard to know where to start,
Right.
looking back, what would you say is your most unusual, memorable, paranormal experience?
Oh wow. Being at a bar and giving a guy a random reading and watching him turn about 13 shades of white. Apparently, I guess I was right on.
Wow.
Uh, yeah, that was unique. He gave me a hug and slipped $100 in my pocket.
Wow.
And yeah, it stunned me. I was like, wait a minute, you know. I didn't know how to react to that. That was kind of unique.
Yeah.
I was listening to Coast earlier today, and it was from a few weeks back, but this paranormal woman, expert, whatever, she was on there, and I forget her name even, but they started taking callers, and she kind of just said the caller was just drunk and let it go at that, but said he had an experience. He wanted an honest answer, but he never got it. That I guess it was a few years ago, it was New Year's Eve, and he got drunk, I guess, and dang, there's two planes on the screen at the same time.
Yeah, twins.
But said he got real drunk and started kind of acting out a little bit. And his dad was a priest and had all these other people in the family that were in the Catholic Church. So they came over, like pinning this guy down, trying to get him to calm down. And he thinks that he was possessed by a demon at the time because one of the church parishioners, or whatever you call them, that was holding him down, he said that the guy told him after this was all over with that he had started telling this parishioner that I know all of your sins, I've been with you, and started naming off things in like very vivid detail.
Oh wow.
But the guest on Coast to Coast kind of blew it off and just said, you was just pretty drunk, and maybe you didn't even remember correctly the story the other guy was telling you. So that was kind of I felt kind of bad for the guy that called in because he was really looking for a decent answer, not just you're a drunk.
Yeah.
Man, well,
That's
I want to get back to this story, man. I need to do this. So all I got to do is go to a bar and read a guy and let them slip $100 bills in my pocket.
No.
Sounds like a place I used to go to.
If you want $100, you got to go to a different type of bar.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Heck, even those.
And wear that pretty little dress.
Yeah.
Oh, you ain't lying. I look really good in a
If
little
anybody
dress.
does want a good laugh, I was talking about this the other night. The new flat Earth video that's changing all these people's
Oh,
lives.
gee.
I read over 100 comments from people of all ages, all the way up to in their 60s, that say that it's life changing now. And it's the dumbest video. I didn't even watch the whole thing because it was over an hour, but.
Well, there's another video out that's disclaiming it. That's even got
this
more
one,
people watching.
To put it in the crazy context is there's no such thing as mountains.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, you were telling us the other night.
Yeah, Mount Everest is a tree stump. That's the guy's explanation.
Yeah.
So, I have another question about that reading.
Oh, sure.
So how do you read? Do you draw tarot, or do you read palms, or?
I started really young, and I don't know. I just get a feeling, and I can never predict when I'm getting that. It just kind of happens.
Okay. So you don't actually even need to use any sort of a tool. You can just get a reading.
Yeah, it's like I said. I can never predict when I get the feeling that I need to tell somebody something.
That's similar to the stuff that I've dealt with, is I don't want to use the word control, but just no rhyme or reason for when it happens. It just it just does.
It's just random.
Very.
I got a question for you, Lucky.
Yeah.
Well, you're an empath.
Oh, yeah.
How does this feel?
Well, it's kind of funny you mentioned that because I brought that up the other night when I first started talking to her because she was the only one here the one night. And I started bringing up stuff along those lines, and that's one thing I've been kind of decent at, and I never use it in a bad way, but is getting people to open up about things because I must admit, she didn't really want to say much that very first night, but after a few minutes of talking to me, there it went. So, yeah, I can always feel I don't know how to put it, if the person's legit or not. Or if they're just, trying to BS their way through it just for whatever reason. That's one thing I can pick up on quite well.
Well, you can't fake, when something moves you, you actually stun yourself.
Yeah.
And I had no way of knowing shit. Didn't know this guy from Adam.
Yeah.
And his reaction told me I must have nailed something correctly.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the same way it happened, earlier in the year with Lorraine, and the stuff that I was saying and everything. It was just a total random thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just out of nowhere. I mean, the paranormal wasn't even a topic of conversation or anything at that point. That
It was
moment.
like you took a wander through the house. Just wandered
but
through.
we were not talking about really anything at the time. I was watching TV, just texting you on my phone.
Yeah.
And it just, all of a sudden, I don't know, it's pretty wild, but that's the way it's been.
I can't read anything. I just make stuff up.
Well, make something up. Tell us a story.
You want me to tell you a story?
Yeah.
First, if he's just making stuff up, that means his eyes are right.
Okay, well, one thing,
Sorry,
Jade, I don't know how you do it, but your gut feelings, those are a little more spot on than the average person. So
I make it all up.
yeah. Now when you say watch this, or I have a feeling something was going to happen this month, I mark it down.
Well, see, that goes back to the whole thing like I was telling you, about me, needing the proof, more or less, for lack of a better word. Once you get that from mine, just happened to be with my own, things I was seeing, but regardless of what you're dealing with, once you get that initial proof that, hey, this is legit, then you pay attention more.
That's true.
Because that's why I looked at everything as a training thing, I guess, for lack of a better word. If I didn't have the verification that night, or those few nights, I should say, even though the objects really didn't mean much, it was just the whole point of what happened, that I saw it. So now, and if something like that happens, I'll be more apt to pay attention to it instead of just ignore it.
Okay, well, here, let's try this on.
Wrong side.
What's your name, hon? The new girl. Yes.
Tana. Yeah.
Okay. What is your do you have a fascination with cowboys?
No, not
Westerns
really.
or something?
No.
Okay. Did your father wear a cowboy hat?
No, actually, I didn't know my father very well.
Okay, because I sense something with cowboys with you. I picture somebody very tall. Well, maybe not. I'm looking at it from different angles. So, somebody with a cowboy hat on, boots, not a gun belt or anything like that. But I picture somebody that was in your life when you were younger or something, cowboy.
Yeah.
And
Actually,
they had an influence on you.
yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
Okay, that person I don't think is no longer around.
Oh, wow.
Like I said, I don't know. But this was somebody that had an impact in your life somewhere that wore a cowboy hat.
Do you know what the first letter of his name was?
Oh no, I can't even get into that.
Okay.
No, I can't. If I was going to take a guess, I would have to say it has something to do with a T, but I don't know if that's the first, second, third, or something, or just a nickname or what that is. I'll see if it throws something at me, but names and stuff I'm terrible with.
Okay. If it's who I think you are talking about,
Well, okay, stop right there.
okay.
Don't give me any more information.
Okay.
Okay, I'll continue on as I pick up more on it.
All
Right
right.
now, I'm having to do a backflash on stuff right now,
All right.
which is like, it's kind of a pain to sort out stuff. Now, did you try something to do with you in cooking? I don't know if I should say this or not. You're not. Are you fair? Would you say you're just fair at cooking?
I'm actually a pretty good cook.
Okay. And you were looking at getting something for your kitchen?
Not recently. Well, sort of recently, yeah. Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Get it.
Okay. Good to know.
Of course, it's obvious you like jewelry. All women do.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I can see your rings.
Yeah.
But that has other statements right there. But
Um,
you're also... Well, like I said, there's stuff, like, I don't want to say anything online and stuff,
Right.
because a lot of it might seem negative, but there's also positive sides that come out of it. On top of that,
okay.
but
Type it to her.
I can't type right. This them letters drive me crazy.
Yeah, that whole damn English language.
Them freaking. I should have used numbers for words.
That's okay. I don't know.
But anyway, there's nothing I can tell you that's. There's honestly nothing I can tell you that's going to be significant right
Okay.
now. If something comes up that I can tell you, all I know is there's something you want that's in the kitchen.
Okay.
But I think it's a little bit pricey.
Yeah, it is actually.
It's electric.
Yep.
It's got silver. What is it, a bunch of bowls or something? A blender or something? A big mixer?
Yeah.
A cake mixer thing?
No, actually, it's a juicer.
A juicer. Okay. Yeah, get it. That would change your health situation.
Yeah, immensely.
But we can get into your health situation.
Yeah, it's been an issue.
Have you had not intestine problems?
Yes.
Not Crohn? No, not Crohn's. I can't think of what it's called.
Colitis?
No, it's something. It's something else with the intestines. Okay. Well, anyway.
Oh, yeah.
It's GERD.
Okay.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Anyway, yeah. Try not to give me too much information if you don't mind.
Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah. Definitely change your diet. I protein shakes will help you.
Sorry.
My God, what else have you been smoking over there, girl?
You know that
That
is
was
the
not
11 o'clock elephant.
Holy shit.
Only you, Lorraine.
God.
Right, man. I told you about bringing the strange man home.
She really does sound happy.
Jesus.
It's good shit.
Oh, God.
I want to take some of your medication.
Hey, Jade, I got an idea.
Yes, sir.
As high
Go
as
ahead.
she's flying, I'll just give her my camera and she can float above the clouds and hold it.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
I
the
think
weather
she's
won't
floating
affect-
right now. Whoa, did that cloud just go backwards for a second? What the heck?
holy shit.
I don't know.
No, that cloud just like stopped, moved backwards for a split second, and then continued forward.
And tonight's strain is brought to you by the Drobanil.
Oh no, I see the clouds.
That had to be a camera thing or
Today's
something.
Skywatch brought to you by the letter W.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right?
Dude, we ought to all do Skywatch one night in like Sesame Street voices.
Oh no. No, please don't.
Hey, Bert,
Sesame Street
come
had
over here, rub my head.
They had some cool characters, though. I don't care.
Cookies.
I like Oscar the Grouch, too.
Don't get me started. I just went grocery shopping. I spent 3 hours at Safeway. Never go to Safeway when you're stoned.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I got a story for you. Oh, my God.
You know, it's been ages since I've been in a Safeways.
Man.
Ages since I've been stoned.
Oh, you poor dear.
About when I was in the Army, this is the, we all went over to a buddy of mine's house named Kratzer. Actually, it was a trailer house he lived in off post. And we had a 4-day weekend. We were over there on a Friday night. And so we all decided that we were going to do, as a squad, an acid party.
Oh no.
So we all dropped a hit. It's supposed to be really mild stuff. So we all dropped a hit of acid. Oh my God. We got the munchies so bad. So we decided that we're going to drive 3 blocks away to a little convenience store that's kind of half in and half out of the trailer park he lived in. That was like a 3-hour tour. And we were chasing. We bought we instead of buying, like, picking one candy bar out and going up, we're buying 2 or 3. We just grab a whole box and walk up to the counter.
Oh, damn.
And I think we gave the guy way too much money. Told him to keep it because the next morning I had $300 on my pocket. And next morning I was broke. I'm like, where the hell did I spend money at last night? But we were all sitting around listening to Led Zeppelin and stuff like that. And this one guy rips one. He basically farts really big, really loud. And we all see it. It looked like this green thing jumped out of the chair, hit the ground, and started running down the hallway. And we all saw it. I kid you not. And we all go chasing down this hallway looking like a ship of fools.
Wow.
But then I remember, a couple of days later, they said, dude, you got to come over here and look at these videos. I didn't know when we went to the store that instead of riding in the car, I had 4 people sitting on my car while I was driving down the road, and I was going like 1 mile an hour.
Yeah.
And his wife kept walking around the car filming us.
Oh.
And I swear to God, when I was driving, it seemed to me like it took a second to get to the grocery store.
Wow.
Oh, God, man. And I've only done that stuff. And the last time I did it, the time I did it after that was when I saw Elvis over in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I told y'all that story, didn't I?
Yeah, I think I remember that one now.
Yeah. Oh, my God, I won't touch that stuff no more. That'll kill me nowadays. I'm too damn old.
Oh, man. There's not a day that goes by that I don't smoke it.
Oh, I haven't touched. Well, I drive a school bus, so I haven't touched that stuff in probably. I've been driving trucks. It's probably been 10 years.
Yeah. I've been a cannabis patient for 4 years now, so it helps. It helps a lot.
Well, I've only been a patient for 5 days.
Oh,
How's your husband taking it?
Oh my goodness. Let's see.
I'll be right back. I've got to get something to drink.
Alright.
Yeah.
I saw a pussy.
That's Poof.
Poof.
Say hi, Poof. Oh, shit. You just knocked the speaker over. Fucking cat.
Is that purple hair I see?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought my lens was messed up.
Tana always has colorful hair.
Good for you, girl.
I'll be right back.
All
I was
right.
at Walmart about a month ago or so, maybe not quite that long, and there was this woman, and I guess it was her husband, walking out, and I had to compliment her on her hair. I just never saw it like that. They call it oil slick, and that looks pretty cool, just like if you see, in a parking lot where somebody's, leaking fluid into like a water puddle and it's all the different colors.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
She had
right.
black hair, but when the light hit it just right, it was every color of the rainbow in that same oil slick pattern. She said when she had it done, you never know what the exact outcome will be. It's always random. But it looked pretty cool, though.
Well, it took
Interesting.
me here. I don't know if you guys can see this on camera. I'll get it close. It took me 2 hours to do my hair this morning. Yeah, see, I mean that's 2 hours of work right
I
there.
got a haircut today.
Oh yeah, I heard.
All I do is just... I never worry about my hair anyway. I cut it. When my hat starts feeling too tight, I go get a haircut. That's how I always know.
There you go.
And it's cheaper than dog tags, so... And then you turn your camera upside down.
Oh no, don't tell Lorraine that. Tell her I'm facing upright.
You're sitting on the...
Because I'm living further to the equator.
Okay, right now, that looks kind of NASA space-like. Just grab a guitar.
That'll be our story. He's in a ship up there. He's been there for years. We don't know how to get him home.
Oh, I don't remember who told
My
me
wife would agree with you.
It might have
Oh,
been...
no, that ain't fair, woman. That is not fair.
It might have been Tana there told me. I don't remember, but somebody said that they shut off the live feed of Earth from NASA. They're doing away with it.
Yep.
They're
Well,
probably
they're not-
picking up too many things they don't want to have to explain.
Well, that and they're not getting enough hits on YouTube to pay for it.
Yeah.
They were hoping.
Well, last year during the Skywatch, during the meteor shower, that one night, NASA shut their feed down for lack of viewers, and all the people on my stream said they came from the NASA feed. Mine looked better. I couldn't believe that. Said mine was clearer. I said, I don't know if it's any clearer, but if something flies by, I won't shut it off.
Well,
I
yeah.
remember that.
Yeah. I got almost 40,000 views on that one Skywatch
Hey, what's
at one
this
night.
one?
Well, I think what it was is when they shut it off, people wanted to see what was going on up there. If there was any reason,
Well, yeah, because they always cut it off just as, something flies in view.
Of course.
So that way they don't have to answer for anything, I guess.
Exactly.
But when I called the company the other day that makes my camera, I actually spoke to the guy that invented this camera I'm using. He designed it and built it, and he said it's only getting a 20-foot section of the sky. That's all I'm picking up.
Oh yeah, but yeah, by the time you expand it and everything else, yeah, you're getting a very, very small section of
20
it.
feet. Because the range is, he said that's the maximum range that this camera will pick up.
Yeah.
So, it is what it is, but... And he did tell me, too, in a dark room, like indoors, where there's absolutely no light, then I have to use infrared. And either the one that's built on the camera or whatever. So I bought that external one just to save on the battery for the camera. So I should have it next week.
Take another puff, girl. You'll be all right. Take another puff.
You want me to get you some water?
Oh, fuck. I've got down.
But,
Well, first of all, you need to put what is that? Aloe?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
God, who tricked you? Okay, read the back of that. I know it's got letters on it.
Yeah, I can't see for shit. Fuck you.
maybe you can answer me a question, Jade. I'm not, real good on electronics, but a little bit. What I'm wondering, the LED lights I bought, I showed them to you the other night.
Right,
It's
right.
9 volt on the back, so if I found a plug like off of one of them wall chargers and just cut the end of it off and wired it up for a 9 volt, will that work? Just a battery?
As long as you can get it 9 volts between 8 9, you can probably go as high as a little bit more.
Yeah, I just figured just using just like a regular 9 volt battery.
Yeah, I don't see the
Because I've
problem.
got one of the adapters off of an old charger that died anyway that you could literally snap on top the 9 volt.
Mhm.
Then just use the wires off of it and wire the plug in. Just plug it into the back of the LEDs. I figured that would work because I don't know how long the internal battery will last. It didn't say.
I don't know, dude. I have to look at that stuff.
But being that it takes a 9 volt power supply, I figured a 9 volt battery would work as long as I got the polarity correct.
Yeah, again, I'm not an electrician on stuff like that. Don't know.
Yeah, polarity was the only thing, but it probably wouldn't even matter. But I could check it though. But that'd make it a lot easier to just use 9 volt.
I wonder how long it would last using just 9 volt though.
I don't know, but I figured because as long as it's plugged in, of course. But then that would give me longer range because when the battery would die, or you unplug it from the wall, then it just kicks into its internal battery because it's rechargeable.
Yeah, you could probably take some of the if you can find an old clock radio at a garage store,
Yeah.
at a garage sale.
Yeah.
They take the 9 volt. You could probably tear that apart and
Yeah.
use
I,
the switch for that.
Yeah, that would work. So I'd have a way of actually shutting it off.
Yeah, because that way you could plug that in, and then you could take the. I'd have to look at how to rig that.
Because the light itself has a switch on off.
Right, right.
And then normally you would either just leave it plugged into the wall or unplug it and run it off the built in, just like charging a cell phone or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't know how long it'll last. So that's why I figure if I could run it off of a 9 volt, and then if it were to die and then kick over to the internal, I'd have a lot more battery.
Okay.
Like if I want to just leave it somewhere.
Now I'm trying to figure this out. This is not Lorraine. This is not you. And I don't think it's Tanya. Tana. C. Are you
Yes, I'm here.
there? An influence in your life was somebody with a uniform.
Uh-huh.
I can't tell what army or anything. Don't give me any information on it. But I do see like a reef or something on a hat. I'm probably messing this up, but it looks blue. Was thin at one time, and I think later in life was heavier.
Okay.
Hold on. And I don't know where this comes from. Okay, for lack of a better term, a fat dog. But that doesn't. The fat dog is not making any sense. I'm trying to figure out if it's a dog. But anyway, a little. Yeah, it's goofy looking. It's like this little bug-eyed thing. I can't tell what it is.
Maybe it's an elephant.
Yeah, there you go. No, that's Lorraine then. Okay, but anyway, I do see somebody with a uniform. But I can't. It's a uniform I may not be used. I was in the military for a long time. But then again, their uniforms.
Well,
changed.
should I tell you?
Hold on.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm just trying to judge the influence on this on you. Is what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out if it's good or bad influence right now. But usually, if it's really dramatic, it wouldn't be bad. Okay. Somebody with a uniform, I think is blue, had a impact on your life. I can't tell if it's good or bad. And something to do with when I believe you were younger, something to do with a revolver, a pistol, a revolver somewhere. I don't know if it's connected to the guy in the uniform though, but there was a revolver pistol somewhere too that had an influence on you in some weird way. Okay, you can explain that one to me because that one doesn't make any sense.
The revolver?
Yes.
I'm not sure if that makes any sense either, and if it does, I'd have to tell you all the rest of it.
Okay. Were there handcuffs involved? No, I'm joking.
Maybe.
Okay. Explain to me the uniform.
Well, my father was in the service.
What branch?
He was the Navy.
Okay, that's blue. All right.
Yeah, electronics tech when I was a little girl. So I was a Navy brat, but I'm in 3 percenters and lots of uniforms in there.
Right.
and revolvers, and maybe handcuffs. I don't know. I don't pat them down when they come in the room.
Okay, explain what the 3%ers are.
Well, there's in some states, there's a national organization, and then there's state organizations, and some states they're militias, and some states they're not really allowed to be militias, so they're kind of a community
Of the
outreach
three, okay,
thing.
gotcha.
Mhm.
That's what I was thinking. Okay,
Like you heard about all that stuff in Burns, and they acted like that was 3% Oregon 3%ers. That wasn't us.
okay. So what's the deal with the revolver then? Do you have a revolver or something? Or
If
if
I
you don't,
did, I wouldn't talk about it. but
okay,
just everybody has one. I mean,
okay,
when we're all out and about, everybody is usually, concealed carry. So,
all right.
but any specific thing about a revolver? No,
Could have just been the firearm in general connection.
could
No,
be.
no, there's definitely something there with
Hmm.
it's a powered thing. It's there. It doesn't make any sense to me, but I definitely keep getting this thing with a revolver, or was getting it. I'm off that now.
Hmm.
And you have a thing for the color. Well, two colors. No, one color. Is it two colors that combine one color? What is red and green? Hold on. Red. If you put red and green together, what color is that?
Brown?
Probably brown.
Brown.
No, that's not right.
But that's what it makes, though.
Red and green. Okay, it's not. You're not your color. There's something red and green.
Red and
That-
black.
No, hold on. No.
You're
Red and
thinking of
green.
something else then, huh?
There's something. Okay, there's something that's definitely red and.
Well, let me think.
Hold on. It's got something to do with something you wore it, or you. Hold on. Red and green. Why am I keep getting red and green? He keeps something showing me red and green. Red and green. Hold on. Red and green. Let me come back to that. Don't explain anything on that. I gotta look at
I
that.
will.
Weird. All right. But you see how that's how it works with me, because I'm not very good with names. I can't give you names and stuff. Colors, I'm kind of somewhat.
Colors is my thing, but it hits me the same way.
It doesn't. Yeah.
It's
Just
not
like-
anything I could sit there and consciously concentrate on and do it. It just
Right.
comes and goes.
It usually, it's kind of like you're almost in a blind. I don't know.
I do know one thing. I'm more accurate, though, or at least it's easier for me on people that I feel closer to.
Oh yeah, and sometimes it's people hit up. Now I'm easier with women a lot more than I am with guys, unless I'm meeting guys. With Lorraine was wide open.
Yeah.
Uh,
Lorraine's been the easiest one to read so far. I will say
Most
that
people
much.
say that, yeah.
Very
yeah, because you're out there, dude. Just like there's a website on you that just
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
in
No,
the
I
ether,
think-
man.
Well, one of the things I think that makes it easier, at least with her, is, there's no barrier put up. She's completely open to whatever.
She's comfortable with
Comfortable being read, I guess.
comfortable with her surroundings, I suppose. I
Yeah.
don't know, dude. I don't know how it
But
works.
even though that originally, when it was happening between me and her, a lot of this stuff though really didn't concern her too much. It was mostly her husband.
Yeah.
I picked up on a lot of stuff from him, and I've only talked to him just a handful of times.
Hold on, are your eyes green?
Oh,
Me?
Yeah.
No, but they're kind of hazily brown.
Well,
There you go.
there you
They're
go.
not really green, but they do change inside. And
Oh,
I have
red and
a
green
kid
do
who has
But
green
if you
eyes.
mix
So.
the red and you mix the green,
You get brown.
That's right.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. That's not where I'm. I don't. Red and green.
See, I was thinking flags. We're going all the flags we use is going through my head, and I couldn't figure it. Oh, no, that isn't it.
No, it's
Yeah,
who knows? It's
I'm
because I don't
learning. I'm learning
because
pretty good now what colors mixed together make different things. I've been watching a lot of Bob Ross painting on YouTube
oh
and stuff.
God, dude, yeah, I'll
Like
tell you
black,
what.
black and yellow make green, stuff like that.
That's what they ought to play that guy in prison.
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
there are
That should be played in the Olympics. You should
They-
have a joint in front of you, and the first one to
Well-
go for the joint, you're out.
There's a lot of places now I've found out that actually use his show for therapy.
Oh, I
They
believe
call
it.
it,
Dude.
I don't remember the exact term, it's ASMR, that audio sensory. You hear a good sound and you kind of chill out. Most people that comment on his videos, and they even stream them every week on Twitch, even though he died in 95, but they all say that very few of them can watch maybe 2 episodes without falling asleep. It's just that relaxing.
Now, see, look, you blew all that weed out there, and look at that. Look at that. It's clogging up this cloud.
Yeah.
Man, you blew weed all over the screen. Call you Puff the Magic Dragon from now on.
One of them Cheech and Chong style ones,
Hey, I'm still getting used to this stuff.
Oh, man, I forgot it was on camera.
That's all right. I done picked my nose 3 times going, damn, I'm on camera doing it.
That's why I'm not on camera. I'd
Well,
have to
none of
brush
it-
my hair or something.
well-
That ain't happening.
None of the
Oh,
camera parts, the Skype part of the cameras anyway, none of that's saved, of course, but
There.
now all this
There's my
audio
missing lot.
all this audio is being saved on YouTube though, by the way. Even though I
Hold on, wait a minute.
What?
What?
My God, red, green. Look at her picture.
I know it.
Yeah.
Who?
Red and green.
Hers? Yeah, she's red and green. See?
That's
Yeah,
what, okay.
I've had that similar thing happen.
And
You get the
let's see.
image, but you apply it to the wrong target.
Right up there
Is
is where the elephant lives.
Yeah.
God.
Hey, that's talented fitting the elephant in that little clock. Elephant's big.
With all that
it's actually quite common when somebody gives a reading, if there's a group of people, that it pertains to a little bit of it to everybody.
But sometimes your target can be off, though. I've had that happen a few times.
Oh,
It's kinda
I'll
weird,
tell you
but-
what. Before I was married, it used to be off all the time. I'd go up to the wrong girl.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah.
Boy, look at her. You can look at her eyes. Oh my God, you can tell.
See?
Yes, look at your eyes. You can tell
I'm
you about
telling
that.
you, this stuff is like, whew.
Oh Lord.
But I am pain free, so
That's my
I can't argue with that.
No.
no.
No. What's the tattoo on your chest?
Oh, let's see. Mhm.
I'm trying to see how the fuck do I get to see you guys?
That's in the middle there. It's
You
maple
gotta
leaf.
click. You got to hold on. You got to click OK. There's a thing that says OK to view
Yeah, down at the bottom.
down at the bottom.
Yeah, it's usually.
Open up the screen.
That's faded.
Yeah,
Oh, it is a maple leaf.
Yeah.
That's right. Canada maple. Okay.
Yeah, do you got your? You might have to make Skype full screen for a minute to be able to do it though.
Okay.
And then
Should be okay though.
Here you go. I got a tattoo for you. I'll tell you a good story on.
Uh-oh.
uh-oh.
If I can get it to be shown.
Oh, real quick though, Lorraine, you got that necklace handy? I never did see it. The one I.
You know what? Sure. But I gotta see this first.
Yeah.
Oh no way! No way!
Oh, that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you see what that is, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
All right. Let me tell you the story on that.
Okay, I gotta hear the story
Yeah.
first.
We had a 4-day weekend coming up, and Thursday morning I went out and basically ran my squad and took extra time for PT and had some angry moments, taking some anger out on the squad. Not so much it's the training wasn't going like I wanted to do. And I thought by now these guys should have done this training. They had homework. They didn't do it. Anyway, I was a little too hard. So the CO calls me into his office. And he's telling me, look, Sergeant Matthews, you need this. And I'm just like, sir. He says, you need to find an outlet in your life. I'm
Oh
like,
no.
Yeah.
Shit.
he's like, yeah, you need to find an outlet in your life, and I want you back in here Tuesday morning.
You
I said,
did
all
it.
right, sir. I said, I'll go find an outlet in my life, you freaking hippie. Didn't say that part. So, of course, what do? Back in that time, Thursday night, I go out and drinking. Friday night, I'm out drinking. And across the street from me is a tattoo place. And right there on the wall in the booth I was sitting at is an outlet.
Oh no.
So I get, 4 sheets to the wind. I pull out my little multi-pull and I unscrew and disconnect or cut the little wires and take the whole outlet, stumble across the street and lay it down on the counter and say, I want that. And the guy just looked at me like, what? I want that on my leg. Like, you're drunk. I'm like, yeah, that's why I want that. And I tell him, I said, my CO wants me to have an outlet. And my God, I'm just obeying an order. So sure enough, I got that tattoo. So come on, Tuesday morning, he calls me in the office, sir, man, blah, blah, blah. He says, did you get an outlet? He says, yeah, yes, sir, I sure did. I went out and gave it a lot of thought, and I came up with something. He says, you mind telling me? I says, I'll do one better, sir. I'll show it to you. So I pulled down my sock. This was back when long socks were cool. I pulled out, because I was in PT uniform. I pulled down my sock and I showed him, and he looked at me and he says, Sir Matthew, get the fuck out of my office, and no, if you come back in here, blah, 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 blah. And the whole company was rolling when they saw it. They just like, you did what? So, yeah.
Awesome.
One of those
That's a good tattoo story.
I got embarrassed the other day. I went to dollar store or somewhere. I don't know, one of the little stores around here. And when I bought me a new rifle, and I can't hardly see the front sight on it, so I wanted to paint it. So I talked to the guy at the gun shop, and he said, well, just get some fingernail polish. Yeah. So I go to the store. I got that same kind, matter of fact. But I went to the store, and I grabbed 2 bottles. I had one that was like 60 cents for neon orange. And then I got a white one. So
There's my second bottle.
So the woman's like, got it at the counter, and she's like, there's nothing to scan on it. Then she hollers at this other worker like across the store, this boy up here buying some fingernail polish, and we need a price check. I'm like, oh my God, lady, shut up.
Oh, here's one I just finished, by the way. I finished this one last week.
Nice.
Oh wow.
It's a little thing.
Yeah, it was the
That is nice.
an
But, yeah.
AR-15 I bought. I can hit just about anything with it, but when I'm shooting at the actual targets, which are black, and a black sight, that don't work too well.
Oh, hold on. Let me show you the other one I did last week for a guy.
I don't know how I did it, but I managed to cut the bottom of my foot. I just realized it when I got up to go get my pipe. But yeah, apparently I cut off my foot.
Oh no.
I hope there's not a piece of glass on your floor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I didn't even feel it. So I don't know when I did it. But yeah.
Well, hope you don't need stitches.
What
Well,
happened?
if I do, I'm not getting them.
Me too. That's very nice. My CO makes those too. Builds them.
Yep, that's the other one I just finished.
Pretty.
There. Oh, and here you go. This is, I don't know if you can see that. That's how cute I was when I was in the military.
Very nice. Look
Oh,
at
I was such a pretty girl.
that.
I really was. I was such a pretty girl. Here's a picture of me when I was in Playboy. No, I'm joking.
About another 10, 15 minutes or so, and the sky should clear out. The way
Yeah.
it looked.
Good.
Okay, yep, I'll be right back. In my camera real quick. I'm gonna go tinkle in my neighbor's pool.
There you go. You gotta raise the acidity of the water. Or pH or whatever.
What part of Canada do you live in, Lorraine?
I'm on the north coast of Quebec,
Ah,
so I think I'm actually closer to like Nova Scotia than I am to Montreal.
uh-huh.
Um,
You got some
Small
good
town.
maple syrup though.
yeah, yeah, we have maple syrup and we have crab, lobster,
Ice.
Not all the maple syrup stayed up there.
lots of
Some of it's
ice.
in my
Yeah.
refrigerator.
I used to talk to a couple people that were in the Coast Guard in Nova Scotia, and it's much different, of course, than Quebec.
Oh yes. Yeah.
It's probably peaceful.
I I like both places to be honest. Like, if for some reason I could no longer live here, Nova Scotia would be my next pick.
Hmm.
Um, and it's always my first choice. You know, when I get to travel, I prefer to go there. But really, I'm just happy around water. I need to be around the water. You know.
Me too.
I've never been to Canada, but all I know is I saw the inside of your house, and that's how it whole started with the whole water thing. Blue.
Yeah, blue. It's just I don't know. It's my cure all. If I'm stressed out
Yeah.
or if I'm whatever, I go to the water, and that's
Well, one thing that made a lot of that easier for me actually was when I quit trying to come up with an explanation all the time.
yeah,
Just like it is what it is, and I mean, trying to figure out the objects and things, that's one thing, but the whole reason why behind it really don't matter anyway.
well, I know for a while it was like, why me?
Yeah. And that's when I just kind of realized it was just like a training exercise, for lack of
Yeah.
a better word, confidence builder or whatever.
When I moved here to Seattle, it was the first time I'd ever lived in New York. I've never lived in New York, so I moved here.
Nice rifle.
Different.
Yeah, that's the one I built.
Where are you from, Tana?
I'm originally from New Mexico.
Oh, wow. Big change.
Yeah. Huge change. Yeah.
There you go. I'm gonna hold the camera like this. That way y'all can all look up at me.
I got one payment left on my rifle, so then
Oh,
it'll-
that one. That
then
one
it will
there.
truly be mine.
Well, that one there I bought. And, yeah, I bought that in pieces and put it together.
The one I bought's actually got one of the highest ratings for anything, in the lower price ranges. $650.
Oh, there you go.
$650.
Oh, hey, look, you can make some pretty damn good stuff. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Y'all can
It's
see
a Smith and Wesson.
y'all can be
mine.
between my boobs. There you go.
What is he doing? What are you doing?
Oh, yeah.
There's a guy here in town.
That way y'all can look up at me.
There's a guy here in town. I don't know him, but they were telling me about it at one of the stores about the guy. In the last month, he's bought over 50 of the same AR that I have. He's buying them and just storing them away in his safe in case there's another gun scare. He can sell them for 3 times the price.
Well,
That's,
Yeah.
that's what you're afraid of. I don't. I mean, what was it? They just jumped on the. What do you call it? The emoji thing? The little
Oh yeah, the emoji. Yeah,
emoji
yeah.
because it was a gun and
Yeah.
they were
Mhm.
all. That's how they start. They
Oh,
start
yeah.
with the little things and
Mhm.
try to make
Yeah.
you feel guilty about it.
That's right. PsyOps.
not a chance of that happening, but
But I saw people the last big gun scare we had at the one gun store next town over, buying rifles that the day before they would have been maybe $700. That day they were $2,000, literally overnight.
you know, I largely believe the way people feel towards any sort of firearms, I think it largely depends on how they were raised. Like, if you grew up and your parents always had them,
Yeah.
it's really no big deal, you know? It's just normal. Maybe it's uncomfortable for someone who, I don't know, doesn't know enough about them,
It's
doesn't know.
usually your newer shooters or people getting into it that pay those outrageous prices
Well,
because they're afraid
Yeah.
they'll never be able to get it.
a lot of it also has to do with social. What's the word I'm looking for? Social bashing and stuff. Whatever group they get in.
Yeah.
All these people that go to college, the professors hammer all this stuff in.
Right.
And then the groups, they talk to the people, and these guys aren't going out doing shootings or going to the range and stuff like that,
No.
and so they don't know nothing about it. So a lot of it's ignorant. They had a guy a reporter who claimed to had what do you call it, PSD.
Oh yeah.
PTSD?
Yeah.
He said he went to the range and now he's suffering from PSD because he fired a gun.
Yeah, I saw that.
PTSD.
Yeah.
PTS, whatever it's called.
Yeah, 'cause
Post traumatic
yeah,
stress
'cause he
Stress
shot.
syndrome.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
shot the AR.
disorder.
Yeah, you know what?
No, you got to get it right. I know a lot of people who have like a rough time.
But this guy said it was temporary. Only lasted a couple hours.
Yeah, if you ask me, I think he had
PTSD
PMS.
is not temporary.
Well,
if it was
yeah, but
temporary,
it's-
it could not be.
The whole story was he was a news reporter anyway. He went to the gun range and shot an AR-15 that he said the bullets whizzing by his face and the smell of the powder gave him PTSD.
Oh no. The wasn't the bullets whizzing by his
Or
face.
the brass,
The,
I mean.
the brass
That's what
was
I meant.
hitting him
That's
in
what
the
I meant.
face.
And it
And-
bruised his shoulder, severely bruised his shoulder.
Excuse me, bruised his shoulder.
Bruised his shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah. AR doesn't have any real recoil to it.
You know,
Our
that's
staff
a
used to pick
interesting
up the-
interesting thing about the school, because when I was at a city council meeting, there was a gentleman that approached me and said it was a Second Amendment meeting too. It was about, we wanted to make it so that our towns didn't acknowledge any more gun laws if the state or the federal government tried to put them on us. And one of the guys walked up to me and said he was a homeschooling person and he had a national organization. And he said, this is more important because it's what they learn here that'll matter. Because if they're taught guns are bad, then we won't have a Second Amendment right by the time they grow up.
Well, you got to understand something.
I'm sorry, Gypsy, whereabouts are you?
Oregon.
You're in Oregon, okay.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
The West Coast. If I go any farther west, I'll end up in Hawaii.
I'm just glad you didn't say he's in California.
Me too.
That's a
I'd be embarrassed.
Yeah, that's a communist state.
It is.
Oh, dude,
Massachusetts just as bad now, though. They're getting worse.
I'm in Maryland. We're
Because,
like
Massachusetts just banned all ARs, so they're no longer allowed any anymore.
What? When did that happen?
Like a week or two ago. Yeah, they banned all of them. Just about any semi-automatic rifle is no longer allowed.
I didn't see it. Was it like do you still have the articles? Because I never saw them.
I saw it on TV when their
There are articles online about it.
their governor or whoever she was.
I'll have to
She
go
just
have a
signed
look.
it. She just done like an executive order type deal. She just signed her name and it was it.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah, they're going after her right now.
Yeah, but that state's hard to buy anything anyway.
She's not going to be reelected.
You got to submit a full background check just to buy the lead balls for a muzzleloader.
Well, I'm sure you've heard we're going back to the long gun registry again.
You see, you
That's
guys
how
are
it starts.
You're different than we are. 'Cause every time something gets mentioned here, that's when you'll see lines at the gun shop and you can't find a gun to buy.
And it's
Oh
the
yeah.
opposite here.
Oh, I hear myself.
Yep. Echo somewhere.
Hey, Puff.
Yeah, I'm back.
Hit mute.
Oh, did I?
Yep.
What'd I do?
Hit the mute on the
On a video.
the video.
I did?
Okay.
Okay, you're good now.
It's all right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Obama has done more guns have been sold
Yeah.
with Obama as president than any other president ever.
I guess he's still got some retirement portfolio from Illinois from when he was the senator or whatever. Well, they come to find out he actually in his portfolio owns stock in Smith & Wesson.
Oh yeah,
It's not a very big percentage, but it's there nonetheless.
I own stock in Smith & Wesson. It's actually done good. Actually, I got to go see our guy next month to figure out
I got
what's
a
going
Smith
on.
& Wesson that's got a stock on it. Does that count?
I'm going to be buying stock in Tweed.
In Tweed.
Tweed. It's only $3 a share right now because it just hit the stock market 10 days ago.
What is it?
I'll turn my camera on. What the heck?
Medical marijuana.
Oh God.
Hello.
See, there's my one of my carry pieces.
It's good investment.
So are these.
Oh, okay. Well, I can go do that. I can go do a ton of show and tell.
That's my Glock 26. It's loaded too. That's the one I carry everywhere.
Well, this is my favorite thing. Right here. This is called a TV remote.
Yeah.
This is the greatest thing to have on you when you're in the house.
Yes.
It means you have the power.
Do you still have cable?
What's that?
You still have cable?
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, I got satellite.
Only because my wife likes to watch certain shows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like... Yeah, I think next time when we get a bigger TV, I think I'm going to hook up a dedicated computer and just go with whatever free I can get on that. But we still like certain things that are coming out that we'd like to watch, and you can't get them on.
Like I still can't get Hulu. Of course, I've got Netflix. Show Me.
Hulu. I've got that one because Dad likes it, so I got it for
Yeah.
him.
But I couldn't do the cable thing anymore. The commercials were just killer. To watch the same commercial be played not twice, not 3 times, 5 times in a row.
Yeah.
It's pure mental torture. That's just...
Somebody's combing her hair so she can get on camera.
Not me.
Not me.
No, it's not.
I don't even have a camera like that.
I'm
like, no, that ain't happening.
I very rarely use mine. I use it for the microphone on it, but
every now and then it's good to see people. That way you can get a better feel on people.
yeah.
It is fun. One day I'll get one.
See, I did get a haircut.
Yeah, you
you did. Wait, no, turn around. Go back.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. That's usually how I have mine. I have to get it cut a little bit. Here, I'll take the headphones off. I can't get it razor blade on the back because I start getting all the zits from the ingrown hairs. Yeah. I hate that. Oh my God, I hate that.
Yeah, the barbershop was crowded because all the kids getting haircuts to go back to school and stuff.
Yeah, and I hate sitting there. Once you get your hair done, then they got to do the armpits and stuff.
I've had the same.
Don't forget the back waxing. You know.
Oh, the back waxing, the hair on the toes. Oh my God.
There for a long time, I had the barbershop record of the longest distance traveled to get a haircut. I drove about almost 600 miles home just for a haircut. I live down in Virginia, but. Last summer, a guy came all the way from Las Vegas. He had moved, and he was getting married, and he remembered that was his favorite barber for as a kid, so he flew all the way in, literally got a haircut, drove back to the airport, went home. Clear from Vegas. I didn't go that far, but... And it was fun, and it was comical in there. We're all talking, just kind of shooting the breeze, and this older guy walks in, and the first thing he says is, "I'm voting for Hillary whether you like it or not," and everybody's like, "Get out of the barbershop. You're banned. Leave." Everybody started laughing. It was funny. Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, I got a few tattoos of my own. They don't hurt as bad as people say they do, but
I've got a few.
Yeah,
I have 0, but I did used to be a tattoo artist's assistant.
I got an eagle if you can see it.
Oh, cool.
If that counts. I've touched them.
Oh, yeah, that counts. I'm sure you've probably seen some tattoos you'd rather not.
Well, the guy I worked for was really, really good, you know.
Yeah.
But I just thought, I just can't see one that I want to live with my whole life, and so I never got one.
I'd probably have more myself, but they're expensive. And there's no reason. They are here.
I don't know. My last one was like 2008.
I got this one done in around about 2004. And that was like, well, I didn't pay for this one, but if I would have, it'd have been about $350.
Okay.
Well, that's what this one here, and that's a cover up.
Yeah.
So if you went in for like something maybe that size,
easy $250.
Yeah,
$250, eh?
There's one.
Maybe more, depending on the artist.
How much did yours cost, Tana?
That one was $75.
That's pretty good.
It all depends on how well known the artist is. Because some of the artists that I've seen that have worked some shops that I could never afford.
Oh,
They don't charge by the design; they charge by the hour.
that's big. Like that one.
Because I talked to an artist and he was getting $900 an hour.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a tattoo of a fake nipple ring.
Why?
Because I'm too chicken to get a real one.
the 3D.
What if you snagged him? Oh my God.
The 3D tattoos are the ones that I like, though.
Don't have
Yes.
to get. You can get the bars. You don't have to get the hoops.
Yep.
I'm waiting for them to come out with technology that you can get a tattoo and it just changes. It like moves. You can get a tattoo that moves.
Oh. Oh, I thought you meant like the color, like the
Yeah.
black light ones.
Yeah.
Oh no! Get one that actually moves. It's like a little video thing that moves.
I'm
Even
actually
even
offended by the
ink that
black light
changes.
Yeah.
one. Oh, that would be cool.
The only one I got that hurts one on my back because it's right on my spine.
Maybe they
hurt.
could make like a UV sensitive
Yeah.
paint or ink to use so that like it'd be one color indoors and you go outside and change color.
I think they have that already. A black light.
They got.
Yeah,
tattoo.
they got that already.
Yeah, but it's only under black light. It's not like the
Oh, that's true.
You know, there's like those UV color
It's
changing
not like
polishes.
glow in
I
the
don't know if
glow
it'll-
in the dark.
I don't know
Yeah.
how well my camera actually picks up, but
Dun.
I was
There's
thinking
one
that
on my
too.
spine.
You're trying to get $100, ain't you?
That one took 2.5 hours, and that hurt worse than anything. But I sat there though. The guy wanted to quit halfway through, and I was like, "He might as well finish it." But I was sitting backwards in the chair, and I literally ripped the back of the chair like in two. Man, that hurt. It's like, but as soon as he stopped, it quit hurting though. Because you feel every bone in your whole entire body vibrate. 'Cause it's right on the spine.
Oh, I got.
Well, you don't have any fat on your body, so.
No, no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you're
didn't
not like.
hit. I didn't hit 100 pounds till a year after I graduated high school. I'm only
I'm not
115
fat. I'm just big bone.
No, you're fluffy.
Fluffy.
Fluffy. Hey, senor.
You know, I've learned to never judge an athlete by their shape. Never. The best runner I knew was like, okay, we called him Hamburger because
Okay.
he's just like kind of shaped like a hamburger. And I don't know, we used to tease him because like pull-ups were never going to happen for this guy. Everyone would line up, you know, you do like the 5 chin-ups and then come down and next person, and they would just put him at the end because he would just hang there. But when it came to like a long distance, slow, like ruck march, you know, you could pile all the equipment on him. You could give him everything. He'd never quit. He never stopped. And he always carried everything you gave him.
My grandpa always makes me laugh. About a year or so ago, he was in the hospital for, I don't even remember what for now, but he was in there, the nurse come in and she's talking to him, so I'm sitting right there. Well, the first nurse told him that he was out of shape, and he said, no, last I looked, round is a shape. Yeah. And then a while later, another nurse come in and she says, called him by name, and she says, she said, I think you are a little bit overweight. Maybe we could work on it. He said, I'm not overweight. I have a height deficiency. He's short. I just got lost. I started laughing.
Oh, it's cute.
And he got tired of them all the time. They would always ask, you know, name and birth date. They always ask that every time. Because they got to check to make sure. So he wrote it down on a piece of paper and he just showed it to him. He said, I'm tired of telling them. They said, we can't have that. You have to tell us.
So, forgot to ask, how's your dad doing?
Dad's doing all right.
Good.
Sore,
Good.
but, you know, that's to be expected. But he's doing all right, though.
Excellent.
Yeah, they didn't have no trouble. I mean, within 5 minutes of the surgery, they had him fully awake, and he was just fine. The only thing he didn't like was being stuck in that hospital room all night when it was like 90 degrees all night.
Oh, God, I hate hospitals. I hate staying.
He was on the third floor.
Me too.
Third floor, the sun beating in the room all day. Even with the air conditioner on, it wouldn't matter because the woman on the other side of the wall, she was freezing to death and had her heat cranked full blast. Dad's just like sweating to death. But
Oh, I can't take. I hate hospitals. I hate going in there. It's just the feeling, the
yeah, oh
creepiness.
yeah. But
I
I've
can
got
go.
one bout of good news out of the whole thing, which I wish they'd have listened to me from the start. But nevertheless, since mom and dad don't have any insurance because they can't afford it, $1,200 a month. But
Oh, shit.
yeah, and that's with a 10 grand deductible, so they can't afford it. So the woman that was the whatever you call it, the registration desk, told them the same thing I did. Fill out the financial aid and see what happens. And Dad said, I'm not going to get any help because of retirement and all this. Well, they ended up knocking off 60% of the bill. And since he hasn't got a bill yet, then it's any services between that date and the date he has his final follow-up, which is in a month with the surgeon. So for 30 days, everything's reduced even if he hasn't done it yet. So
Excellent.
that was good. They only got to pay 40%, so that's a heck of a lot better than all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to get my nose fixed, this here is a $28,000 or $23,000 nose. I used to box for many years.
Oh,
Okay.
you didn't.
This nose used to be like that. I couldn't breathe out of. Oh yeah, I got scars all over my head. This whole side of my face, you can see there's scarring
Wait.
all over here.
Which side was it again?
What's that? My nose?
Yeah, which way was it leaning?
Over here.
Okay.
To the left.
Yeah.
That was 23 grand. Go back and ask for a refund. No,
F
I'm
you.
kidding.
Hey, look, man. I tell you what. No, luckily the insurance kicked in. I had to pay 5,000. No, yeah, 5,000 out of my pocket.
I'm so glad you brought this up. Because I don't know if it shows. Well, mine's not too crooked as it is just bent this way. Did they reconstruct the septum, the cartilage, or did they just like? Is it?
They did. Okay, first of all, I couldn't breathe out of my nose for like 2 years.
Yeah, like when
So-
you plug one nostril, one doesn't go, right?
No, neither one of them went.
Oh man.
So, and it was all full of polyps as well.
Yeah.
He said it was the worst case he's ever seen. So they had to go in there, clean out all the polyps out of there. Once they did that, they went up in there, and there's no scarring. You can't see any scarring, but supposedly it was like flapped up.
No way.
Yeah, they
they-
peel your nose back for that
Yeah, they-
surgery.
Yeah.
Wow.
They rebuilt. They had to rebuild, and there's this weird plastic. It's not long. They don't longer use metal. It's a plastic thing that's up in here. And he said it's stronger than your bone, but if you get hit, if you pop it right, it'll go back. But it feels solid to me.
Okay.
But yeah, it was bent more that way. My eyes, like I said, I got scars because I boxed when I was in the service, and then after while I was in the service, I used to at the time street fighting as well because you can make $300-400 a night during a street fight, and the street fight was bare knuckles. So, and there are a lot more than that. I had a rib. I remember happened to go to the Army hospital. Like what happened? Oh, a car hit me, and I got bruises. You could tell I got beat up. I'm just like, yeah, a car hit me. And they're just like, what happened? My chaplain came and says, what's going on? He says, I do street fighting. So they made me stop that shit.
I don't know. I just had a funny image though. When you said, no metal in your nose, I just thought, man, if somebody get metal in there, you ever see them people walking around with them inhalers, always sniffing stuff, sinuses? Well, if you get metal in your nose,
puffers.
yeah, you get metal in your nose, and the guy be snorting like WD-40 to keep it from rusting. That way it don't squeak.
Every time you sneeze, it sounds like a hinge.
Yeah, exactly.
Achoo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does somebody come through the front door? No, honey, I sneezed.
Yeah.
Go into a haunted house. What's that, my nose?
After they were done with the reconstruction and all,
Oh, do they
How-
put the big plastic things up in there? They had to take them out. When they took them out, they were like this long.
yeah. Oh, did they leave them in for a while for it to like form?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
probably it didn't heal closed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, that was the greatest thing when they took that out and took my first breath through my nose, and like
I had
three.
my nose cauterized once. Boy, that hurt.
Oh yeah, well they
I had that done
That
too.
hurts.
yeah they done that one to this side over here. They cauterized.
I worked at a plastic plant here in town. Well, it's now owned by Honda, but at the time we made everything. And I was making, I don't know, whatever it was, and the parts kept coming out bad, so I would just throw them in the grinder that was right beside the press I was operating. And it got full, so I called for one of the foremen or whatever to come over and empty the machine. I said, but be careful when you open it. I said, that stuff's under pressure, it might come back. Well, I know what I'm doing, and he opened it. All that plastic hit me in the face, and a piece got lodged in my sinuses. Like way up there. They ended up firing me over it because I couldn't bring in the piece of plastic to prove why I went to the hospital. The doctor threw it out. So I even had a doctor's note, but it didn't make any difference.
They didn't believe you?
No, I had a doctor's note and everything, but it didn't
They
matter.
didn't. They didn't want to pay. You could have went to a lawyer on
I
that.
could have.
I bet he could have too.
So the doctor
Yeah.
comes in, and he's in this, like, what looks like a brand new, white uniform. Cauterizes my nose, and I sneeze, and I blow blood all over him and stuff. I was like, oh. I was like, sorry, doc. He said, I told you not to sneeze. I said, well, you jam that thing up your nose and see if you don't sneeze.
Oh yeah, dude. But now I can do it. I got a little camera thing, a little device that I can stick up in there and sit there and look myself.
The little tiny camera, like the little.
Yeah,
phone.
yeah. It's a little. Yeah, it's a little.
Yeah,
phone.
it's the same thing they use at the ENT clinic. So.
Yeah. Well, I remember. Well, when I came back from Panama, here's a funny story for you. I came back from Panama, and then I had to go to training at Benning. So we went to Panama. Did the second time I went, we did jungle training. That's where I got attacked by monkeys and all that other crazy
I
stuff.
love that story. Like to this day,
Yeah.
if I'm like bored and I just want to giggle,
Yeah.
I imagine that story all
Yeah.
over again.
Well, when I came back from Panama, I ended up I stayed about 2 days at the barracks, and then I had to turn around and go to Fort Benning for some training up there. And while I was at Fort Benning, I had to go to a holdover area until the class starts. Well, during that time, I come to find out that I had what they call a Montezuma revenge from Panama. Basically, every 10 minutes, I had to run to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's
And-
not what that's called. It's something like Montezuma.
Montezuma, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Ouch.
but I didn't know what was going on. I went and told, the NCO that was in charge up there. I said, hey, look, man, something's not right here. So I went to the medics, and the medics gave me, Pitmobile, all that stuff. Not working. And they're like, really? I'm like, yeah, I got to go right now. He says, well, bring me back, a sample. Okay. And he says, and I'm like going, well, yeah, let me know when you got to go again. I said, I got to go right now. I said, I'm not sick or anything. So he ends up sending me to the hospital, and they couldn't figure out, what was going on. There was a big 5-gallon thing of Gatorade I drank. That was all I was allowed to drink. And they couldn't. 2 days, 3 days went by, 4 days. I'm just in the hospital. Like, I can eat anything I want. I'm not sick. It's just I can't stop
Yeah.
this. And I'm losing weight. I mean, weight's just dropping off. Nothing is staying in me.
Oh no.
And I'm like, what's going on? So they end up sending me, hey, honey, I'm sorry, I'll move my gun. There you go. And so about the 4th or 5th day I was there, this doctor comes walking in, or I'm sorry, this aide comes walking in, and that's basically that was the noise I made. After this, but anyway, he comes walking in and he has this, he wheels in a cart with a big briefcase on it. He opens up the briefcase. I'm like, what the heck is that? He goes, oh, this is a camera.
Oh no.
He's like,
Oh, no.
what are you going to do with that? He says,
Oh,
I'm not going to
God.
do anything with it, but when the doctor comes in, you're going to have to stand up.
Oh no. Oh
And I'm
no.
going, is that going? He's like, yes, it is.
Oh no.
Well, it just so happens that same day, all the, what do you call them, the wannabe doctors?
The interns.
Oh, yeah, there was
Yeah.
probably 20 plus interns. So the doctor comes in, with 20 plus interns, and he's talking about my chart and stuff like that.
And then they get to
And
watch.
he has me stand up, and he starts putting this instrument and
Yeah.
gloves on,
Yep.
and everybody else is putting gloves on.
Like, how many of y'all gonna get in there?
He shoves this thing up my wazoo, and I'm like going, whoa, 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 whoa. He's like, he stops. He's like, is that uncomfortable? I'm like, well, yes.
Yes.
But I said, if you're going to let all these other people take a look, and I grabbed a cup and put down a cup. And I said, I'm going to charge them a quarter. I said, you're the doctor. You're free. The rest of these guys are going to have to pay a quarter. And sure enough, he said, fair enough. Pay the man.
I had that procedure done a few months back.
I think, yeah, we were how many weeks away from each other in the
Yeah.
same?
Yeah, it wasn't very long, couple weeks at most, something like that.
Only, luckily for you,
Yeah, I
they
don't
gave you
remember
some
none
good
of it.
drugs.
I had the doctor laughing though beforehand.
Well, dude, you can't do nothing but have a sense of humor.
Well,
I
I
think
told
made
him, I said, is there any way I can do this any other way? He said, no, you cannot use your webcam at home and just send me the email. I was like, okay.
Well, at first, I thought he sent the sketch artist up there, man. That thing hurt.
Well, I told him,
Well, I know, of course.
I did tell him, I said, I better not enjoy this. He said, why? I said, well, then we'd get arrested for prostitution because I'm paying you. I said, if anybody else pays for something like this and enjoy it, they'd go to jail. He said, trust me, you won't even know anything happened.
Jade, did they not give you anything before?
No, and what happened is he had to put it way up in there. I mean,
Yeah.
and he had to go into another section. Turns out it was a bacteria. And they gave me, I forget what it was, man. I was young at the time. They gave me 2 pills within 16 hours. It had to be 16 hours apart. And it killed it, whatever these pills were. You couldn't give more than 3, I think.
Yeah, they gave me, while I was there, they gave me the shot, rolled over, and I don't remember nothing. I was home before I knew anything.
That's
Yeah.
so nice.
Yeah, so 2 days later, I was good, and or they said I was good. They checked again a different way though, because they knew what they were looking for, and it was good. But they actually had this doctor was actually from another hospital because they could not figure out with any of the tests anything I had. And on a hunch, this doctor says, I think I know what it is, but we got to look first. And so, within a week later, I was going through the class. 20 pounds lighter, but I was going through the class.
One of life's experiences.
Yep.
I just didn't think I would have to experience it at 33 years old, but...
Well,
yeah,
I wish I knew YouTube was coming out because I could have I could have saved the video.
Well, I remember it's been 4 or 5 years ago. The guy, I can't remember his name now, but he's on Good Morning America, and he had his done live on the air.
Yeah, hold on.
They
You want to be on camera?
They showed the whole thing live, and I was like, well...
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on. This is my wife. She takes off her glasses real quick. Hold on.
Hello.
Hello.
Let me get you. There you go. This is my
She's,
wife.
she's cuter than you are.
Oh, a lot cuter than I am. There you go. There's not enough wire. Well, I can't make you look any bigger. But anyway, there you go. There's 23,000 people that just saw your picture, honey. Now, this is what she looks like naked. Hey, honey, take off your shirt.
No, actually, we owe her a big thank you for putting up with us sometimes till the very wee hours of the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she just knows
Lorraine just said that you should be very grateful that you have somebody and that you should be very honored and that you should worship me every day. Yeah, the one with the green hair. See, she's praising me right now. Look at her hands together. See, she's praising me big time. Look,
You're such an ass.
she's calling me. She says she's so jealous right now. Look at her.
Lorraine, she puts up with us because she knows eventually this Skywatch will end. She has to deal with Jade all the time now. So
My wife knows just the opposite of whatever I just said.
we're a temporary annoyance. She doesn't have that luxury with him. He's just constant.
Hold on. I'm sorry. My wife wants me to say something. What?
All right.
Okay, my wife said yes. She's had her brain examined, and no, it's not normal.
Well, being with you, that was kind of obvious.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He is kind of living proof.
Yeah.
Anyway, oh my God, dude. So tell us some stories about you guys.
Well, one thing I will say, I'll have these. I won't have them in hand, but I should have a picture at least to push around of the cards I'll have for being a paranormal investigator. Friend of mine's getting
cards?
stuff made up. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. The
Yeah.
business cards.
Yeah,
Okay.
because the local group that I've been involved with for a while, they made me head of all the paranormal stuff since I'm the one that brought it up in the first place.
Right.
I'll
Right.
be
Got
back.
everybody to open up.
Quick, let's talk about Lorraine. She's leaving.
Let's listen and see if she's going potty.
You ain't right.
So I should have.
Why
those,
do I
next
want
week.
to listen to a girl go
No.
You ain't.
There was actually, I never would have thought this, but it might work, but they're talking about it on TV. If you want to find out if people in like a chat room or wherever you're at are talking about you, to say, as long as you can't be on camera, of course, but to say that you're going to leave and be back in a few minutes, but just stay there and see if the conversation is still about you.
I could care less about that.
I don't care either.
You guys want to talk about me?
I remember when I got my first laptop, and I didn't know it had a built-in microphone. Had no idea.
Right.
I'm in Yahoo chat, talking to a bunch of guys and stuff, goofing off, whatever. Just text, and then all of a sudden I figure I'm going to play some music. So I'm listening to some music I had downloaded. I'm singing to myself and all this. Well, I click on to another song, and then I hear people in the room, "Shut up, you sound like you're strangling a cat." The microphone had come on, and I didn't know it. I didn't know it had one. That was kind of embarrassing.
Hey, while she's gone, let's all turn our cameras upside down and tell her Lorraine, you're upside down, not us.
Well, the sky's cleared up, at least.
Oh! I hear somebody. I hear Mel's voice. Boy, that green, and boy, that is like an avocado.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we need to go paint our house.
Uh,
Oh my God, what color is that, honey? It's what? Olive drab. Okay.
Yes, she's right.
And
Olive drab.
Like my grandparents used to have a
They agree.
refrigerator that color that they bought back in like the 70s.
Oh my God, I had a toilet that color at one time.
My kitchen floor is kind of that color. You know, that really old linoleum that's in every house you ever rented? Yeah.
Hold on. Quiet, guys. She's back.
You're not gonna make me paranoid
Oh
yet.
my God, look at those nails.
Yes? I've always had.
Well, yeah, we all have nails, but I mean, those are nails. My wife has nails. Here, honey, let me see your nails.
Oh.
Pretty.
Oh,
Yeah,
I like that color.
Yeah.
I did that. Well, you can see them better in the light, but I did that myself.
No, you did not.
Yeah, I do her nails.
No way.
Yeah, I do, for real. Yeah, see, she just said, yes, I do.
Sweet.
No, I don't.
No.
You
I
liar.
figured that.
See if I can hold this up to the camera.
Oh,
There,
that's
can you
there it
see
is.
it, Lucky?
Yeah.
What is it?
That's that
It's,
necklace that I bought
Am-
her. I bought it for her a while back. I don't know, a month or so ago, whatever.
What is it?
It's
what do they call that crystal?
yeah, Swarovski
That's
crystal.
Roski crystal. Okay.
It's pretty.
Hold on, it's what?
Swarovski. Or
Swarovski crystal.
whatever. A blue.
Swarovski.
It's
Man,
got letters
it's-
in it, honey. It's complicated.
It's a blue crystal.
It's a rock.
Yeah, I knew she liked crystal type stuff and blue and
I
all
do.
that. And just so happened that one day I got an email from eBay and that was the item that was in it. So I bought it.
Good night, honey. What?
I still like the box though that I got you.
Oh, you're gonna go read
Yeah.
your sexy books? Okay.
All good?
She, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. She reads these books of like men who turn into dragons that have like massive sex with women and just those kind of weird fantasies.
Incubus.
Yeah, yeah, sex books.
Yes.
She's got
Yeah.
she got to get a thrill from somewhere.
Tana.
Okay?
Did you just drink an emoji?
Yes.
That's disgusting. Oh, it's on a
okay.
Pepsi can.
Yeah.
All I saw was an emoji go in her mouth. I'm like, what the hell?
Yes, I'm drinking emojis now.
Oh, damn.
So, you know, I still have planned on the 9th there to take my
Oh.
spirit board out.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
No, I am.
Just like, okay, that's just
Yes.
like I
I'll tell you
said.
why. I
Okay.
can tell you why I've made up my mind. Okay, so I'm sure you've seen like mats like this
Mm-hmm.
that you use with pendulums, right?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I wasn't ready to use the board, but I did use the pendulum with the board,
Okay.
and it did work.
Okay.
Not very helpful, but it works. So it's a good sign,
Okay.
because up to now it hasn't.
Okay. Like I said, just if you get a bad feeling, stop.
It's not a good feeling. It's not a bad feeling. It's just
That's what it. It shouldn't be either one.
Neutral.
it's not
Okay. So,
like
like I said,
I looked
I-
at one of those mats though.
I
Vanessa's got 'em.
don't. I don't touch them because the reason is because it's like, okay, when you're dealing with stuff like that, it has to be a part of you that comes out.
yeah.
And I have a lot of bad stuff in my past, or I shouldn't say bad. I'm comfortable with it, but it's
I know
my
you.
past.
I know.
It's my past that can come out that can cause problems. So I don't touch them because something might. I just don't mess with them.
But like you both said, I'm a pretty easy read, and I don't think that. Well, first of all, you know why I'm trying to use that board, because I want some answers, and I don't think that it's necessarily good or bad. I think it's
Right.
just
Well, it's been a little over a month ago when I was up to Vanessa's shop here in town. She's got a bunch of them mats just like you showed there. She's got some that are real expensive, made out of granite, real fancy and stuff. But
Mhm.
had one just like the one you had there. It had I think it was a clear pendulum.
Yeah.
But I almost bought it. It was like $10 or whatever. It wasn't much anyway.
Yeah.
But I kept looking at it and I wasn't real sure. And I picked it up, the one she had on display, and something it was almost audible, but not quite. Told me no, don't buy it. So I put it down. And the only thing I could think of is sensitive as I pick up on things. Maybe it's not such a good idea.
No,
No.
don't touch it.
well. The
It's
reason
just
I
like-
use this one is because it has an actual little chamber in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
so I can load it
Yeah.
before I use it.
But I just got that feeling of no, and that was kind of the reasoning in a way, but it wasn't a real clear reason. But I pick up on enough things as it is. There's no sense in inviting more to the party type of thing.
Well, let me put it this way. I'm not going to bring them out, but if I get in trouble on my wall, there's a pouch,
Oh,
and in that pouch I have what I need
Yeah.
to if I have to go get stupid on something.
Yeah.
But see, you also the thing is when you're dealing with stuff, you can't have bad feelings. You watch these
No, but
ghost
that's
haunted
that's
shows.
why I'm gonna do this because for once, like I know I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's like you watch these ghost shows. The guy that go the ghost hunters, the guy that's or ghost adventures. I challenge you. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
No.
Dude, the minute you become ungodlike
Yeah.
is the minute you're open.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, it was just weird though, the way that feeling was so strong and so like right then and there. I didn't have any feeling whatsoever until I actually picked up the mat. I didn't mess with the pendulum part, but just the mat itself, and I just got a no.
Well,
So,
I just wanted to let you know that this
yeah.
spelled out SAY, and then it went to hello.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I'll tell you something that'll make that. Is that metal on top?
This right here
Yeah.
is silver,
Okay.
and there's a copper ring right here.
Okay. Anytime you're doing that, never use anything metal in between the connections.
No?
Well, silver is okay. I'm talking about iron.
Oh no, this is silver.
Okay. Never use iron because that's just not gonna work. If there's any iron, if you want to shut down a board, put a piece of iron on it.
I've heard
you
that.
do know that this town is here because of the iron ore mill?
I understand that.
I was just
But that-
like, you go to the beach and you see the iron settlement all over the.
Right,
The-
but when they're coming through from the other side,
Okay.
iron is it depends on what it is. Again, it depends on what it is. Usually, if it's spirit world, iron's not really going to do anything. But if you're dealing with something outside of that, if you're going into the ether, or
Well, I'm
never,
guessing that's why we use iron nails for banishing, right?
right? If you're going like that would be, I guess, a layman's term would be a fairy.
Yeah.
Dealing with the fairy world.
Or an
That's-
element.
Or an element, yeah. That's where the iron is pretty damaging.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I read it. I saw it in a cartoon.
I don't know. I've never tried.
The one thing I saw on Facebook actually, that Vanessa's starting to sell now. It's a new product, I guess. Well, she's got all kind of the different oils, essential oils, all kinds. Because a lot of people like different ones, for different reasons. But
Lavender.
Lavender, she's probably got 50 different kinds up there. But now she's got this new line of they're charms that you can wear like on a chain. Some come with a chain, some don't. But they're actually made to put the oil in to infuse it.
Oh,
so
like
you
a
can-
diffuser.
and it's ones you can wear, wherever. And according to the write-up she gave, one drop of any of her oils will last about 48 hours before you'd have to mess with it again. So it would stay there for, a decent bit. That's not bad. They got a lot of different designs that she showed, but I'm going to have to stop up there because that'd be kind of neat to check out. If there was some, a scent that I liked. Some of that stuff does smell pretty good, though.
Okay, who's looking at me?
I'm drinking my emoji.
No.
We're all looking at you.
Tomorrow, which
Yeah, I believe it.
tomorrow, and I actually mean Monday, not Sunday. But that's when the crystal clear Pepsi comes back in the States, and if I can find a bottle, I'm gonna buy it.
Never
I-
hit here. I checked.
I don't drink. I don't drink.
I don't
Pepsi.
want it. I'm
Just-
gonna sell it on eBay. If I
Really?
can get it,
So,
if I can get it the very day it comes out, I guarantee I can sell it. Any longer than that, it'll be everywhere. People don't
dude,
like to wait.
I'm gonna start selling like half-used toilet paper or something on eBay, man. It's-
Anything that's a very limited run or something that's going to be out of production, you can make money on.
yeah, exactly. I
Just
mean,
like
this
the
is-
$80 I made on the Twinkies. I mean, that's a perfect example.
Oh, jeez, man.
And when it comes to food type items, there is no risk.
I'm gonna sell it.
What's the worst? You eat it. No
I'm-
big deal.
I'm gonna take Vaseline, put it into a lipstick vial, and call it invisible lipstick, and see if that
Well,
sells.
there's people in there that sell dehydrated water.
That stuff is pretty good.
I've actually seen the packages, and on the outside it says, "Open here, just add water to rehydrate."
I don't know. I think my favorite was the can of air.
can of air.
Yeah. And the woman, not last winter, but the winter before, they had a massive blizzard out in, I think it was Montana, and she was selling the snow.
Yeah, there's a guy that was doing
$20 a
that.
jar. Mason jars, she sold over 500 of them, and it even said, may not arrive in snow form. Well, no kidding, it's going to melt, and you'll get a jar of water. But it was a massive, like a record blizzard, and she figured, I'm shoveling this stuff all day, might as well make some money at it. And she did.
Oh my God.
A guy in New York, well, I've posted that in here before. He'll sell snow, build your own snowman kits and stuff. And it literally comes in a 100-pound brick of snow, but guaranteed to still be snow form. And sells out every year. But he also sells the leaves off the trees, maple leaves and stuff.
Maple leaves,
When
yeah.
they change color. 3 leaves for $20.
Yeah, I got an oak that the
Yeah.
leaves turn this weird orange.
Yeah.
And then when the leaves sprout, it goes through. Well, before they turn green, they're purple. Then it's green. Then it goes into in October. It'll be a really weird orange. It's a beautiful tree. Beautiful tree.
I'll take some more pictures this year of our pumpkin show of all them big pumpkins.
Yes.
Them things are humongous. Last year's was actually one of the smaller years for quite a while. That was 1,666 pounds.
Yeah, but when you're dealing with if you're ever dealing with the fairy world, you gotta be very careful when you're dealing with them.
How would you say that differs from
The spiritual world.
elements?
Well, okay. Well, you have basically we have 4 seasons.
Yep.
In the fairy world, it's 2.
Right?
You have winter and you have summer.
Summerland, yes.
Okay. You have basically winter's court and summer's court.
Yeah.
How that works, I don't know. People have written books on it or whatnot. I knew at one time I was dealing with something, and it wasn't dead, and there was a physical form that took place. I'm not going to get into the whole story.
Okay.
It's strange enough as is, but they tend to be, and it's also when I went and looked it up and tried to find older knowledge on it. Apparently, it goes way back, but mainly with the Druids on this, and the Celtics.
Really?
Oh yeah, it goes way back. It's very, what they believe is everything had a form to it. Nature had guardians.
I believe that.
Yeah, and it's just to the point where it's strange when they make contact. It's a very strange sensation, but you'll know
That's-
that right off the bat.
Okay. Okay. I get it.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to talk around stuff right now.
Yeah,
Talk
no, it just totally made it crystal clear. Yeah, I got it.
But they're very old.
Yeah.
Very old. Anyway,
Well, I think it's always kind of been there. It'll be just kind of nice to finally be able to say hello.
well, it's basically it's thee who walks behind.
Yeah. But I mean, I know in comparison, of course, 40 years on this earth isn't that long for it, but it's just, been so long for me, and I went numerous places throughout my life asking people. At one point, it bugged me so much. I actually ended up going to the church because my mom used to take me to every mass. So I actually asked. First, I asked a deacon about it, and he didn't shush me up. he was like, I think you really need to ask that of the father. So I was like, okay. I asked the priest. Then it all kind of fell apart and
Right.
went really bad from there. And, for years there was no literature that I could go out and look up or purchase a book in my town. That kind of stuff was just, it wasn't available. So the closest I ever came to the truth was I had a friend take me back to her reserve, and I got to meet her kukum. And her kukum's friend came over, and she was considered to be a very visionary person for them there. And she told me a little bit, not much, but a little bit. And she made me feel better because she wasn't telling me that I had some sort of evil about me and I needed to be repentant and I needed to be she wasn't taking that approach with me.
Or that you're a mental health case like I've dealt with.
Yeah. So, she made me feel much better about it. But, throughout the years, sometimes people take a stab at it and occasionally someone knows, but they don't want to tell me.
It's okay. What it boils down to, when you're dealing with the elements or whatever you want to call them, the she, fairies, whatever, they don't know good and evil.
No, I don't think so.
They don't understand it. They don't get it.
No.
Their thing is, and some of them are hooked on emotions, greed. They feed off of other stuff. And sometimes but directly feed off. They don't directly eat something. They don't do that. They need emotions a lot of times. And some of them don't need that at all. Some of it's a power thing. I know you never accept anything that they offer because it does come with a price. What that is, who knows?
Seriously?
Oh, everything you do comes with a price.
Strings attached.
Oh, I mean, that chances are that was just like a wild childhood midnight daydream sort of thing. I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, well, if you're a child, there is certain things they can't hold the innocent.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Because that, I mean,
but they can mislead. It's strange. It's and some of this I'm having to go off of old texts that I've read. Some texts say they can't lie. They can dance around stuff. Some say they can. Some say they have master tongues because they've been around for a long time. There's all kinds of stuff, but one thing that's always is certain is everything has a price. A favor by a favor. For instance,
that makes sense.
If you want to be the greatest horn player there is, you might be, but you might, if say, oh well, I'd give my right arm for that. Yeah. Well, be very careful,
right?
Because they might say, okay.
That makes a lot of sense because look at how many people that you hear about that end up being great at whatever, but look at what it cost them along the way: family, friends, the whole deal.
Oh, I'm trying to think of who it was who was talking. Oh God, was it John Lennon who was talking about aliens coming to talk to them one time? It was somebody.
Reagan?
No. Reagan. No, well, Reagan only knew about aliens only because of Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney told them what to do.
Actually, the Reagans were on their way to the Bohemian Grove, I think. some party in that town or something like that, but they were in California, and they were late to the party, and they said that they had seen a UFO land or something, and they were all freaked out. Something about they had a sighting. Remember
yeah,
that?
yeah.
Okay.
I remember.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that. But there was a musician that actually said that they had somebody come in one time. They were at a hotel, and this is before they got big. I'm trying to think of who it is. And
Okay,
he
a
said,
musician that.
a band. And he said it came in to their hotel room and just sat and talked to him for a while. And
One alien?
I don't know if I'm not saying it's an alien. I'm saying this being came in and just started talking to him and all this stuff, and then got up and left, and then all of a sudden they became big. And I'm trying to think of what that story. There's a big
Blink
story.
182 co-founder Tom DeLonge goes deep on UFOs.
Yeah, he just recently done that.
Yeah, this is a while back though. This is somebody that's
Okay, here's a list of 5. Let's see if
Okay.
it's on this list.
I'll be right back while you're looking for that. I want to get another glass of wine.
Oh, this one's not going to be that helpful. Let's see what else I can
But
find.
going back to, looking for answers of anything, one thing I've kind of learned is, it's been aggravating for me, trying to find answers on everything. Sometimes you just got to forget it, and the answers will show themselves when not only you're ready, but, the other side's got to be ready at the same time. Your path's got to, everything's got to match up, I guess.
Well, in astrology, they have a thing called horary astrology, where you ask questions and you throw a chart. But the first thing that you do is you judge if the chart is ready to be judged, if you are going to get an answer to that question.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's kind of along that thinking.
Both sides, you could be completely ready, but maybe it's not, or vice versa.
Or maybe it's not the time for you to know.
Right, but when
Right.
both things match, then I think. But I've got more answers after I quit looking for one.
What's that saying? The teacher will arrive when the student is ready.
Yeah,
Yes,
I like that.
I believe that too.
because there's been a lot of times over the years it's driven me crazy trying to figure out answers, and eventually I just say forget it, and just drop the whole thing, and then after a while it'll just hit me like just out of the blue, it seems like. Then it all makes sense. It's like, why couldn't I have figured that out a long time ago if it's actually this simple? But it didn't seem simple before, though.
Everything happens in its time.
Yeah,
You just have to be paying attention.
that's it.
Sometimes it's hard to read them.
Well, that's why I've got the little quote on Skype here, knowing the answer without knowing the question. And that's been true so many times.
Yeah.
You'll get the best answer in the world, but you don't know what it pertains to.
Yeah, you gotta know what the question is.
So sometimes
Makes
for me,
sense.
things have worked kind of in reverse order at times.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that make more sense to me now than they did. It's hard to explain.
Yeah.
Well, you know how every day you think about things, you go through this list of things that you think about, and you might have thought about them every day since they happened. Well, since I'm older, I still go through that. I think of things, but once in a while I get an answer. I figure something out that I've been thinking about for decades,
Yeah.
Well, the hard part is, I guess, getting affirmation that you're on the right track and you're...
Exactly. That's why I was so grateful when all this stuff was going on earlier in the year with me and Lorraine, was I had the instant feedback on it. There was no waiting around. It was instant. And then that way, later on down the road, if something like that happens again, I'll definitely pay attention to it and won't just dismiss it, because now I know. But everything, well, 99% of it was instant answers there was only two things that weren't instant, and that was with her husband's, radio from his job going bad,
Right.
and
Yeah.
that and the ring. 'Cause that was 36 days later you got it. So
Same with the printer.
I think for
yeah, the
me,
printer.
it's like,
The printer's been the only thing though, still to this day, that ever had any audio go with it. I don't know why, but I literally heard that printer, and there's no printer nowhere around me. But that caught me off guard. I like jumped, like where's this coming from? I knew what the sound was, but it's not even the same type of sound that your printer would even make, though, is what was kind of weird. It sounded like one of the older styles, the ones you'd have in like school, where if you walked in the printer room it would be so loud,
That's what it sounded like when it malfunctioned.
tear off them little perforated strip type printers,
Mm-hmm.
That's what it sounded like, and that's why I said you'd be able to finish what you was currently working on, but later on it was gonna just go real slow and die.
Yeah, and it did.
And that was, I don't know, that was pretty weird. I don't know why that's been the only thing, but that's been it as far as audio wise. Everything else has all been visual. Comes in just the colors, just like I've said, lighting them cheap little smoke bombs you would buy like around the holidays and stuff. You light them and you might get 15-20 seconds worth of smoke, blue, green, red, whatever. And that's kind of the same way it comes in, but the more vivid the color is, the easier it is for me to see the object. I don't know why, but like your pink rubber duck and all that
Yeah.
crazy stuff. And that was weird too, because I kept saying the whole time that was going on, like, none of this even matters, what is the big deal? And then I got that kind of smack upside the head, the objects don't make any difference, but they're 1,300 miles away from you. That's what makes the difference. Then I'm like, okay, I'll quit, saying none of it matters. But it was definitely interesting, to say the least. But that first night, I got such a bad headache, though, I had to go to sleep. It was like burnout. Just couldn't deal with it any longer.
I remember that too.
That was bad. I actually found out there's a term for that. They call it a psychic burnout. You just get such an overload, Just like your outlet in the house, you get such an overload, what'll it do? It'll trip the breaker, Shuts
well,
down.
it'll also affect your immune system.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Now, you need to be really careful with that.
But this was, let's see. Yeah, this was just a few months after, I guess, that I had surgery and everything, and got all that taken care of. And then,
You know what it is, I think? Is, first off, you should always ground first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too.
Well, I
And
agree
it can
with
have
that.
something to do with protection.
Yeah.
And really, those are the two things you should learn before you
Yeah.
even try anything like that.
Well, I agree, but I had not any control over it. It was all just random, like flipping on a light switch. It was
Right.
nothing. I had zero control. So it was all just random things. So, there was nothing really to, kind of prepare for or anything, because it just happened.
Too unpredictable.
Yeah, it was just out of the blue. I was watching TV, like I said, chatting with her off and on, text-wise, and then just all of a sudden, for no reason,
And then when it started, oh wow,
it was
just kept
it
going.
was quick. It was quick. Yeah, very fast.
What I think it is in your past lives, y'all two were lovers.
Oh boy.
Lorraine was the dominant male figure
Shut up, Jake.
in the relationship.
Go back to eating. Put something else in your mouth.
You were
That's
working
a pretty story.
as a French clown,
Oh, I hate clowns.
riding ponies back then.
I hate clowns. Gosh.
Yes, even though you were 4 feet, you were still a great attraction. When Lorraine walked into that circus tent and saw you riding that horse,
Oh boy.
it was love at first sight. You are just now meeting again.
Oh boy.
I saw
My
it,
Little Pony.
and I can prove it. I can prove it. I'm looking at it right now. It's in the potato chips. It's all there.
Well, put that chip on eBay. You can sell it. People have bought other weird Doritos that look like Mother Mary or some Crazy
You want
thing.
me to sell your past right here?
Uh,
It's all written right here on this potato chip.
If you split the money with me, sell it. I need to buy some paranormal equipment. I'm trying to raise some funds. If I can get the funds out of a potato chip, hey, that's all right.
what was that one guy that started out with a paper clip and ended up at the house? Selling
Yeah,
shit.
I saw a show like that where a guy had a broken cell phone, and by selling it and trading up and stuff, he got all the way to a brand new Ferrari.
Oh wow.
It was all paid for. And he started with a broken cell phone, just got a couple bucks out of it from some, I don't know, one of them machines like at the mall or something. You can throw your phone in and they'll buy it off of you. And then he used that money and bought something else and just all the way up. I don't have that kind of luck.
What is that called? 6-point connection?
Yeah. They.
Excuse me, I'm like stuffing my face here.
Well, for the past
So am I.
for the
I'm
past
doing-
hour for the past hour at least.
I'm the one smoking pot. You guys are the ones with the munchies. What the fuck?
We're having connection
That's
problems.
that's called metaphysical munchies.
There you go.
It
you
transcends time and distance and all that stuff. I don't know.
Yep, pretty soon you're going to have the burp roll out.
Finally got it. Uh-huh.
Right now I'm eating real Canadian Swiss cheese.
As opposed to what? Fake Canadian?
I finally got a decent grinder.
Oh. Yeah.
I was stuck with these plastic things for like the first 3 days. My grinder finally got here. Like, yes!
Coffee grinder?
Penny hurts. It's a good one.
You reminded me of something though, Lorraine, drinking that Pepsi with that emoji thing on it. I saw
Yeah.
a thing on Yahoo. It's been about a month ago. There's a guy, I don't know his name, but he's an author and he's wrote 3 books now, but there's no words. It's all emojis. And people are saying it's like the best thing they've ever looked at, you know, the best storyline. But nobody would
Wait.
explain nobody would explain what it was about though.
But nobody can tell you what the story is about.
They wouldn't
But it's
say.
the best story they ever read.
Yeah. I don't get it either, but they wouldn't even show like a screenshot of one of the
Were they-
pages, but
Were they selling them at smoke shops by any chance? It's like, yeah, this little poor yellow guy right here with the birthday hat.
yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, for the past hour, we have been the only ones at this Skywatch. There hasn't been another person pop in.
Yeah, well, the
I don't
sky
care.
got clear again, though.
Yeah, I don't care. if
Okay,
anybody
wait a
comes around or
minute.
not.
Wait a minute. Okay, somebody will come in 7 minutes.
Okay, let me see if I can help make that happen.
'Cause we've been streaming here for 3 hours so far. But I can see on my screen here how many people come in and leave.
We can see that too. Yeah. 5 watching. 7
Yeah.
thumbs up.
Yeah, it's not delayed on mine. It shows
Yeah,
well
as,
how long they stay here, the average length, the average,
as for giving the thumbs up don't count.
and how many messages per minute are said in chat, which have been 0 because we're not using chat.
Need another Pepsi.
Well, then go get one.
Dun, da, da.
Back to the olive drab wall.
Okay, does anybody have any strange questions they want to ask?
Yeah, what are we supposed to know? Just tell us what we're supposed to know.
Could an African swallow carry a coconut? I watched Monty Python the other night. That's a funny movie, though.
What are we supposed to know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's actually an interesting question. And that's basically how the universe works.
I missed that?
Oh, you just came back. I didn't know you went somewhere.
Yeah, he gave like the whole meaning of life thing, but you missed it, and he said he wasn't. He was bound by some clause that he can't repeat it. So
He can't repeat himself.
So you'll have to. Well, it don't matter. You can just back up to Skywatch and you'll hear it.
But just remember, that's how and sexual orgasm comes automatically when you do that. It's amazing.
And I missed that too.
Hey, by the way, somebody just came in.
Yep.
No, it's not 7 minutes.
I said within.
Yeah.
You said 7 minutes.
I said within 7 minutes.
Well, regardless, whoever's here, hi. Somebody probably. Well, there's actually one extra number on there that doesn't count because I'm watching it on 2 different screens, but not this last one.
Well, anyway, no, the meaning of or not the meaning of life. What is it we're supposed to know? We're supposed to know basically whatever it is we take with us. Whatever it is that's good and great.
Well,
Yeah,
can anybody here predict the future? Is anybody going to give me like $1 to buy some equipment?
I would predict within 2 months you will eventually you would build up to the money that's there within 2 months.
All right.
By this time next week, you'll have probably $50-something there.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I got you that list of musicians.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. What were we talking
Those
about
are
with them, though?
10 musicians who have, I don't know, had dealings with UFOs or aliens or whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so you got Tom DeLonge,
Yeah.
Okay.
Sammy Hagar, Billy Ray Cyrus,
Okay.
Elvis Presley.
Oh, dude, you know he's an alien. He didn't have contact.
He's on board the ship now, flying around. They always say he's on the mothership.
Number 6 is Mick Jagger.
Mick Jagger.
And
It might have been Mick Jagger.
let me see here.
What is his story?
Encounter took place at Glastonbury during the 60s.
Okay.
Rare luminous cigar-shaped mothership. A year later, the spacecraft returned. It doesn't. It just says extraterrestrial life communicates with him, but
That makes sense. His lips are so big. He got implant from the alien. That's where they put him.
there's Nick Jonas.
Yeah.
That was apparently he said something in 2015 about that one. John Lennon.
Yeah, I know about John Lennon. It might have been John Lennon.
How about David Bowie?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Because
God.
he was like,
Yeah, my wife loves David Bowie.
yeah. Well, I don't blame
Anytime
her.
she see, well, what was the most gayest video there was? It was Dave Bowie and Mick Jagger. Yeah, I think that's like the most gayest video that's out there. It was Dave Bowie and Mick Jagger.
Come on, Eileen.
No, it
No,
was no. Type it in, because they sung a song together.
Yeah, there was dancing on the streets in the video.
Oh yeah, I think it was Dancing in the Streets.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they were like humping each other's leg and stuff. It's crazy. I remember seeing it. No, seriously, they were. They were like kissing each
I
other.
know, but when I think of Bowie, I think of like Labyrinth.
Oh, well, my wife thinks of oh no, I'm sorry, Sting from Doom.
Okay.
She is oh my God.
Did
I'm
you
like,
remember-
how can you? I just like look at it like you find that attractive. Well, you're like, oh yeah. I'm like, okay, and you married me? What the hell?
Did any of you guys ever see the movie The Man That Fell to Earth?
Yes.
Yes.
That
Yes.
was a trippy movie.
Yeah, he died.
Well, he I don't know. He played.
Oh my goodness, it says here, if that's not curious enough, there's a conspiracy theorist out there who actually believes Bowie himself is an alien.
Oh God!
A
Finally,
hybrid.
you read that thread that I put out?
A hybrid.
Jeez whiz.
And we all, and Lorraine, we know all about them hybrid type.
Oh Lord.
Oh, what was the movie Bowie was in? The Labyrinth. What was it about the
Yes.
Labyrinth? You remind me of the Babe. What Babe? The Babe with the power. What power?
The
Yeah.
power, babe.
Yeah.
The Labyrinth. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one.
Why the hell do I know that?
Because it's a good movie.
That's the only thing I remember from that movie.
You
I
don't
was
remember the bog, the stench in the bog? You dip
Mm.
one toe in it, it would like stink for all of eternity.
The only reason I saw that movie is because I was dating a girl that wanted to see it, and I was hoping I'd get someplace. But
What about the like when she used the lipstick to make directional arrows, and then they would like get up and turn around and move.
I
It
was
was-
too busy making my moves. I don't remember the movie. I really don't.
Fantastic.
I remember I tried the old
Fantastic.
popcorn trick. I tried to put my arm around her with the old yarn thing, and
Something I've been wondering lately, though, kind of unrelated, but all the radio shows that are out there now, they're KGRA and other places. There for a little while, it's all hybrids on the radio. Now you don't hear them hardly anymore.
Ah, do you remember before the hybrids? They used to talk about star children.
Yeah,
There was star children, then hybrids, then. Ugh.
the
Yeah.
black eye
well,
kids. Are
yeah.
coming back.
Speaking of that,
Yeah.
the woman I listened to earlier today from Coast to Coast, she was talking about the black-eyed kids, and she said
Oh,
she don't believe none of it. For one reason,
What?
the guy that started it was not that long ago, probably within 20, 30 years, and he admitted that it was a hoax. He made it up. And then
Like
all these,
Slenderman.
and there's been zero evidence, never been a picture taken, never been nothing. And since it started off as a hoax that the guy just made up out of his head, he was broke, and he was trying to get on some radio shows to make some money. So he needed, So he made it up, and then shortly after making it up and doing a few shows, other people started saying, "I've seen this, I've seen that." So I don't know.
If you could afford those sclera contacts for somebody who really petite that maybe could like pull off looking like a child,
Yeah.
you gotta admit that would be a lot of fun.
Oh, just use a couple of kids. I got a school bus full of them.
I
that would love to
don't
go out
think
and
you can
scare.
get the sclera contacts for children though because of the what do you call
No,
it?
just put ink
Contacts
in their
on-
eyes.
no. I mean, you really would have to have solid, shiny black eyes to pull it off. But I mean, there's people that are of smaller stature that could easily
Yeah,
dress
colored
up as a
contacts.
kid.
Yeah, just the colored contacts. You can buy them here at Walmart.
Can you
We
imagine?
just need a midget.
Can you imagine a couple of small
I'm-
people going door to door, asking to come in, asking to use the phone? Like,
Yeah, but you're gonna get one of them shot. I'm telling
Not
you right now,
necessarily.
if I had 4 midgets show up at my front door,
No
with black
kidding.
eyes,
No kidding.
I am gonna be shoot. There's gonna be I know what I'm eating that night.
Roast midget.
I want to make like midgets in a blanket,
Leg of midget.
but it's gonna be the other white meat and the other dark meat.
Yeah.
You just no, you don't come up playing that game.
No, no.
don't remember, like, a lot of the supposed
Oh,
sightings,
yeah.
they happen in broad daylight. They happen during the day.
Well, I don't know. My
Yeah.
gun works in the daylight too, so.
Now I remember one time we were out camping and these campers they didn't know that we were camping in the same area.
Yeah?
So I went and took a wind charm, and at night while they were asleep, I went and put a wind charm
Oh.
up, and we sat there, watched with night vision, me and my buddy, and it was hilarious. The guy got out, he's freaking out, like hollering his. They packed up and left. We're just like, oh my god, we
You
should
scared them off in the middle of the night?
with a wind charm. That's all it was. We just put a wind
Oh,
charm.
man.
They thought they thought there was nobody else out there. And him and his wife, they were actually walking around naked and stuff, and we're just like looking at him like, should we go up and tell him? He's like, no, man, keep it down, don't say nothing. Said we'll leave alone. We'll come back tonight. I'm like, what are we gonna do tonight, man? He said, we'll think of something. And I said, I got that wind chime in the car, man. I said I was trying to get rid because that thing was a big joke. I said I know what we could do. We'll sneak up there because we were both in the, ex-military at the time, so we both snuck up their camp at night. And they were talking in the tent, and we very quietly put it up, and then at the last moment, I let go of the thing in the bottom, and took slowly, disappear in the woods, and watched them. And oh yeah, they got scared.
Well, did they not come out and find the wind chimes?
Yeah, they found it. That's
So
why they left.
Don't know how it got there.
yeah.
I mean, look, if you're out in the woods and you're camping, and all of a sudden there's a wind chime going on, and this was during the Blair Witch time.
No. You know why? Because not once, but twice in my life, I've seen a moose pass in front of our camp. It had wind chimes stuck to it.
I saw a video like that not too long ago.
It happens because people hang them on their cabins, and of course, sometimes they're not very careful about what they leave out, and a moose is gonna be curious enough to come up, and when it raises its head, it walks off with the wind chimes.
Well, thankfully for you, they weren't your ride home.
Yes.
Now, I have seen a deer with a, what do you call them donuts that you put in the water for kids, a little blow-up cheap. I seen a deer with a donut. It was deflated around his neck, and the park ranger, they had to eventually chase it down, and they tranquilized it and took it off of it.
Funniest video I ever seen, it's an older one, but it's been around, is the guy that he was trying to be like an amateur wildlife photographer thing, and he's out there with his wife, and he wants to get as close to a deer as possible to film it. So he's right in the heat of rutting season, and he covers like his whole body with doe scent.
Oh yeah,
that deer come up and beat the hell out of him.
They used
knocked him, and he keeps telling his wife, "Keep filming." That deer's literally on its back legs, using its front legs, and just hitting this guy in the head.
Oh well, he ended up making money off of that video though, because they used it in their commercial.
There was a guy here in town that it was one of my good friends. His dad, one of our coworkers, and he was like nuts anyway. And he had a deer, almost killed him. They were deer hunting one year, I guess, and the guy kept getting mad because he missed his shot or something. So the next day he goes back and he said, "I'm gonna kill one regardless." In tree stand, he jumped out of the stand with a knife on the back of the deer. He killed the deer, but it put him in the hospital for 8 months. Punctured both lungs, broke some ribs. I think it broke his arm and leg. I mean, the guy was a mess. He got the deer, but the guy just like flipped out. He got tired that he couldn't shoot, I guess. So he just jumped on top of the thing.
Well, here's something funny we did one time. We saw in one of those women's magazines that, and this was when I was in the military.
Nothing good ever comes from them.
Well, this one here actually worked. It said that the scent that turns a woman on the most is cinnamon buns.
I read the same thing about guys.
What's that?
I read the exact same thing about men.
Well, we went out to the mall, and I think it was that, like, what's it called? Yankee Candle?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We found the spray, but it wasn't a cologne or anything. It was a spray. We couldn't find any cologne that smelled like cinnamon buns, but we found this spray.
You used room spray?
Oh my God! We each bought 2 cans apiece. Now there was 9 of us. We wanted to see if this would work, so we bought 2 cans apiece. We sprayed ourselves down, went into a club. It worked.
Shut up.
We had girls come up and going, "Oh my God, you smell good! Like all you guys smell so good."
Okay, but were they going through the munchies?
I'm not gonna say. Hey, look, I'm just telling you, it works.
I don't know. I've heard the
Stranger
same thing about men. I have no.
No. You cover yourself with some ribs, honey. We might have.
Yeah.
Barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember when
smother yourself with a butter, honey.
It was right when the Y2K thing was going on. You know, when it hit the year 2000 and all that. Well, it was just a couple of days before. Christmas that year, '99. Bought Mom a new microwave, real nice one. Well,
1 o'clock elephant.
Yep. And she liked this microwave we got her and all this stuff. Well.
Wait to hear it start coughing one time. Put it out!
The second day of January, I blew up the microwave. I exploded the door off of it, landed clear in the other room. I mean, I literally... And I took it back to the store and they gave me another one free because I told them I had a Y2K malfunction, even though I blew it up. Not intentionally. Well, I had to use the restroom, so I did that, and I was reading a magazine that Mom had, some women's magazine. Well, she tore a coupon or something off the page, so it only had like half the instructions. How to boil an egg in a microwave. So I just did, hell, I don't know. So I took a bowl, 3 eggs, throwed it in there for 3 minutes on high.
Hold on. Wait a minute. So you took the egg back to the grocery store and told them it was a Y2K?
No, the microwave.
Don't mess me up like
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I blew the microwave up. The door literally landed in the other room.
What about the egg? Did you take that back?
No, but kind of.
This is not Y2K safe.
No, but I never cleaned out the microwave. I left all the egg in it when I took it back. Well, I didn't know. There's a satellite on the screen, by the way. But anyhow.
Oh, cool.
We'll
see you in a few minutes.
What is that
No,
thing?
it's on now, live. I'm watching it on the YouTube.
It just left my screen.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
So I took just a regular glass bowl, filled it full of water, 3 eggs in there, 3 minutes on high, and I'm standing there. It gets down to 1 second, right before it's ready to beep, and it goes boom, and the door flies across the room, like water splashes on me, which was pretty hot. But luckily, Mom and Dad never woke up, and I'm thinking to myself, oh man, they're going to kill me. How am I going to explain this? Mom's in the microwave. So they finally get up the next day, and I told them, but the microwave would still turn on because them prongs that are on the door that go in them 2 slots, that's what actually makes it turn on, and they had snapped off. So I had the thing like turned on while no door on it, and Dad's like, turn that off. Like, I don't know what it could do. I said, I don't know, we can find out. So I took it back to the store, and the woman takes a marker. She had like a Sharpie, and she wrote Y2K on the top of it and threw it in this cart of all this other stuff people had brought back. And she said, go back there and grab you another one. So we did. But I blew the door clear off. And then I asked my grandma later on, like, what in the world? She said, well, if the rest of the article would have been there, it would have said you only needed to have been there for about a minute, but to take a thumbtack or something and poke a hole in the bottom of the egg. Lets the pressure out. Because she showed me. And then it worked fine, but...
I don't know. I've never done it in a microwave.
Yeah, she showed me that they work just fine. It does. You just got to poke a hole in them so the pressure can be released slowly. Otherwise, you end up with 3 little hand grenades.
Same thing if you're trying to dry a baby. Make sure you poke a hole.
Oh, damn.
Those come with enough holes, thank you. Leaky little...
Oh, come on. What do we need? What was it? My mind is just going 10 different places right now, and I can't think straight.
It always does, don't it?
I keep seeing seagulls.
None of them around here.
I have seagulls.
Well, actually, I'm nowhere close to any large bodies of water at all. But if you go about 20 miles north of me, there's a shopping center up there, and their whole parking lot is nothing but seagulls all the time.
Yeah, but I keep seeing seagulls. Who said they have seagulls?
I got tons. She's got
I do.
some.
I live on the coast.
I live 3 blocks from the waterfront.
Well, there you go.
But I found out where the ones from that are close to me come from, because they won't leave that parking lot. They'll go nowhere, because there's a lot of fast food restaurants there and eat out dumpster. But the weatherman from the local news station, I asked him, and he said about 25 years ago or so, the jet stream was kind of crazy, and up around Lake Erie, a whole flock of seagulls got caught in the jet stream, and it brought them down this far, and they couldn't do anything. So they got here, they figured out all this easy food in them dumpsters, they just stayed.
Then they started forming little seagull gangs, and
But there's a
there
bunch
goes
of
the
them.
neighborhood.
Well,
Seagulls
we
move
call
in.
them shithawks, and they hang around fast food restaurants or the high school where kids come out and feed them.
Yeah.
It's a damn shame you can't train them.
You can.
Really?
Yeah, did you not see the guy who actually taught the seagull to like do a little tap dance for French fries?
That was a flamingo.
There was a seagull. I was sure of it.
Really?
Yeah, let me find it.
I don't know. They
Because
arrest
lately-
people up there, though, for feeding them alka-seltzer.
I remember as a kid, I used to put a quarter machine and play tic-tac-toe with a chicken.
I done that. I
Yeah,
done
here
that.
it is. Hang
The
on.
chicken beat me, too.
Oh,
So it
damn.
was a seagull, huh?
Yeah, I'll put the link in in here.
I'll be darned. Well, remember they had that dancing flamingo, only some guy like kicked it or picked it up and threw it on the ground and killed it. They had
Yeah.
to
Why
put it
would you
down.
do that?
Because people are messed up, some of them.
That guy needs to be picked up and kicked.
Check
Maybe
it out.
he
Like,
was already.
look how nicely this guy dances.
I'm scared to death to click this.
It's cute.
Okay, let me see the cute flamingo
It's not a
Dance.
flamingo. It's a seagull.
Oh,
seagull. He's not dancing. The concrete's too hot.
No, he has to do that to get a French fry. Watch.
Oh my god, that's the penguin sex dance. He's
Oh,
trying to
damn.
get laid from the guy.
Look,
That's
see?
foreplay.
What kind of animal porno are you watching?
Look at this. The guy actually tells him to dance. Look.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have it on mute. Hold on. Oh my god, yeah, he is. He's doing it on command.
Yeah.
You know, I can do that with the kids on the bus.
Yeah.
I'm sure by the end of his dancing career, he's going to be a little chub seagull, but
Lorraine, since this week looks like it's more than likely going to be a washout for the stars and all that mess.
Well,
Right.
give it a chance.
Well, I know. I'm just thinking maybe at some point during the week we can open up our chat room and I can stream something. I'll find something. Do a little meetup thing, whatever you want to call it.
As long as you don't do that with your strip dancing again. I mean, I watched it and everything, but I mean,
no, I was just thinking.
But then you told me, and you kept insisting on me to do it, and I'm just like, what? I don't know what site you put that on. I kept looking for it on YouTube, but it never came up.
But I thought this week might be a decent week to do something.
Yeah,
Meetup
except
thing.
that Steve's holidays start Monday morning.
Yeah.
How's he
And-
doing, by the way?
Excellent.
Good.
Because now he doesn't have to do half the stuff he did before because I do it myself.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Because I only thought about doing it for like maybe a couple hours or so.
Definitely. I just don't know. I can't say when. I'd have to ask him.
Yeah.
Because he's got a whole bunch of things planned for his time off,
Yeah.
and I'll have to talk to him first. But no, he's really excited because all this week, I went back to doing the things I used to do 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I went for long walks, and then I started hiking, and then
Right.
I took my bike and dusted off the rollerblades, and this is all stuff that he knew that I did, but after the surgery, that was
Yeah.
it, the last 10 years, I haven't been able to do any of this. So all week, that's all I've been doing is being as active and, just getting out there again, rediscovering it all over again. So he's super excited about the holidays because this time it's not just he has time off work. He has
Right.
time off work and we can go hiking together, we can go camping together. I'll be able to take my paddleboard out again. I haven't touched that thing in 2 years.
I just
2
wish there was
years.
stuff to do around here. There's nothing.
What's a power board?
Paddleboard?
Yeah.
Big surfboard, but more
Oh,
made
a
of more
surfboard.
rigid material. Because out here, there's too many rocks.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking about a board with wheels on it that you have to paddle to move or something.
No. It's just a paddleboard to take out in the water.
Yeah, this area around here, there's nothing.
Who has butterflies all over the place?
Not me.
Anybody?
Nope.
I don't know.
I see
Nope.
Butterflies.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
The only thing I've noticed or kind of picked up on since we've been on here the last 3 hours or whatever it's been, but I don't know any target though of any kind. But I keep seeing a flash of yellow all the time. Not all the time, but every so often. Like I don't know. I guess you'd call it like a canary yellow. Something along those lines.
Oh my God, that's the color of my underwear.
But I don't know.
When's the
Dude,
last time you changed them?
Mm,
Oh
That's-
no, I'm sorry. Mine are.
Mhm.
Never mind.
And I don't know.
Canary yellow.
Yeah, something like that. But I don't know what. I don't even know if it's anything to do with any of you or what. It's just since we've been on here, just I don't know.
although if I had to describe my mood,
Yeah.
I would pick that color definitely.
Oh, speaking of color. Okay.
Yeah.
What is the deal with that olive drab paint job
I knew you were going to ask.
in the background? Yes, that right there. What red? I would never put those two colors together.
I know.
I think
What
they look
happened?
good.
What happened, woman?
Okay. When I got here, this was a child's room, and they thought it would be a really fun idea to paint stripes.
Ah.
You had to
Five different colors,
Yep. Find something that'll cover the stripes.
and on top of it, the stripes were not like. You could tell they were wobbling. They weren't very straight. Some were leaning this way, some were leaning the other way, and it kind of gave you the funhouse effect. So I would like sit in here and just be like, I can't even tell you how much I hate this.
Right.
So I sanded the hell out of the stripes, and I didn't feel like doing like 2 or 3 coats of primer because I had to like put primer on the wall because when they did stripes and they pulled off the paint or the what do you call it, painter's tape, it left ridges, right? So you can't just paint over top of that because you'll look sideways and still see all the ridges. So I sanded the hell out of this room. I primed it, and downstairs in the basement there was this can of paint. This color is like kind of like I said, an olive color.
Yeah.
And honestly, I hated the stripes so much, I went ahead and used that paint. I was like, anything solid
Yeah.
is an improvement.
That used to be a very popular color though at one time.
Well, yeah, what long time ago.
Yeah,
back in, like,
many
the
many
70s.
armies used it all over the
Well,
world.
my grandma,
And
her
I
stove and
was
refrigerator
kinda-
was that color.
It's kind of nostalgic when I found the paint because I was like, I miss you, green. My lockers were green, my room was green, the curtains were green. So I was like, yeah, why not? So I threw it on the walls. It was a solid color. I was happy with it. I actually chose like a cream color on the top. The story behind this like bright red magenta trim. Let me see. See if I can show you. Oh, let's just take this off.
I'm ready.
Oh my God. She's moving the whole desk. Are those Barbie dolls?
They are.
Yep.
That is beyond creepy.
Yeah, she's a collector.
Oh my God.
Not a hoarder, but a collector. Hoarders
Yep,
take
yep,
everything, you know. She's got a bunch of
Yeah.
them.
Many eyes, many eyes, many eyes.
You'd be surprised what
So-
some of them are worth, though. A lot of money.
That pink is
Oh.
actually.
I got
It's
some of
actually
those
a Barbie
outfits I'm
pink.
wearing.
It's actually the Barbie pink. So.
Yeah.
Barbie pink, huh?
Yep.
But
Well, if you go like 1985, yeah.
Okay.
speaking
Getting
of
into-
color green, though, that was 2 colors that I saw pretty clearly from your place. Remember? One was your bracelet,
Yeah.
and the other one took a while to figure out, but that's when you ended up saying they were the liners in the drawers in your bedroom or wherever.
Yeah, I just
I told you they was around somewhere, but I didn't know what it was, but
this room kind of came together on its own. Not a whole lot of planning for me. But I started like collecting Barbie dolls when they were relatively inexpensive, and yeah, it's kind of amazing how much they climbed in value over the years.
Yeah.
Wish I had a camera I can focus or zoom in. Yeah, I can't zoom in. I don't know. This thing here, it's like I'm holding it real close to my face, but it's like real far away. Plus, I'm at an
So
angle.
okay, yes, the lower,
What's that?
lower. What is
Well,
that?
If you
Bad.
if you want to zoom in like on the wall or something, you was trying to, you can
You,
you can do that with Skype.
Can you?
Yeah,
how do I do it with Skype?
you'd have to go on top where it's got the menus and it says tools. It's in there. It's in your camera settings,
Okay.
and it's got a zoom feature.
Tools.
She's eating ice cream in front of us.
I
Yes,
know,
ma'am.
right?
Ice cream sandwich.
Tools, and then go to video settings, and you'll see your
You're damn
webcam.
straight.
Oh my
Munchies
god, I can almost taste that. That's a Klondike bar.
Good for you.
What would you
Oh.
do for a Klondike bar?
paid for.
Good question. I'm gonna go get one.
See what I started?
Now I have to get some tomorrow.
But with Lorraine, it's good to see her eat something. She's been sick and stuff. She hadn't been able to eat much. So at least now she can pig out. Because that would suck to have the munchies and not be able to eat.
These were on sale. 2 for $6. 2 boxes for $6.
That's pretty good.
There you go, Jade. You're really zoomed in now.
Oh, but you can't see it. My little muskrat.
Oh, okay.
Huh. So it looks like on my. Oh my god. Yeah, now you can see all the scars on my face.
I tried to
Yeah.
use my camcorder's HD and all that, but I tried to use it to make a YouTube video one time and it didn't work. The audio and the video didn't sync together. It looked like one of them old Japanese rubber monster movies, you know.
Oh, jeez, that's weird looking, man. Hold on, let's stick it down my throat.
Swallow it. I've had that scope test done too. Swallow the camera. Get you to swallow a camera about the size of a garden hose.
I don't know if I had. I think I had that done, but I was unconscious.
Yeah, I was knocked out too, though. So.
There.
What? Talking to a cat.
Yeah, my munchies, not the cat's.
I share.
My cat likes ice cream too.
My cat won't mess with nothing. If it's not his food, he won't touch it. But he's smart though.
Well, like I said before, my 2 cats are still around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine will turn on the air conditioner if it gets hot. He can open a screen door, let himself out, knock if he wants in. And he loves water.
As a matter of fact, what was it? 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago, my wife woke up and said the cats were in the hallway playing around. And she just sat there and she woke me up. She goes, "You hear that?" I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "It's the cats." I'm like, "Yeah, it's the cats."
And then that creepy guy that started that business turning dead animals into drones.
Yeah, you showed that last
That's
time.
creepy. He made an ostrich drone.
I think they ought to do. I think they ought to do that with presidents. If we did that to Ronald Reagan and fly him around,
Oh,
no
man.
other country would ever mess with us again.
That'd be creepy.
I mean, they were scared of us to begin with, but if
Oh,
we
yeah.
turn them into an airplane,
Yeah.
they would not mess with us.
Turn the military drones into looking like ex-presidents flying over different countries.
There you go. Well, some of them they just attack.
Well, yeah.
Jimmy Carter, they probably surrendered to him.
Yeah, I think he's French.
That's actually not fair to the French. If it wasn't for the French, the United States never would have made it.
Exactly.
I know that. I'm
But-
an equal opportunity abuser, and I know how to insult people in many different
We
countries.
bailed them out enough over the years to make up for that, though.
But I tell you what, when I was over in Europe, the one country I did hate the people, or I should say, got the least, I thought were the snobbiest, were the French when I was over there.
I've always heard that.
They just, if they weren't making money off of you,
Yeah.
they just looked down upon you. And they thought because they were looking down, you should give them money. It was just strange.
What's Greece like? Because Greek people are kind of snotty.
No, this guy who owned a bar ended up letting my wife stay there, invited us down, but I couldn't get down there. My wife got to stay at his hotel, and there was a bar there for a week for free. I mean, he flirted, but he had a wife and everything, but he was just a flirter. I mean, he was an older guy, but he just liked the way my wife was, and my wife went down there, and him and his wife and my wife hung out down there, but she got to stay down there for free with the guy. He was actually a real nice guy. I mean, there was nothing creepy about it, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
But no, I've been to Greece a couple of times, and actually, I went into one of the bars I went into. It was an older Greek bar, and I was sitting there watching. There was a soccer game on, and they were looking at me as an American, but I wasn't rooting for the Americans. I was rooting for the Greece team. They were like, "What?" I'm like, you guys should win. You guys got better play. They were surprised I knew the players, and they're like, and they started buying me drinks and everything. I had a good time. So, yeah, I got nothing to say, but France, it was just every day, it was just, I had one lady sit there behind me screaming at me one time when I was walking down the road. She found out I was an American at this little bus stop, and she literally just followed me screaming at me.
Huh.
Yeah, I had no idea what she said.
I turned the brightness up just a tad on the camera thing, so maybe we could see something buzz by. Haven't seen anything for a while.
I know, it's been quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't know.
Then they'll come all at once.
And that's how I lost my virginity.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, it was amazing.
That's the way it usually happens.
I mean, I didn't know it was an all-college, cheerleading place. And, yeah.
See, that's what happens when you go and eat the ice cream in the kitchen.
I had to have an ice cream sandwich.
We figured as much.
I tried ice cream sandwiches, and I just don't know what kind of bread to put it on. I tried it with rye
Hey,
bread.
you can make bread out of ice cream.
I put
done
lettuce and tomato, and it just wasn't right.
Isn't it wrong?
Tried it
I'm
with
like, no, you take Eggos, frozen Eggos, and you toast them,
Whoa.
and then you put ice cream between it.
Okay, check this out. Cornflakes. You guys know what cornflakes is?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Cornflakes and ice cream.
that'd be all right.
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that's what I.
Anything in ice cream.
But you can
Well-
make bread out of ice cream. I've done it.
Oh, I make a peanut butter and Hershey bar grilled sandwich.
Mm.
That smelled. Oh my god.
Well, what I do is I take on a grilled cheese. I put peanut butter on a grilled cheese. Remember I was talking about that last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I'm addicted to it.
Take any kind of ice cream you want. Makes no difference what it is. And set it out so it starts to melt. Mix it. I forget the exact ratio, but you mix it with self-rising flour. Throw it in the oven. It'll come out just like a loaf of bread. I've done it 2 or 3 times. Strawberry, chocolate, whatever you want. It don't matter.
Ice cream bread.
Yep.
He gave me the recipe.
Yeah, it works. But you have to follow it. At least
Ew.
the flour part of it.
No, it's good.
The flour part of it, you got to follow it almost exact. Because if you use too much, that stuff will come out harder than a brick. It's tougher than shoe leather. Because it's all just self-rising flour. But when you follow it by the recipe, turns out pretty good. It's interesting.
You could probably do that with the cake mix and some ice cream too, because you can make
Probably.
cookies with cake mix and whipped
Yeah.
cream.
True.
But it was some website I found where it was all just 2-ingredient recipes. And that's all it was, self-rising flour and ice cream. Can't get much easier than that.
Oh man.
Self-rising ice cream. That's just
Trippy.
okay.
Self-rising flour, not the ice cream.
That's so trippy.
Tanya, do you have a cat?
Yeah, I've got two.
Oh, okay.
I've got Nala and Poof.
And then the candy I sent you, Lorraine, jeez, that I made, Buckeyes.
Buckeye candy.
Yeah.
Now
The candy of Ohio.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, my wife made truffles a couple
Yeah.
of weeks ago that were really good.
Yummy.
The Buckeyes are easy to make, but
Oh, well, last week I went to you guys know what Turkey Hill ice cream is?
yeah.
No.
Well, I went to the it's just a East Coast ice cream that's been around for a long time.
Yeah, they're a branch of the Kroger grocery store, but
that and Highs, I think.
yeah.
Anyway, I had to take a busload of kids to the Turkey Hill experience.
Okay.
And actually, part of it is the little BS thing they have set up because it's a tourist trap.
Yeah.
But they take the kids and they show them how to do ice cream. They have this overgrown thing that the kids walk through, and it's the kids being the ice cream.
I know.
And they have two groups they put them in, and you go through the freezer section, the blender section. And these kids, there's actually this giant blender that the kids are pushing the blender around and around, mixing each other up. It's hilarious. You have to see if they wear these paper hats to represent different flavors and how they mix each other up. I'm sitting there thinking, like, oh my god, they should do this with people in drug rehab. It would be hilarious.
I don't know if the place is in business anymore, but about a half hour from here, so they used to have an ice cream bar, alcoholic ice cream.
Mmm.
They had
I've heard of that.
they had like Jack Daniel's ice cream, or
Yes.
of course everything is soft serve though, because it can't harden up because of all the alcohol. But
Yeah.
they had about 30 some different kinds.
Jim Beam. I've had Jim Beam
Yeah.
with it. Yeah.
Have you seen the one that's oh shit, what is it? Filled with helium beer.
I've heard of it.
Hold on a second.
So helium beer. So if I was
Yeah.
like drinking a lot of that and got pulled over by a cop, what's the problem, officer? Hello.
Well, there was that, where was it, over in France, I think, that beekeeper over there found out how to make marijuana honey.
Yes,
Yeah.
I heard of
I
that.
saw that. That was
Yeah.
neat.
Dude, you can make marijuana with anything.
But he's the first person to ever figure it out, to actually get the bees to, do everything. He didn't have to, infuse it. The other places,
They published the phone.
They're sitting there singing each other. Oh god, I just stung somebody in my ass ripped off, dude.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Don't kill my buzz.
yeah.
Hey man, let's go off with the queen. That dude's eating potato chips. Attack! Really? So he actually got bees into
Yeah.
meat? Wow, that's
No one else had ever been able to do it successfully.
Well, they're trying to infuse.
Were they playing Stairway to Heaven and stuff in the background? What was the music he was
See
using?
if I can find
But you
it.
think, my first thought was they'd all get the munchies and eat all the honey before you could get it out of the hive.
Jesus. But
Let's
That's
see if I can find that article.
wow. That's
They're trying to infuse it into meat. Here we go.
Meat.
Yeah, they're feeding it to livestock. Let's see if I can find the article.
Get pulled over, officer.
Yeah, they do. It's actually has lots of vitamins and stuff in it. It's really high protein. It's nutritious.
Yeah. This article here talks about cannabis lamb burgers.
Get popped for a drug test at work. I swear I didn't smoke nothing. I had some lamb last
Well,
night, though.
the edibles work really well for some people. I was offered, but I had to refuse because there is a small chance that if, me sharing the kitchen with Steve, if I make something and don't label it properly or cross-contamination and he's on duty,
Yeah.
somebody calls 911 and expects a paramedic and he shows up all, woo! Like, that would pretty much be the end of his career
Now,
right there.
I can see chickens eating that stuff.
Yeah.
It's a much different high. I don't like it.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But does it help with digestion or?
Well, if sometimes I know people that do it for sleep, but what you could do is like take a teeny bit of make your own oil or butter, and
The butter, yeah.
you put a teeny piece, like half of a piece of rice to test, and then you put it on a piece of bread. Just roll up a little piece of bread like a pill and eat it.
Yeah.
And then go to sleep if you don't like it. If you want to try it during the day, you can, but it can take an hour. You can ask Tana to back me up on this.
Okay.
But it takes an hour or two before it even starts to take effect, and so people think it's not working, so they'll eat more, and then when it hits, it's like, oh, holy shit.
Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it
Oh my
lasts
God.
for a long time, and it's a much different high.
You know what I'm thinking? Check this out. Cow milk, ice cream with bee honey on top.
No, this made me take a step. Hold on.
Oh, dude, you think we can infuse it into peanuts? If we
Hold
can
on,
get peanuts
hold
to eat
You
that
can
stuff?
infuse it into anything. They have all kinds of extractions,
Yeah.
but you can even do it at home if you make, you can make it out of butter, or you use coconut oil.
I saw
You
Right.
could use
Well, I'm talking
vegetable
about.
oil.
Well, I'm
And
talking
they even sell like little packets. What are they called? It's on this site here somewhere.
Probably more expensive, but you
It
can
is.
just use like the shake that's off of the buds for that. You don't have to use the very best.
well,
Just
if
use
I-
some good trimmings.
Yeah,
if
like
I-
here's muffin mix, cupcake mix.
They've got it.
Yeah, well, what you do though is you make your butter or your oil, and you just use that in place
Right
of
in there.
some of the butter or oil in the recipe.
Right.
It
Well,
doesn't
maybe-
matter. I can't have any anyway, so. But I'm thinking, what if I like plant a peanut tree right next to a pot tree?
Peanut
You think
tree.
The peanut tree would get like some of that on it.
Like,
You're not going to get high from the peanut tree.
Oh come on! I want some like peanuts. That would be great.
Well, then what
Or-
you do is you roast the peanuts in some oil that you've made or some butter.
no, crossbreed
There you
it.
go.
Crossbreed it.
Crossbreed.
Crossbreed it with corn. Instead of getting ears of corn,
Get ears of buds.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So what you're saying is that we're going to GMO these things, and so when we eat them, it's going to change our DNA, and we're going to turn into part
No,
human.
there's
part
no
wheat.
there's no proof of that. Of the GMO thing.
I don't know. When bugs don't eat something, I
The
don't
reason
trust
why
the
the
guys.
reason why they're GMOing all this stuff is so when the world ends, we're adapted. They're actually trying to save our lives.
I do not buy that at all.
They're getting
They
us
don't-
ready for the apocalypse. For
By
the
making us
zombies come.
destitute.
Well, the worst part of the whole deal is I've talked to a lot of farmers around here because it's all cornfields. Is they don't like it that they have to buy new seed every year because it expires.
Well, yeah, they've just made it so that they can do that to
Now,
them.
that's the
And they run the farmers out of business,
that's the
basically,
thing
if they don't use their
like.
seed.
Now it is a little more resistant to certain types of weather conditions and things, but
So were certain strains of heritage, though.
Yeah.
Well, and to eat something that has been manipulated artificially,
Yeah.
I mean, and they don't know, but they have done tests where it hasn't turned out quite well, and it doesn't do as well as regular plants. It's kind of a scam, When they first made hybrids, they were attempting the same thing. What they were attempting to do is make a plant that you couldn't save seed from and replicate. So you would always have to buy their hybrids.
Right.
Only they have altered the DNA of this stuff, but it's for the same reason, so that they control all the seed, they control the food, whatever.
They
They want to
everything
militarize everything.
Well,
It's a
legally
basic
they
plan.
control it all anyway. They signed that executive order back in January that the government can take over all commodities at any time for whatever reason.
Nothing
Yep.
about food makes sense. You have the working poor are going to food banks, and you have laws that state people can't use their own land to grow food.
Yep.
I mean, countless people have proven that they can put a really beautiful flower and vegetable garden in their front yard, maintain it, keep it, and it produces food.
Yeah.
But people
Well,
are
that's a really
attempting
good point, because that's how people survived the Depression. Is 80% of them at least had an at-home farm.
Yeah.
Or the victory
But that
gardens.
isn't. Yeah, that isn't going on now.
No, and I don't understand that because, that's kind of, it's going to become a lost art if we don't allow people to continue to do it right now.
They tried to pass a law here, but which they were pretty upset that it somehow got leaked out that it was even part of a bill, and when people found out, they complained and it didn't pass. To make it illegal that if I grow tomatoes and I want to give one to my neighbor, that's illegal.
Yep. I remember that.
Yeah.
They were trying. Yep. I remember that.
Yep.
They were trying to make it where, if it's grown, if you grew it, or any food that hasn't been
And it had to be inspected.
FDA approved
Yep.
or inspected.
Yep.
So you could go to the grocery store, buy a tomato, give it to me.
What they were saying is this guy, he was taking his tomatoes and was giving them to a soup kitchen,
Yeah.
Okay.
and they told him he couldn't do that.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like them controlling our water here on the West Coast.
Yeah.
In fact, Monday I'm going with my girlfriend. She actually works for the water board, and she's got a 2-day seminar where they're going to talk about all the things that are coming down the pike. So I'll get an insider's view on what's going on. I'm going to hang out one day anyway because it'll be boring, but I'll get to know what the new things they're trying, because what has happened here is NOAA, which is a UN agency basically, has partnered up with different things like Fish and Wildlife and all that, who have been infiltrated by very liberal Californians, So they love to.
21.
Yes, and that's exactly what it is. And so they're going to do all these regulations. Oregon is all waterways. Everybody's within 100 feet of a waterway, and they're trying to make it impossible for us to do anything at all on our land. We can't. If we have a well, we can't have free water. We have to have it tested now. We have to have it registered, and then we have to have it tested every month, and it ends up being more expensive than
That's
city
the way
water.
it is here. My grandpa's
It's ridiculous.
My
Yep.
grandpa's got a well he hadn't used in 20 years, but he has to pay for it every month.
Yeah, there's some people that have water meters on their wells.
Oh yeah.
On the well.
That's what they
Yeah.
want. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
They've decided the
that's
state of
ridiculous.
Oregon owns
Yeah.
all the water. You
'Cause they-
can't. You're not even supposed to catch rainwater unless
Nope.
it is off of an existing building.
And the reason they make Grandpa pay, because I've seen the bill, it's supposed to be some kind of a fee that if, say, his well water was to turn bad and leak into the normal groundwater, that people's paying for, and that's what covers it. But they give you two options: do that, or pay them $1,000 and they'll come fill in your well with concrete.
Yeah, that's what they do here. If you don't, you have to destroy it if you're
Yeah.
not going to register it.
But yeah, that whole thing with the tomatoes and all that, they tried that. And the one law that I don't like, and it is on the books, is you drive up and down the highways or back roads, you see all kind of dead deer that have been hit. Nobody is allowed to give those to any food banks, food pantries. They leave them there and let them rot.
Oh, no.
The
They
only
used to
wa-
take roadkill and feed it to the prisoners here. They might still do it.
Yeah, they were. The only way you can like if I've seen a deer that was hit and I wanted to donate it to a food place, it would cost me probably at least $150 to donate it. I'd have to have it professionally processed, the whole deal.
Well, it's
No
just
wonder people are starving.
well. See, when I go hunting, uh, I got my buddy has a license up in PA. He's allowed to hunt deer
Yeah.
out of season on his
Yeah,
property because of
nuisance
damage.
permit. Yeah, nuisance permit.
Right. And what we do is we take it and we donate it, and we actually to whatever organization.
Yeah.
And we actually get a tax write-off on it.
Yeah, they don't do nothing with them here.
And where we take it to get processed, they get a tax off write-off as well. Whenever they do it, so I can get a maximum of $500 write-off.
Yeah.
But you can get that with one deer sometimes.
Now, one thing we can do is if you call the sheriff's department, they'll put you on a list, and if one is hit, they'll call you, and then you can go out and take it home and process it yourself.
But you can't give that
But
meat
you
to
can't
some...
give it to like some food bank or anything.
Oh, that's really too bad.
Yeah, but that's the same principle they was trying with all the produce. You would have to take it to the farmer's market and have it FDA inspected before you could sell it. And it would have passed if the word hadn't got out about it.
Wow.
See, they don't want us to have any personal industry.
No.
We don't need regulations lifted on big corporations. We need them lifted on everyday
Yeah.
people. And then we could figure out how to sustain ourselves better.
A lot of states, like prepping, is illegal. A lot of places.
Well, it's not illegal. See, believe it or not, there used to be, or there still is, a law in the federal books that any school that's getting federal funding is mandatory to have 3 days worth of food.
Yeah.
For emergencies. That no longer, they don't do that. They have to get food at the schools I go to. They got to get a food delivery like every other day. They're supposed to be what was the other weird law that was on that? Property is supposed to be able to turn into gardening. There's actually schools were supposed to have gardens to them for seasonal, and it didn't say Pacific, but for seasonal, whatever seasonal grows, they're supposed to grow that. There was all kinds of rules and laws back in the day that they no longer. They're still on the books. They just
Do you
don't
think
do
it's
them.
a cost-saving measure?
There's ones around here they still enforce. I hear
No,
on the news.
it all has to do with money. It all boils. It's not so much control
Okay.
as everybody or power. It has to do with just money. It's lobbyists that are putting in so they can squeeze. Just think if you take out the people that are selling food on the stands on the side of the road.
Right.
It's Joe Blow. You go up and down my street, I see them all the time. People have tomatoes,
Yeah.
and a lot of times it's just a can. Add, put in whatever you think the tomato's worth. But on the honor system and stuff. But if you were to take that away, just think of what the stores are going to do. Now, a lot of your stuff, like an apple, when you go get an apple at a store, that apple's probably a year old already.
Yeah.
That long?
It's true.
Yeah.
We,
Oh, yeah.
in Oregon, that was one of our main crops, and they made it so that we couldn't buy our own apples. We have to have them from out of state, and they have to sit in storage in chemicals for at least 3 months. So we're
Yeah.
the apple capital, but we have 3-month-old apples at least.
But
Yeah.
That's
But there's a
awful.
lot of people, I've seen it on the news a lot over the years. People have been arrested for prepping around here just for too much of, whatever. If they're canning food, too much of it, you can be arrested for it.
For
Any-
canning
There's-
food.
But there's no law in the federal books for that.
No, we got a state one though.
Yeah, but the
That's ridiculous.
federal law, the Constitution overrides that.
Yes, but they're not enforcing the Constitution.
Yeah, I
That's
know
the
that.
problem.
I know.
Doing anything on a mass scale, anything that could be considered,
Well, they're getting away with that through what's called commerce.
yeah,
Is how they're trying to do that. They're like, with
It'll
these-
put you on a list, too.
oh yeah,
Well, anyway,
yeah,
I'm glad I'm not a prepper.
yeah. They
Yeah,
If whatever,
The only
too.
thing I'm prepped for is KY and condoms.
if whatever you're doing at home could be
Because I know I'm going to
considered-
get royally fucked one day. They're gonna come to me and say, "We're gonna fuck you," and I'm gonna say, "I'm ready, guys."
There's people in
Just knock
prison.
on the door and the guy's holding that long rod again.
Here, where are
Hey.
these? They got ridges on it.
But there's literally
And-
people in prison here for it.
Wow.
For just like canning food. No
What
bullshit.
what business is it of theirs how we spend our money? We're
What-
not, buying crack.
What it-
You know?
what it is-
We're spending their money.
No,
It's got
if
the
you're the way they got it written up is if whatever you're doing at home is on a scale large enough that it could be turned into a business, like they consider
Yeah,
it a
commercial. Yeah.
commercial scale. Even though
That's
it's
how
all,
they're getting them.
even if it's all just your own personal use, and you've never sold a thing. It doesn't matter. You have the option and the ability to make money. So that's the whole.
It's
thing.
like if they find somebody with too much weed, they always put that they're manufacturing.
Yeah.
Same thing.
They're trying to do it in some states now. I don't think it'll go here at the moment, but with ammunition, if you have too much ammo, you could be charged with a crime that you have the ability to commit a mass murder.
Thou shalt not infringe.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's
everybody
a lot of
forgets
people.
that. Everybody forgets that the comma's there too. It says the militia. Yeah, then there's a comma.
Right.
Read what
But-
a comma is. It means
But that's
separate
what's
thought
making a
as
lot of
follows.
people so mad is in a lot of states you can be charged and convicted of a crime that you never committed. It's that you just had the ability to commit the crime. Don't mean you did it.
Well, it's guilty before proven innocent. I mean,
Oh,
hold
yeah.
on, wait a minute.
That's the way it is.
Well, God, if they ever come to my house, they're going to find an overabundance of dust bunnies. My God, I got enough of them damn things to give everybody in China too. That's I'm going to sell on eBay, dust bunnies.
I was just going to say that's what you should do with them. Sell them on eBay.
Man, people buy anything on eBay.
Stick a couple googly eyes on them. There you go.
There you go.
Well, remember the pet rock?
Oh no, you have to like give them
Oh,
a name
God.
and a profile.
Tribbles.
And,
Tribbles.
Yeah,
No,
tribbles.
no, no. Remember the pet rock. I got in so much trouble because when I was young, I couldn't afford a pet rock. They were like $5 for a pet rock.
Yeah.
So I had a pet brick, and I got in trouble because my pet brick crushed somebody's pet rock one time. I had to go in front of the principal. My stepfather got called up, had to come to school. I forget, I was probably 8 years old. And he's just looking at the principal like, so my son took a brick and crushed a rock, and you called me? And my stepfather's just like, what are you smoking, sir? Like, well, he crushed a kid's rock. He's crushed a kid's pet rock? What? What happened here? I had to take off of work. Here, son, go get in the car. I need to talk to the principal. Just like, okay.
Told your dad and you were cremating it for him.
Yeah, I mean, I got in trouble by the principal because I crushed somebody's rock, and I couldn't understand what this kid was. He was crying, and I mean, this.
They're
I'm
still
just-
selling them on eBay. Pet rocks.
Still?
Yeah, and they're not cheap, really. I mean, not a fortune, but
Well, now, why do you want them? They're so old and crusty now. I mean, them things. I wouldn't want some old rock sitting there going, "Hey, man, when I was young, we used to roll uphill."
they got them
You'll
here
see
for.
no moth on me.
Here's one that's sold for $18.20.
Why?
Comes with a box. Looks like a little nest, and even comes with a leash, so you can walk it.
There you go.
I think we found our new industry.
Oh, you'll get busted. You got all these rocks in your backyard.
You're manufacturing rocks.
But it's crazy just looking up weird stuff on like eBay and stuff. These
All
rocks
weird
are actually
stuff
listed
there.
in the category of reproductions because they're not from the original company.
They reproduce.
I guess.
They're not the originals.
Nope.
Don't put two rocks in one box and get free.
How do you even get a license for breeding rocks in the first place?
Hey, don't argue, man. I wanted to sit there and breed midgets, edible midgets.
Edible midgets.
Edible.
I tried. I was, man. Just think, all I needed was like a 2-foot fence. and everything, and I tried to get the paperwork for it, and they just looked at me like, "Get the hell out of here!" What? I was trying to get USDA stamped edible midget meat. Figured you could sell little burgers with them and
Is
stuff
that
like
a
that.
sustainable resource?
Yeah, but just think, I could have infused it with pot. I would have had a little bunch of happy edible midgets running around in the backyard.
They were stoned. Stoned stones.
And I could sell stoned midgets on eBay.
Yeah.
Stoned midgets on eBay. Hey, look up and see if there's stoned midgets on eBay right now. See how much they're going.
Well, I'm 4'11". Does that count as a stoned midget?
No, you're a giant midget.
Oh, yeah.
Now you're actually a couple inches away from being. I think it is a midget because I had a girlfriend that used to lie about how tall she was because I think 4'10's the cutoff. If you're under that, you're a midget.
Oh, I can be queen.
That's right. You'd be the queen midget.
Oh, dude, I had a buddy. He passed away when he was 47. He was a year older than I was, and oh my God, man, he was a trip to hang around with. But he was the biggest perv. But my God, what was it? This guy could walk in anywhere and pick up women. What is it you girls are so curious about? I swear to God.
Don't blame us for some other stupid bitches. I mean,
Jesus Christ. No, I mean, he every time we go out, man, he was just like, oh, yeah, man, I just met her last night. I'm like, well, really? He's like, yeah, and it'd be a hot girl, too. It's like, oh, my God,
They
dude.
used to have a contest up here at some of the bars where they were midget tossing.
Yeah, I remember that.
They had to ban it, though, but they liked it, though. They'd get good money out of it.
Yeah, man, I was gonna charge for that. You can toss my fat ass. Give me
I saw them on TV before. They literally just stand.
Oh no, I did it. It was at the
Really?
Flaming Mug in North Carolina. Yeah, they wear a Velcro outfit.
Oh yeah.
And you got to throw them up against a Velcro wall and make them stick.
Yeah, I saw ones that were for. I saw two different ones. One's like that, how high up you could get it to stick, and other ones where they'd lay the wall like flat and just go for distance.
Oh, dude, you know, right now, I'm glad nobody's watching this. You might have some knock at the door and open up and your kneecaps are taken out.
What's funny is before I had my kids, I stood 4'8". I gained 1.5 inches in height with each kid.
That's because they were pulling them out.
I lost 1.5 inches with my last son because he was a little lard ass, and I packed him around till he was about 3 and finally threw him down and said, walk. But he compressed my spine by packing him.
I'm only 5'4".
Oh, wow.
I think if 5 more kids, I'd have been average height. Shit.
Probably.
I'm 6'2".
I didn't know they stacked it that high.
Oh,
They
shit.
stack it.
I'm 5'9.5". I used to be 5'11".
Yeah, my wife is.
Wow.
Well, I used to be 6'3" until I started jumping out of them damn planes.
Boy,
I'm 11 and I still look forward to shrinking with
the
age.
conversations sure have changed tonight.
It's funny.
Paranormal
I'm
to-
amused.
Well, dude, it's because 2 of the people are smoking weed.
Well,
We
yeah,
can say anything.
Well, let's see. We went from
Wait. I believe that's 3.
3? Oh, 3 of the people.
paranormal to
Yeah.
What are you
satellites on
holding
a
your phone up
screen.
for? What's that for?
Not a phone.
What is it?
It's a
Breathalyzer
vaporizer.
test?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. They got it in vape now?
Yeah.
yeah.
Man,
But it's been a wide range
Pop
of
it in the top.
topics.
I can't wait until they have like.
Clicks back on. There's an LCD display right here.
See,
You
I
turn the-
can't.
Are
I'll
you
turn it on
using
quickly for a
phone to
second.
smoke pot? Is that what you're doing? What is that?
That's like cheating.
I think
Oh
so.
my God, she is.
Yeah.
Well, can't you tell she's laughing and crying? Look, she smokes.
Holy shit.
She's infused with it. Look at the color of her hair. She's starting to turn into a pot plant.
Look at her hair. It's turned green.
I thought she was a Pokemon Go whenever she first came on. I was like, try to catch her. I was throwing balls at the screen, trying to see if I could get her.
Oh shit! Hold on. I got a
My
little.
God, okay, I'll put this together. Look, I got green hair. Okay, here, I'll show the camera. I got green hair and purple hair.
Yeah.
Side by side.
Yeah.
Tana's down there thinking, talk about Pokemon. She ain't trying to catch them all. She's trying to smoke them all, I think.
That's what they need, man. The weed dealers need to come out with. They need to use the same technology to find a Pokemon weed dealer.
Well, technically, right now I'm still. How do you put it? I'm still in the experimental phase because I don't know which strains I like the most.
Oh shit.
So
Yeah, I've had plenty of that one.
I don't have that problem.
I kind of have like narrowed the daytime strains down to like 2, but the nighttime it's getting better, but I don't know which one I'll end up with yet.
Jay, there used to be, they took it off now, but there used to be a drug dealer app for Android phones. I saw it. I actually downloaded it once and looked at it. It shows your whole neighborhood or wherever you're at. GPS is what it was run off of. And you could, if you walked into somebody's house and say bought crack or something, you could actually rate the house and put the price on it. So people would know who is the cheapest in town. Like they have them apps for, finding cheap gas at the gas station. Same thing. You could say, and you could rate it if his stuff was any good, bad, or
It's kind of
otherwise.
messed up.
It was crazy.
Doesn't it make you wonder which ones really are smoking around here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus. Man, wow. I don't know what to say to that.
All I can say is that after 10 years of trying to do things the traditional way with the traditional medications and all that crap got me nowhere. And if anything, along the way, it did me a lot of harm because some of the things they prescribe to you for pain, they're harsh. They're harsh on
Everything.
your organs,
Everything they try to give you. It doesn't matter what it's for.
I agree. My wife has like G35 freaking boobies. She's got back pains out the ass. I'd love to just have her. She had to take 2 pain pills a day walking around up Atlantic City. I'm just like, pot would cure that in a heartbeat.
It would, actually.
Yeah, you know what they do for pain like that usually is like they take the butter, the oil, and I talked to a doctor that said you rub it on your rub it on your back.
Yeah, use it like a salve.
Butter up her back, and then take DMSO and put it on top of that, and it pushes it into the cells, so it works a lot better.
Because I'm not going to do the edibles, I won't have butter, but I do plan to actually order. I think it's called MJ creams. They're out of, I think, Vancouver, and they have the marijuana infused.
They're not usually as strong, but maybe it is. Who knows?
I don't know. I'm going to give it a shot. Worst case scenario, it just, ends up being a nice cream. Hopefully I'll be...
Well, it is really good. It's really good for your skin.
But if you look at any of the medication, that's out there that doctors are prescribing, 99% of it, it always states in there somewhere, temporary use. But yet the doctors will keep you on it for the rest of your life.
And if you try to come off it, they don't like that. They oppose you.
Because they get paid by every prescription they write.
Yeah.
Get your hands on some CBDs. That'll help.
I have 2 that are my favorite right now. It's... What do I have? I have Bodie McBoatface, which is an awesome CBD.
Okay.
And I have one that's a little less strong called Betiol. That one is actually a strain grown specifically for vaping. I like the stronger ones during the day. I like to work out, so I don't want to have my muscles seized. I don't want the muscle tension.
Now, I don't know anyone that's used it here, but at one of the tobacco shops here, they sell all the vaping stuff, whatever you want. They got like 50,000 different, flavors of the oils and things. But one of them is a cannabis oil, and I don't know anyone that ever used it, but they say that nothing's been taken out and it's full strength.
Oh,
but anything cannabis related is highly illegal around here, so I don't know how they're getting by with it.
The creams are a gray area in Canada right now. It's not legal, but it's also not illegal.
None of it is technically legal here. Not one thing.
The way that they're going about trying to shut some of them down is when they receive payments through credit cards or PayPal and that kind of thing, they seize those funds. So for them to operate, they have to take like money orders, cash, Like
Bitcoin?
2 o'clock elephant.
Bitcoin. Do they take midgets?
Well, here,
Haven't tried to barter that one yet.
I just thought of something. Okay, now check this out.
Hmm.
Now, I used to run a brothel over in the Czech Republic for me, long time ago.
And
What
this
if
is
you-
the first we're hearing of it.
No, I've mentioned this.
You were a Russian pimp.
No, I
You
was a
rushed them in and rushed them out.
Czech film.
Oh,
The
Check.
stories you must have on that alone.
Oh my
No
god.
shit.
Yes, I can tell you some stories. Oh god. But anyway.
Yeah.
What if they were if they could have infused that in KY cream?
They do
I
actually.
think
They do.
I think
They
they
can.
have.
There is, yeah.
There
There absolutely is.
It's it's like I don't know how to fucking explain it. It's like the KY warming gel, but it's infused with marijuana.
Yeah.
So,
Great. I could just see my ding ding getting the munchies.
No, because there's like some conditions where that would be the best
it actually tingles.
application. So there you go. There you go.
Ah, God.
Okay,
What happened to that potato chip? What? Oh my God. Put it down. Put down the potato chip.
I
Put it
googled.
down, dude.
I just
No.
looked it
Come on,
up,
Mr.
the,
Happy. Don't touch it.
The e-liquid,
It's gone.
the cannabis e-liquid for the vaping stuff. I looked it up. It's completely legal everywhere, but it's not regulated, so there's no clue what's really in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the warning on this website. It says unless you're watching it being manufactured in front of you, it could be made out of anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they
it's
do use a lot of bad things for solvents.
like- Yeah, they do.
I'm not into solvents.
It shows how to make your own, but
Well, that's why I like BHO.
We used to have a
But
guy.
that's often made with a solvent too. Some of them are starting to not make it with that, but a
Right.
lot still do.
you can
Oh.
buy it here online. This liquid from this place. It says it's $32.49 a bottle.
No.
What?
Yep.
U.S.
Yeah. Legal, 50 state legal, no prescription needed, will not show up in a drug test.
Oh.
Sounds like CBDs to me.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have to be.
That's what it is.
I don't use CBDs. I don't use one part of it taken out. You know, I prefer something made with the whole product.
You know, you can juice them. Oh, shit.
Uh-huh.
What the fuck?
You can, but it doesn't taste that great. You're going to want to mix it.
Oh no. Well, you know what? I look at it like this. When you have a really, really bad cold and all you have in the cabinet is Buckley's and you know it tastes like shit, you're still gonna drink it.
I'll drink a lot of nasty shit, but that isn't one of them. That's so
For me-
sad.
I always drink good stuff. What are you guys?
Guaranteed it'll fuck you up.
Well, anyway, it does. See, I got something. I can't afford to drink it. I get drug tested probably 8 times a year, 9 times.
Now, what I have found is that the lower, if you actually have something you're growing, if it's fresh, the lower ones that don't have the, sparklies on it,
Yeah.
they don't taste so bad, the lower little buds. And they actually have a lot of medicinal uses. I've got Crohn's, and I'm in remission. Most people my age that have Crohn's have had 8 bowel resections. I took their medication for 1 month and just suffered after that. I was like, no way. And then I didn't smoke for 25 years. And when I started smoking, it went into remission. But it helped, I found, to eat it too. But I don't like to eat it.
Well,
Like,
it's,
I make medicated Reese's peanut butter cups, and that kind of helps.
Here's
Uh-huh.
until recently, it was really hard to even remember what it felt like to be a soldier. It was like only a really distant memory of what it was like to train and to work out. And it was like, it's just been so long, that I almost forgot that part of my life. And
Well, like, what, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, my prescription came in the mail. I thought, well, hell, I tried everything else. What do I have to lose? I'm essentially like turning into a vegetable. Um, Things went south after I had a massive hip surgery. I already had back injury. Doctors sometimes they're lazy. They don't want to like dig for a diagnosis.
Right.
I was sent to a pain clinic, and the head doctor was like, "Oh, it's fibromyalgia," and that was it. So from then on,
Wow.
yeah. So for like the last 9 years, all my symptoms, they just chalked everything up to fibromyalgia. It didn't matter what happened; it was fibromyalgia, and everything I read on fibromyalgia says that although it's a really debilitating disease, it doesn't. It's not a degenerative disease. Like what happens, it happens, and that's as bad as it gets. I was going downhill fast. Like
I actually have taken care of people with fibromyalgia that went downhill fast, though.
yeah, it was. If it had just those blanket symptoms of fibromyalgia, I probably would have still continued believing it. But then there was more and more and more.
Right.
So, at one point I went to the ER and I begged and I pleaded and I convinced a doctor there to run some tests. And she called me like a week later and she's like, I don't know why, but you have like a severe vitamin B12 deficiency. I'm
Oh
like,
my
well,
God.
yeah. I'm like, well, would that cause what they call fibro fog? Like, it's like an intense brain fog and you're always fucking tired. And I was starting to get neuropathy in my hands. I couldn't open pill bottles anymore. I couldn't turn a doorknob. Like, my hands and feet would go not just cold, but they turn gray.
Purple.
It was like when it hits gray, it's gone through purple, and now there's no feeling in it at all.
Oh,
And
wow.
and they would say, "Oh, that's Raynaud's syndrome." I'm like, no, I don't.
And
think so.
that is not common.
No, but she caught it, and it was because I had an acupuncturist and a chiropractor tell me that they didn't believe I had fibromyalgia, and that I should really go and try to beg for tests. So I did, and they caught the vitamin B12 deficiency, and I tried the pills.
That is
Did-
unreal.
Yeah, I did nothing. Went back. They gave me. They were gonna have me come to the hospital for the shots, but I'm kind of lucky. I'm married to a paramedic, so I just said, "Well, can't he just give them to me at home?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, cool. So they've been giving him little vials of the B12 to put directly into my bloodstream every 2 weeks now. In the beginning, of course, they load you up. You have it like almost every second day, every third day. So I had this severe deficiency, and we treated it, but I still needed to know why. Like, that's not normal.
Yeah, it's usually a bowel thing. You're not absorbing it.
Right.
Probably.
And I was having like severe problems with my digestive system for like 5 years. And they never took it seriously. So, December came, I was having problems with my ear.
Yeah,
January
all that.
came. Like, you'll remember this. I actually had one infection in the ear canal that was actually black mold.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I had a secondary infection in the inner ear, past the eardrum. That was some other kind of infection. And all this time, they never really took seriously when I said, my digestive system is toast. Like, there's something really wrong with it. They never believed me. So they were giving me all these antibiotics trying to kill the infection in my ear. Caused internal bleeding.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Can
I
you
ended
not? Is there any kind of lawsuit or anything you could take against these guys?
No,
This is Canada's system.
Canada.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, I ended up in the hospital, IVs, the whole 9 yards, and it took me a while to get out. And of course, because of that, they finally said, oh, maybe there is something wrong with your system. And well, Lucky got his like right away, but I had to wait months to get
Yeah.
my colonoscopy and
Yeah.
endoscopy. Uh, Meanwhile, now they're starting to do more tests, more blood work, more everything, right? I went for CAT scans, MRIs, like the works.
I got one of them coming up next week.
Yeah. So, sonars, all kinds of things. So finally, I get a phone call, and it's kind of harsh the way they do it. They called to say, you have to meet with a doctor of internal medicine because you probably have lupus. They're like, you don't have Crohn's, you don't have colitis. It looks like you have lupus.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, okay. Did a whole bunch of research because here you have to. If you don't do the research, your doctor's not going to tell you about it. It's that simple.
It's pretty much like that here too.
Yeah. So gathering all the information I could from what the doctors would give me about my tests and just looking at all my symptoms, I'll be surprised if I have lupus as a primary cause of a immunal dysfunction. I kind of have a sneaking feeling that it's Sjogren's primary. I don't have tears. I don't cry. I can't. You can hold it.
That's weird. That's
can
an
hold-
interesting symptom.
Yeah.
You can cut an onion in half and like stick it right by my eyeball and nothing happens. I have to put artificial tears in my eyes, and I've had to do that for about the last 8 years. I have very little spit. I always have to keep putting like mouth melts or something to form spit. And I don't have a classic butterfly rash that a lot of lupus, the first symptom is usually that rash. I'm not photosensitive like a lot of people who that's their primary disease or
See,
often,
that's the problem with most of these diseases. Excuse me, like lupus and stuff like
Yeah.
that. There's no definitive diagnosis. It is a list of symptoms.
exactly.
I have the same issue.
Yeah.
I've been checking me for Ehlers-Danlos for a few years now, and I still haven't gotten a definitive diagnosis yet.
And they take their bloody time with it. I mean, you think something that serious you'd get in
Yeah.
relatively fast, but you don't. Like, I don't even have an appointment yet. And I won't get one until they said fall, winter. So,
I had a girlfriend in Canada that had a brain tumor, and it took her 6 months to get an MRI. She's still alive. And when they finally did it, they said, "Oh, it's inoperable," and then they just wouldn't test her anymore. And she worried for years. I've known her for that was over a decade ago, and now she was an older teenager, and now she's a mom with kids, and she's still alive. So.
I
But it
flipped
took
out.
them forever.
Medical system around here, I flipped out. When that doctor touched me with 3 fingers, told me go home, there's nothing wrong with you, and I knew something was. I flipped out on him, and
The
I
more
thought
they subsidize it, the worse it gets. It's getting
Yeah.
just like Canada's.
And then that
Yeah.
fall,
absolutely.
and after flipping out on that doctor, and I knew where the specialist office was, I didn't even have an appointment. I just walked up there and told the lady, I was like, somebody's going to see me, or you're going to arrest me or something, because I ain't leaving till I get some kind of answer. And within about 4 days, I was being operated on.
Well, one perk I didn't expect, actually, too. So having all those infections in my ear, I'm lucky to remember the horror of it. Oh my
Oh,
gosh. It was my eardrum punctured twice before I finally got to see an ENT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really messed up, and I still have a blocked eustachian tube where, you're supposed to be able to like pop your ear and equalize the pressure. I can't do it. Something got damaged with the infections. So, I mean, you wait forever and a day, and by the time you do see someone, it's so much worse, right? So, one thing I didn't expect is that with the THC, for some reason, it gets rid of inflammation.
Yeah.
Yes, it does really well.
And I can't take any more antibiotics for like the next 3 years because of how much they already gave me. So
Mhm.
taking the THC every night has actually lowered the inflammation here, and it's starting to open.
Well, I'm gonna let you guys know something else that everybody here needs to take. Nanite vitamin C.
What do you think of the silver?
I don't
I
think
like it myself. I make it too.
Do?
Yep.
Uh,
But as far as ears go, now I got 6 kids, so I
Okay.
know a little bit about this.
Oh, please.
Because I got sick of the doctors. I had 2 children with really bad problems. Every time they touched them, they hurt them. I have now
Yeah.
come to the point, unless I hack my leg off, I'm not going.
Okay.
I used to get chronic kidney infections, and they would give me Cipro, and then I found out that that's the leading cause of kidney failure is Cipro.
Yeah.
And that's when I started getting into more herbal things. And I
Yeah.
go to a Chinese herbalist now, but usually there's something around you that you can grow. But with ears, one of the things I learned with my kids is you take peroxide and you dilute it like half and
water.
half, or yes, with water.
But
You
you
make
want
it-
to use. Hold on. You want to use distilled water.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I
That's
have plenty
probably
of that.
best, but you could boil it for if you don't even have to boil it. If you get it to almost boiling, it'll kill most of the shit in your water for
I
even
have
just
to
like
buy it
30
anyways
seconds.
because
Well, I was talking
call
about
it
the.
sinus rinse.
Well, I was talking about the bleach and stuff that they put in there. You're not blowing that out. Just
Oh, I
distilled
see what
water
you're saying.
Yeah.
is cheaper than regular water. You can go buy
Yeah,
a gallon of distilled water for 99 cents.
Yeah.
some kind of good filtered water. Yeah, but anyway, you don't want it cold because that would hurt your ear.
Yeah.
Maybe at first you mix it like you could have sensitive skin, and straight peroxide can cause third-degree burns on soft tissues. So you
Mhm.
don't ever use it full strength unless you get used to it and you've got tough skin. But so use about a third peroxide, mix it up with 2/3 of warm water, and get an oral syringe, and then you lay them like I would lay the kid's head in my lap on a towel, and you've got to move the hair because the peroxide will bleach your hair. If it touches it, yeah. But you don't force it in real fast. You just do it really gently, and it'll just bubble all the wax out. It'll kill a lot of germs, and it helps prevent infections. But I had a kid that had reoccurrent infections, and I didn't want him on antibiotics. And his grandmother was Mexican, and she told me to warm mullein in olive oil and to put that in his ear. And mullein is an antihistamine. It actually grows here in higher ground.
Oh,
And so I'll
yeah.
go and pick it. Yep. So you can
That's
make
a
a
good
tea out of
one.
it. You can make a tea out of it. You just put a few leaves in, go get some from your health food store and put a
Yeah.
little bit in with some mint tea or something, and it's a antihistamine, anti-inflammatory. You can drink it too and it'll help. So
Yeah, I do that with the plantain
Pine needle tea also helps with that. Too.
and the little pineapple weed.
interesting.
That one too is a good one, but you got to get them before they flower.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was surprised to see that it actually helped so much with the inflammation, and nothing else has. That's the thing. Antibiotics didn't touch it. Creams didn't touch it. Like, no matter what they threw at it, nothing worked. And here I am. It rained today. Usually when it rains, like I can't even talk to people, and here I am.
'Cause of the
So
Well, it's just like with psychiatry. I'm getting ready to. She won't go. I'm trying to convince her to go see a psychiatrist. She keeps having recurring dreams that I snore at night. And yeah, it's serious. I mean, you guys are laughing, but it's really serious. And
And have you heard from the makers of a CPAP machine?
what's that?
You don't own a CPAP machine?
No, I don't need a CPAP machine.
You might need a CPAP machine.
Nah,
Yeah.
I'm not that bad. I'm doing that as a joke to try to break the
Yeah.
all this tension of all this negativity coming through.
Well,
Jeez.
mine was, issues were a little different than everybody else's. But, 'cause I was dealing with a lot of them digestive issues too. And I haven't had any problems for a few months. And
Yeah.
Well, several months actually. Well, I had the surgery done, got rid of the cancer and all that, but they said that would not fix that problem. That was just
Okay, but back up a little bit before that.
yeah.
If you hadn't gone back and insisted they retest you,
Oh yeah.
I might not be able to talk to Lucky tonight on a Skywatch.
Well, yeah. They told me I could have dropped at any moment.
Yeah.
That's why they rushed the surgery. From the day I saw the specialist, it was like 2 days, and he had me in surgery. I mean, it was that quick. But got that taken care of, luckily.
I
But-
hate to do this, but I'm fading fast, so I'm gonna say goodnight.
Actually, I
Good
think
night, Tana.
I'm not far behind you, hon.
But
Night night.
it was fun. Good night. We'll
Night.
do it. Now that I got this shit set up, yay.
Good to go.
So I'll see you guys next time.
All right.
Sweet
Okay.
dreams.
Good night.
Hey.
Watch out for kitty cats.
Oh, I will.
They steal your soul at night when you sleep.
I think they do.
They do. I've seen it.
So, like I said, I went and got all that stuff taken care of, but I was still, even after the surgery, I was still sick. They told me I would be. Nothing I could, they could really do. I had every test in the world done. MRIs, scopes, every which way, the whole 9 yards, nothing. So I started looking around, trying to figure stuff out, and couldn't figure out anything. So I was like, forget it. I'll look up something else. I'll do some different research. Something to take my mind off. I started looking up the whole empath side of it. Of me, I should say. And I found out from a couple different places that people that are empathic have a lot of digestive issues from
It seems to go hand in hand.
from holding everything in. I thought, maybe there's something to it, but I didn't really know for sure. So I didn't know what to do. So I waited, well, just coincidentally, if you want to call it that. I went to that UFO meeting up in Cleveland, which, like I've said, they're the oldest group in the world. And we listened to the speaker and the whole deal up there and all that. Well, got done. They wanted to know if anybody had anything they wanted to talk about, which I did, but I didn't want to say nothing. So a few other people were rattling on about whatever. And then all of a sudden, they called on me. My hand was raised. I don't even remember putting my hand up in the air at all. That was kind of weird. I'm like, all right. So I went on. I started shaking, sweating. I mean, it was a mess. And I've talked in public and stuff. I don't care. I'll talk to anybody. It don't make any difference to me. So going through all this, and that's when it gets into the roller coaster ride of reliving the past 18 years worth of everything all in about 5 minutes. So all that stuff was released because I literally saw it leave. I mean, it was gone. And then within, I would say, less than a month after that, I started actually feeling better. And I haven't really had hardly any troubles since. I mean, yeah, I get stuff, from if I ate something too spicy, that kind of stuff.
Normal stuff.
But all the other, just like it disappeared. Like it just gone. So that's the only thing I could figure was maybe it was the release deal. I don't know. But it seemed to work anyway. But it
Thank
was kind of
goodness.
weird though, because I still do not remember putting my hand up. That was just like, I don't know, but I'm glad I did, but it was one of them experiences, you're glad you finished it, but you never want to do it again. That kind of thing.
Dude, I've had a lot of experiences like that.
Yeah.
When I was in the Army,
Yeah.
apparently I volunteered and put my hand up for all kinds of crazy shit
Yeah.
I didn't remember doing.
So it was pretty weird though, and I was wore out after. Well, I was tired anyway, because that night beforehand is when that whole, I don't know, dream thing, which one of them analysts on the radio ended up saying was the out of body type deal.
Well, it sounds like it.
It could have been, I don't know, but after that
You
happened,
saw a possum in your yard,
yeah.
yet your body never left the bed.
Well, the weirdest part was that part of it I would have just chalked up to a dream. But the whole point of coming back in, standing at the foot of my bed that I'm laying on now, and I could feel the mattress like on my legs where I'm standing there, and I'm watching myself sleep. And then after, I don't know how much time went by, it didn't seem like very long. The me that was asleep, I don't know what else you'd call it, woke up. Like, you get that feeling somebody looking at you. And that's when it felt like I was hitting the chest with a sledgehammer. It took a good 15 minutes or more to finally get to myself. And that was about 3:30 in the morning, around there, because I got my computer right here, so I knew what time it was. And I didn't sleep at all from that point until it was probably a good 36 hours. Because I was up all that night, the rest of the night, and then the day, and then went up to that meeting, and that was about 3 hours away. And come home, and I had all these people asking me questions out in the hallway after the meeting. It was pretty neat, but it was just the biggest roller coaster ride you could ever imagine.
I've never felt comfortable in the whole out of body. Like I can never like just go with it. The moment I realize what's happening,
Yeah.
it's over.
Well, I've heard from other people and read and stuff that the ones that enjoy it are the ones that can do it like on command.
The best way to learn how to do it is anytime you find yourself in a dream or anything like that, or you're unsure,
Yeah.
train yourself, and you have to train yourself to do this. Okay, it took me a long time, years. Before you go to bed at night, you look at your hand,
Oh yes,
because where your hand is, you are.
Yeah.
yes.
And once I got that, I got control of my dreams. You say, like a comment you made earlier, like, to remember the military.
Hmm.
Oh.
Okay, every time I go to bed, trust me, I remember the military. But my experiences were different than yours.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So, in order, people say, were you ever in war? I was like, yeah, when right before I woke up, I was in one.
Yeah.
But I learned to look at my hand
Yeah.
in order to control my dreams. And it can get kind of weird. It gets a little funky, but learn to look at your hand, especially if you're doing an outer body.
Yeah.
Because most of the time that's involuntary.
Right.
Yeah.
If you train to look at your hand, when you catch yourself doing one, because I think a lot of people do it more than they think they do. It's
But
documented.
it's that moment where you realize it. The moment
Right.
where you're like, oh
Right.
wow, look
That's
what
the
I'm
whole
doing.
thing that I've read in a lot of places and heard others talk about on different shows is you don't have that whole, kind of a shock thing once you realize it because you know it from the start because you're in control. So once you can do it on command, then it's not as big of a deal because you don't have that shock. There's nothing to surprise you because you know what you're doing. You're in control.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, I can see the benefits of being able to do that, but what's the risk?
There's okay. Some say there's none. Some say like people that remote viewing.
Yeah.
Remote viewing is not actually going someplace. You're tapping into the internet. Is
Yeah.
basically what.
Yeah.
And there can be a lot of arguments on that. I tap in, and people, and everybody, what you guys do, we all tap into an internet. Some people are better at it
Yeah.
than others. Like, me seeing red, green, red, green, red, green.
Yeah.
Okay. I kept, and if I look at your picture, that's all I see is red, green.
Yeah.
So I couldn't figure out where that was coming from till you came online.
Right.
But I
Yeah.
was attaching it to somebody else because that's who I was looking at.
Yeah.
Okay. But you're tapping into just this universal. Now there might be different Google and Yahoo out there.
Yeah.
I don't know what
Right.
you want to call it. There might be different bands or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. But if you're doing an outer body experience, it's something totally different.
Projecting?
You're yes and no. But the thing is I don't know what lies outside that boundary. What else is out there? Because any planes that you're in, something else is there. If you're there, something
Right.
else is
Well,
there.
that's the thing too that goes along with some of the articles I've even read, and you don't get the shock necessarily of wow, I'm out of body. The shock is that can kind of mess with people to a certain degree is when they go wherever they want to go while they're doing it, but once they get to that place, it's not what they expected it to be. like going on vacation to a place and you get there and it's not what the brochure looked like. It's completely worse. Same mindset.
Well, a lot of that has to do if you're outer body, you're possibly using your true sight
Yeah.
on something. That means the veils when you lift the veils,
Right.
and depending upon
Well, I mean, even the way you see, like, flesh, eyes of the flesh,
Right.
there's only so much of your peripheral vision that you can see, right?
Right.
Every single time you're out, you don't have just this much vision.
No.
You see the entirety,
Yeah.
which is kind of mind blowing.
Yeah.
see, I can't say if I've had true outer body experience or not.
I try not to.
Yeah, I've had plenty of dreams, and I've woken up swearing that I knew what was going on in the next room.
There's
But
also lucid dreaming too, so that's a whole nother deal. But
my problem. Well, my problem is I can sit there and be perfectly safe,
yeah.
but go into kind of a trance while I'm driving.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's safe. I'm well aware of everything that's going on and everything. It's just I kind of go into, if I crank up the music, I go into another realm. But if you're talking to me next to me,
Yeah.
I don't have a clue what you're saying. My wife sees me do it all the time. And she's like, "Where are you?" I'm finding out where the cops are. And I'm like, I'll tell her there's a cop 3 miles down the road on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah.
And sure enough, she just got to the point where she doesn't even, go there anymore because she does it. Or like today, coming back, I said I'll pull over at the next because she won't. I got a new car. She won't smoke in the car. And we go about an hour in. I said, "Yeah, I'll pull over at the next exit." And she goes, "I didn't say that." She goes, "Never mind." She does that, and I do that with her all the time. And
Yeah.
it's just like the machine. I said it's probably in back, and she's looking for her machine, but she doesn't tell me these things. She goes, "What's in back?" "Oh, never mind. Just lead the way."
Yeah.
The other day I picked up some weird mustard, and I didn't know why I picked it up. And she goes, "I was looking at that on the internet today."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Well, here, And I don't know why I do it. It's just,
I love when Steve does it. I think it's
yeah.
well, I mean,
But what I was trying to say is she does the same thing to me, but she doesn't chalk it down to that.
Yeah.
I said it's.
I do too, but I just assume it's because, well, we live together, we're close, and
Mhm.
I assume that those kinds of bonds are just normal to,
It is. It's perfectly normal.
you know.
But to get back to when you're doing the outer body experience, I've talked to a guy that's legitly, I 100% believe
Mhm.
that he does it, and he says, he was telling me, he says the problem is, he says, I always get the feeling when I do it that I'm being watched, and he says that's the problem. He says it's not scary, but just I know I'm being watched and I don't know what's doing it.
Yeah. There's other things I've heard too of people saying that one risk to the whole thing is when you're trying to come back in your body. I've heard of people.
Yeah.
There was a woman on a radio show not too long ago. I forget who she was, but she was even saying that she don't know how much normal real time went by, but she said it felt like days in the out of body experience because she couldn't get back in her body. It was sealed off.
So it feels like eternity.
Because she was saying there's only a certain way that a person can go back into their own body. Once you figure that out, then you got a little more freedom. But that's the biggest risk. She said leaving's the easy part. Coming back is what's hard.
No idea.
Yeah, man. Which, God, man, what if you're like rolled over, laying on your stomach? Yeah. I mean, there's only one way to get in.
Yeah. Well, after I saw that camera, I know I'll fit.
Hey, let's not forget about all the stories about while you're out of your body, something else slipping in.
Uh,
Well, if they get in this body, they ain't
I
gonna
don't
be
think
there
that's
too long.
that easy
They won't stay
myself.
here that long. This
Yeah,
isn't that
I have
pleasant.
no
can't.
idea.
Possession while you're in the body, I can understand because that's just manipulating willpower. But when you're, see, I don't know what it is that comes out though. Is it your soul? Is it?
I've always been told it was your consciousness.
Yeah.
I don't
Is
know.
consciousness? Is it?
No, there's something more than that. It's like
Well, there's nothing more than your soul. I mean, that's the
no, I
greatest.
mean the soul is more than just consciousness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's something else. I don't know. Is it just that you're tapping into something that you're in your body, but you're just kind of like using a camera? Or
Maybe
something?
it's just another sense, like remote viewing.
I wonder if there's an app to that.
Out of body app. I'll be right
For your
back.
phone, I don't know. I don't use phones. Maybe, but I'd look for one for a computer.
I'll be right
Really?
back.
You don't have a cell phone?
Mm-mm. I hate
Oh.
them.
Thank you. Do you know how long I've been the only one without a cell phone?
Aw. Now, my disclaimer
back.
is I actually have an emergency track phone because the one time I left town, one of my kids got in a wreck and nobody could get a hold of me.
Yeah.
So I have an emergency track phone that I take with me when I leave, but I never give the number out and I never use it like a cell
Yeah.
phone.
I don't carry a cell phone either. I don't like it. When I leave
Yeah,
this
when I-
house, I don't want to
Yep.
be. I don't want to be trapped.
Exactly.
If it's that important, leave a message. I'm not gone forever.
And it's
Um,
nice to walk away from technology where nobody can get you,
Yeah.
unless
it
it's an
is.
emergency.
Yeah.
Oh, did you turn the camera and stuff off? Yeah, you did.
What?
Oh, the
yeah.
camera and stuff's off.
No, he just went to go fix it.
Well, when he comes back, I'm gonna have to go to bed.
Okay.
That way, I want to go in there and see if I can catch my wife dreaming about me snoring. Well, I've set cameras up in there and watched some TV in the other room, and I've never caught
Funny
her.
you should say that. That is exactly what I did, and that is why my husband wears a CPAP nowadays. He's like, I don't snore that loud. I'm like, really?
They never think they do.
I put my camera on a tripod after he fell asleep, and I took my digital recorder. And
Oh, no.
I put the digital recorder in the kitchen to show him how much he could sing at night.
Well, see, my thing is she thinks, and this is, I'm not making this up. Whenever she's asleep, I moan, I kind of growl at night.
Mm-hmm.
And I growl in the daytime, too. I'm a growler. Oh, seriously. And I do it subconsciously.
And you're going to make her go to a shrink?
Well, I'm having flashbacks of another life when I was a dinosaur. My old soul.
That is pretty old.
Yeah, we used to growl back then at each other. You know. But I'll sit there and like, whatever, like that. But I'm conscious. Well, she set up a camera, and I honestly didn't know about it. And like made me watch it the other day. See, I'm like going, honey, I was awake during all that time. I could make those same. Those are the same noises I make whenever we're making love. I mean, what are you talking about? And she's just like, I'm like, no.
Were you raised by bears?
They're actually
raised. What did you say? Never mind.
I said there might be something to that.
Alright, the camera's back on.
But no, it's just what the hell were we talking about?
Growling and snoring.
Yes.
Oh yeah, see, I and then she sits there and says, okay, well, let's keep watching this, and because I remember when I fall asleep, and there's a time there, and so after like 30 minutes, it's just like, okay, I'm not snoring, and then she hears me, I do mumble. Well, no, apparently, okay. Last year
You mumble and you growl.
Well, last year we went to Dominican Republic. Okay, I don't drink unless I'm on vacation. Drink heavily. Okay. Tonight I had a slip of plum wine, and I haven't had anything else for like a week.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't get drunk unless I'm on vacation. Last year I had, what do they call them? You put the mint and what are they called?
Mint
Moji-
juleps. Oh.
Mojitos.
Mojitos.
Mojitos. Okay.
Yeah,
I was
mojitos.
I was having a mojito with a shot of Bacardi on top.
Oh my God.
I
Wow.
lost count. I lost count after 15.
Did you say 15?
Yeah, after 15.
Oh.
Oh, I can drink though. I mean, trust me. My wife has seen me put down chug. When I was in the military, I used to eat a stick of butter and then chug a bottle of vodka before I go out to the
Oh
field.
my God.
Okay.
Ugh.
Believe me, I can drink. And be so.
Okay.
Anyway, so I lost count and got ripped, but apparently I was functioning. I don't remember. She says, this is what happened, okay? This is from what she told me. We went back to the room, and the first thing I wanted to do was take a shower. She said, I got in the shower. I got up, face planted into the bed. Then, 5 minutes later, got up, and she goes, where are you going? I looked at her and says, I'm going to go take a shower. She goes, you just got out of the shower. I said, you're joking. So I went back and took another shower. Apparently for 20-minute shower. Came back out, face planted into the bed again. After about 20 minutes, she said I was snoring, which I didn't believe. Yeah, I am snoring when I'm drunk. And then all of a sudden I got quiet. And then apparently I started singing in what she called Cleon opera. And then it switched over to, and I don't know any Japanese or Asian, language, but she said I was speaking in an Asian language. She was saying, Japanese. She says,
You were possessed by Asians.
no, it was my past life. Apparently it was a Cleon somewhere too. But then she said that stopped. And then I was speaking loudly in what she calls was some kind of African native language. And she said, you speak better languages than you do English when you're drunk and passed out.
Okay, now, see, that I believe because.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Then I don't remember none of this. Then I woke up about 2 hours after I face planted and looked at her and said, let's go get something to eat. She's like, okay. And she says I was taking little, normal steps, just being real slow, smiling. I'm a happy drunk. Smiling, talking, hey, don't even know people, just walking up, hey, man, how you been, man? Oh, yeah. And she says, I just walk up and tell people stuff. And she said, it's weird. It's like, hey, man, work on that transmission when you get back. And they're just like, yeah, and I would walk up to people like I'd known them for a long time. I was telling people yeah, you need to work on your transmission, man. That thing's going to go. And I was told one guy, I forget what I was doing. But she says, I went and got a plate of food. And when I came back and sat down, apparently she don't know what was underneath it. But I took the whole plate was covered in cheese. Liquid cheese.
Cheese make everything better.
Yeah, it's like the liquid cheese you put on a hot dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said the whole plate was dripping. There was cheese dripping off the plate onto the floor. I was walking back, sat it down. There's cheese dripping, and just ate the whole thing, looking at her, smiling, just eating and talking. She goes, you were talking about a glass of water. It's like, this water. It's goes through all this, she says it goes through all this stuff before it gets here. Just think of the journey of this water. This glass right here, it's not all just one water. It's like multiple waters that they throw together. But yet somehow they're harmonized. And then it goes into us, and then it travels again. Just think, we're probably drinking caveman's piss right now.
Indeed.
I was just
Dinosaur piss.
yeah. And then she said I walked back to the room with her, or no, we went out and I had 2 cups of coffee. And just sat out there smiling, talking to people, talking to the bushes, talking to whatever would listen to me. And then the only thing I remember is I woke up about 4 o'clock in the morning in the shower on the floor. I said, that's the only. I said, I remember the swimming pool. I lost count at 15. And then I woke up in the shower. Because you don't remember none of that? I said, no, I don't. I don't remember any of that.
So to you, it was like missing time. Just
Yeah, that's the second time or the third time. The first time I told you about when from the abduction I had.
Yeah.
And the one time was when I was younger, but I've never really told that story. And I still don't understand it. So, basically, I went to sleep, or I thought I went to sleep, but I woke up someplace different. Anyway, I went to sleep at a football game or something like that, and everybody says I just walked home, but I don't remember anything, and I woke up someplace way off. But I wasn't harassed, or clothes were still on and all that other stuff. But anyway, that's a whole other story, and I don't really get into that too much. And this time, so yeah, that's the only time missing time was just that. But I've never blanked out from drinking alcohol. That was the first time. And believe me, I've drunk much more heavier than that in the past.
That's a weird constellation or whatever it is on the screen. I don't know. Weird looking.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Like,
and
straight in the middle.
yeah.
that is the. Well, it depends on where you're going back to.
That camera is pointed in like northeast.
Well, the Smurfs called that constellation the Pussy Willow. It's next to the Smurfberry constellation.
Right to just go straight till you hit the midgets and turn left.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't see that. They're too small to see. You got to use the helmet. It's out there.
But there's quite a few real bright stars, though.
Yeah, there is. Well, I know Mercury is. Mercury's like a real good one to look at right now.
I thought there's like 5 planets that were just lined up.
Yeah, it was Earth, Mercury, Mars,
Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter.
Yeah.
And and the Sun. We're always lined up with that thing, no matter
But
what.
I haven't seen anything fly by on the screen for a while, though.
I haven't either.
I just looked again.
And I just changed the batteries in the camera because they died, so.
Yeah, besides my cursor flew by, but that's about it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know how many times I go, what was that? And then I realized it was my cursor.
I've done
I'm
the
glad I
same
didn't
thing.
say anything.
I've done the
I have too.
I was like, man, there's this giant pointer spaceship.
Yeah, the triangle.
Well, the stars are pretty.
Yeah. I'm going to find me a picture online of like a box of like Kraft macaroni and cheese, and I'll make a clip of it. Next time somebody asks me if they want to see a Kraft fly by, I'll throw it on the Like, there's your Kraft. Make the image in black and white.
Put little jet flames on the back of it.
Yeah.
With the alien on the top coming out.
Possibly one of those planets right now. It's like the opposite of what we are.
They're watching
right now.
us.
They're all on, instead of Skype, it's Yaxi.
I saw one.
I saw something.
I haven't seen anything
Might
yet.
have been a bug or something. I don't know. But I saw something.
No, that was a meteor. That wasn't a bug. It flew too straight and,
I wonder if
it
anybody's
didn't
on
look
another.
like a bug.
I wonder if anybody's on another planet looking at us right
That's
now,
what I always said. They're probably watching us.
having some stupid conversation.
Or since this camera only picks up like 20 foot of the sky, 6 inches off to either direction, it's probably this humongous craft just looking, waving.
It's a
No.
giant joint just flies by.
It's probably sitting right next to. It's sitting right next to the camera.
Yeah.
And they're looking
I'm
in
waiting
your
on the
window.
big hand.
blowing smoke in the wind. They're blowing smoke in front of the camera, saying these fuckers think it's clouds.
Yeah.
Watch
But I'm waiting to see the hand come in front. You know, the big hand.
Well, no, what really be scary is you're sitting there watching this, okay? It's three of us. There's
Yeah.
three watching it right now, and all of a sudden it shoots up to 5.
Yeah.
And it's 2 aliens watching it.
Yeah.
Going, listen, we could do the fuck with these guys.
Well, that one show I watched not long ago, it was one of them on Travel Channel or one of them channels anyway, about aliens and all that. And they were trying to give an explanation to all these strange craft people are seeing. And they said that they're harmless and all that. It's just the teenage aliens, like taking your mama's car out for a joyride.
Oh, yeah.
So they're
yeah.
grabbing the craft, not knowing how to operate everything on it. So they're just hitting buttons, and that's why you get these. Some got flames on them. Some are going with these erratic patterns, lights blinking all different. Because there's no real pattern to it.
By any chance, were these 2 kids that were talking on the alien channel?
No, it was a whole like a documentary type thing. They had all these different videos that they had, compiled, and none of them really matched. There really wasn't any similarities. And they said there won't be because it's all random. These younger beings don't know how to operate a craft. Just like if you was 12 or 13 and grab your mom's car and take off, you might not know what every button does, but you'll push them all.
Well, I think there might actually be, not to that, but I think there might actually be a time difference. They might be going faster or slower.
Yeah.
Time and relevance. So when we see something, to us it looks like it's moving and jerking back and forth. To them, they might be hovering up there. So what we see takes 10 seconds, but to them, they might be there for 2 hours.
Yeah, there are times, I think that is partially true, because if you listen to all the abduction cases, somebody will be up there and they say they feel like they've been there for hours and hours and hours, and then they come back to Earth and they found out they've only been gone for 10 minutes.
Oh, well, mine was when I was missing, basically from 11 to 5.
Yeah.
But I felt drained. I was hungry. Mm-hmm. I felt like I've been in fights, boxing, and everything. I felt all, but yet my buddy, who apparently didn't go anywhere, just, he was just like, no, well, he's fine.
Yeah. I don't know how long the event I had was time-wise. I have no idea, but I just know it was like almost 70-mile difference. I was driving. That I remember nothing. That was pretty weird. And I would have never thought anything of that, and I really didn't for a long time until I saw that movie from the Mothman Prophecies. And he had the same exact thing happen. It was just in the opposite direction. Same town, everything. He was just headed south, and I was headed north.
Right.
And I was right on that same bridge where the Mothman thing had happened. And, well, it's a rebuilt bridge, of course, but same thing. And I saw that sign, Welcome to Ohio, and I don't remember nothing for about 70 miles till I turned on my exit to come home.
Well, I'm going to have to call it good night.
Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's that hour.
And
I think I'm going to go too.
I know.
Yeah, not much else going on right now anyway.
I know that all those thousands of people that are watching right now don't want me to go. I understand. I know a lot of them are probably going to cut themselves tonight. Oh, yeah. Not being near me. People do it all the time. I understand.
Yeah, we've only been on here for 5 hours and 10 minutes.
When I left
that long?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember, when
I'm
I
missing
left
some time.
No,
well,
hon, you've been here the entire...
came a little
Trust
bit late.
me.
You was a little bit late to the parties.
You were smoking time, girl.
Yeah, I think you smoked a calendar or something.
Just think, before you know it, she's gonna. I'm telling you, man. Look at her. What are the little trolls you have with the little blue hair? You turn them up and
Oh yeah.
You gotta rub them back.
Oh yeah, I still got some of those trolls.
Yep.
They're trolls.
She's gonna have long hair and
I might actually.
And I predict probably next time we see her, it's probably going to be a different color.
She should get her
no.
Barbies a G.I. Joe so that they're happy. Or at least they have somebody to mess with, you know. I have a G.I. Joe, and I have a couple Barbies, too.
Well, I actually have Athena, warrior princess.
Oh, yeah.
And I actually have...
That's a lesbian girl. I mean, come on, what are you trying to do?
I have G.I. Jane.
That's G.I. joke.
Yeah.
I have some space girls. There's actually an alien collection in Barbie.
Oh, wow.
Is there really?
Yeah.
Hold on, go up there and grab one and show it. I want to see what an alien Barbie looks like.
Okay.
They're just all gray.
Is there anything underneath? I mean, is it like what's it look like?
See, typical boys, they pull up the dresses on your Barbies because they want to see, you know.
Oh, you kidding me? When I was a kid, I admit it. I used to go up to the mannequins and take a look. I was curious. I mean, come on, I was still young. I was like 23.
It's not perverted. It's just natural curiosity.
That's such a boy thing to say.
Natural curiosity.
Heck, every now and then I might grab one of their asses today. I was in, what was it,
Put the mannequins in a weird pose.
Oh no, what was it the other day? It was, oh God, what's the shirt I'm wearing? The one with the H on it. What the hell is this shirt?
That's Wounded Warrior there.
Like a Nike store. But anyway, yeah, it was just like, I was just like, what the hell? But I was reaching up to grab the material. My wife said, what you doing? I'm trying to feel the material.
Oh my God.
And she's like, what are you doing? I'm like, no, honestly. She's like, yeah. Do I need to get you one of these? I'm just like, yeah, I mean, no.
Guys are naturally curious anyway, so.
Oh yeah, we touched ourselves.
They're naturally something, that's for sure.
Curiosity killed the cat. But, hey, they say curiosity killed the cat, but at least he knew before he died. That's all I can
That's a cool Barbie.
Oh, let me see. What am I missing here? I don't see any Barbies.
It's in the chat text thing.
Oh.
I decided to put the link because I don't feel like going to get the ladder. They're way up on the top.
Why should she do anything for you? You called her a troll.
Oh my God, that's scary looking. If that came walking into a bar, I'd leave.
Are you kidding? She's hot.
There's nothing hot about that. Dude, it looks like if I
You just dissed your Barbie, dude.
Are you kidding me?
It's okay. It's okay. I understand we'd be dating different women. That's okay.
If I went home with that, I'd get like poison ivy on my nuts. What the hell? I mean, that looks like I wouldn't date a girl with that. You know, she's had some daddy issues.
What?
No, look at her.
He's psychoanalyzing your Barbie.
That's daddy issues.
Oh no, there's another one for you.
There. How about that one then?
Hold on, let me look. Hold on, let me see which this one is.
Oh, the red
Come
hair.
on, load up. What? Are you kidding me? That's man envy. What the hell?
What do you call that? Excuse me?
That is man envy right there. It's like, if I can't get one, I'll join them. Look at me, I'm one of the boys. Accept me, Daddy. Accept me. Mommy doesn't love me. Oh, I'm gonna carry a shield so Daddy would pay attention to me.
See, the guys I hang around are so much different than that. They'll like make fun of you even if you're a girl if you can't do things. Seriously.
Dude, she can't do. I mean, look how thin she is. You're like, oh, I got a big sword.
Well,
spear,
that's true.
And a shield.
But you know, I actually knew a younger girl that had been an officer, and you know, they say women aren't in combat, but quite often they really are. And she actually, you know, I knew people that had been on her team and everything, and they adored her, and she was a no-nonsense person, you know?
Honestly, I don't think gender made that much of a difference on, like...
That's in the Canadian Army.
Okay, how can it be that much different?
Oh my God, it's the Canadian Army.
See, I don't know. I wasn't in the service, and I've worked really hard jobs even when I was super, super skinny and everything, and I realize women are stronger than they realize. But
we're
different.
I'm not going to argue
We're different, and I am not, and most of us are most of us are not big, herky men. I mean, let's
I
let's
hope
get
not.
real.
Okay, the
But I've
biggest
actually,
compliment.
uh-huh.
The biggest compliment I ever got was I ran for like 4 weeks with a platoon where it was winter and we had a ton of like disguises to become terrorists. We were the platoon that would go around attacking all the training platoons. And because it was winter, I got to wear my sorry.
See, even the
3 o'clock
elephant called
elephant.
bullshit.
Okay, so I got to wear a balaclava. I wore a balaclava everywhere I went. Okay, and at the end of the month, when everybody was picking up the equipment and getting ready to call it quits for a couple weeks, one of the higher ranking officers came by in the truck to tell us we did a good job. He actually stopped the truck and got out to tell me that I did a good job. And he comes up and he pats me on the back and he goes, "Good job, buddy." So I figured, well, I'll take my balaclava off and shake his hand, right? Take my balaclava off. He goes, "Oh, you're not a buddy." He had no idea.
Okay,
But I
so
was
you got
skeeved out.
retarded officers again.
Now, see, this is how I imagine Canadian soldiers. They shoot
listen
you,
to-
and then they
she
say,
takes-
"I'm sorry."
Yeah.
And then, look
Yeah.
at no. Then they take
Some
a
of that
couple
works.
of then they take a couple of weeks off.
Yeah.
My God, it's like, hey, yeah, let's go take. We did never get weeks off.
Did you not get time off at Christmas?
Not a couple of weeks. It came out of our freaking leave.
If you
Yeah,
said-
not always
if you
either.
scheduled for
Yeah,
it, maybe.
you had 30 days. You had 30 days a year, and
That's it.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, God, when I got out of the army, I think I bought back 3 years, 90 days.
Yeah.
90 days of leave. I
Yeah, they'll
bought.
pay you for it, what you don't use.
Yeah.
I know you have to use some of your own vacation days to add to it. I get that, yeah. But, I mean, you don't have close to 2 weeks off?
You're lucky to get a couple days.
No, you usually you might get, if you come in like for 3 weeks, you might get 2-3 days. When we came back from Saudi Arabia, okay, when I came back from the first Gulf War, that was literally a year and 5 days.
Yeah.
We got 4-day weekend, and then you had to take your own leave.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
didn't
we're
see my
spoiled.
father. I didn't see my father for 2 years once. I forgot what he looked like. I called every man in a uniform Daddy. I'm not shitting you. They sent him to Guam. It was during the Vietnam War. He was considered a Vietnam vet, but he was never in like combat in Vietnam. They flew over and
holidays did
stuff.
Look, anyway, bullshit aside, I'm only joking about the stereotype with the dolls. But, and whatever that, but anyway.
The holidays didn't make any difference, though.
And I've trained with
Really?
I trained with Canadian Special Forces. Great bunch of guys. Don't know about the women's Special Forces.
Well, if you were with the Van Deus, you probably didn't meet very many at
Well,
that point in time.
but I'm not gonna get into women in the military. I agree, women should be in the military, but in a combat situation, no.
They're allowed now, though. Front
Uh,
lines, it got passed.
I can't. When I ask American guys, none of them will usually say no. And I kind of thought that would be the case. Most of them say, well, they have their own, but they never said, I want them in combat. Now, some say that they're good at shooting,
Yeah.
well,
different
hey,
things,
my
but-
wife is great at shooting.
No, and I'm not arguing with you because I don't know. Like I said, I haven't been in the surface, and I would think that we would not be the same.
But
You
reason why I say it is because if I'm out in the field when I was on the first Saudi Arabia, guess who's going home first?
Yeah.
The female. Why? Because she got pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, I can see that point.
that
And
actually
on
does
top of
happen
that-
a lot too.
You're going to put
Yeah.
me in a foxhole with a girl, and none of the other guys in the company is getting a foxhole with a girl.
Yeah.
You know how big of an issue that's going to turn out to be?
Yeah.
And then the
I
moment
agree.
I say something or do something, dude, we were grabbing ass with the guys all the time. We were in
Sexual
a tent.
harassment.
Yeah.
We were in a tent and was told with the sergeant major over a loudspeaker giving cadence for us to beat off.
Well,
I'm
I'll
dead
just say
serious.
that
You couldn't do
personally,
that.
I never had an issue with
Because
a single
you
guy in the
weren't-
field. I never had an issue.
Because you were only gone for 3 or 4 weeks at a time, if that.
The 6
Wait,
months that I was out there, we got
where at?
tight. Like,
Okay, were you actually living out of a foxhole for 6 months, not taking a shower?
no, sea can.
Exactly. I know you don't understand, and that's
No,
Well,
I'm just trying to say that personally,
mm-hmm.
away from base, away from the dust. Okay, I've never ever had an issue with any of the guys. The only time I've ever run into an issue is politics on base. That's it. And it's usually the people who are stuck behind the desk for like the last 5 years that have the most to say about my gender.
Okay.
You know, they're the ones who know the least about what I can and can't do, but they're the ones that are the most vocal about it. So.
You'll have to tell Jade some of the stuff that you was telling me. You know, basic training wise. God, you guys had it like so easy.
Oh, we did. Yeah, absolutely. Comparison, we did.
Yeah,
Well, anyway, I'm to get off that whole thing. Real quick, I need to go. Tired of
Right.
the elephant has rung,
yeah.
and I'm
Good
tired.
night.
And I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Now, what was it going to do?
Take it easy, Jade.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
I don't know.
And
Maybe
good night to you guys too.
Good night. Thanks for sticking with us tonight.
No problem.
Yeah, take it easy. I'm glad
Good night, you guys.
Glad you're able to make
Bye
it.
bye.
Bye. 40 years old, still having the gender conversation. I can't believe it. Oh well.
'Cause I remember in high school they would have the recruiters and stuff come and try to get people to sign up. And they'd tell all the girls, you know, well, you can't do that job. We won't even let you do that job. We don't care if you qualify for it or not. So, and even when I was on base and stuff, even if it was the girl's job, whatever, they never had to do much of nothing. They were
I
always
say,
allowed
you know
to
what?
just-
Scrap the gender thing and make one standard of testing, not two.
Well, the testing was always the same, but it didn't matter. I could have the same job that she did, and she'd get off work early.
Yeah.
All the breaks.
But what I didn't like is they had like for the fitness,
Fitness
testing.
is different, yeah.
They, you know how they require the guys to do like more push-ups than the females.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
Ours was always everybody had to do the same amount of everything, but the
Yeah.
time limit they gave you to do it was different.
Oh, okay.
Like I remember when I had to run a mile and a half in like 11 minutes. That was my
Yeah.
time. And some of the others, depending on gender and age, the older you were, the more time you got. But
Now I think the sit-ups the girls had to do more than the guys because the center of gravity and the
Yeah.
whole, you know.
but ours was
Fine.
all just you had to do so many in a certain amount of time. So you had to be like fast on everything.
Yeah.
Which wasn't too big of a deal. I failed the running part once because it was indoors and I never could run laps in a gym. But when we done it,
Oh, but how many people? That's exactly the problem. Is that they were running you indoors.
the main reason I failed was I quit a lap early. I didn't count my laps. I got out of sync, so I messed it
Yeah.
up there. And I was only off by like 10 seconds, I think it was. It was real
You could
close.
test.
So they just had me like clean the entire facility, and they passed me.
I
It
think
was
they
so
changed
close.
the beep test now. I don't know what they're doing now, but I think it's different. I have to check.
But
But
a mile and a half was what we always had to run, though. I remember
Yeah.
having 11 minutes. And I'd done it. When we done it outside, it was no big deal because it was run from point A to point B and back. And that wasn't no big deal. But just
when you
laps,
had to go back and forth across the gym floor,
yeah, we had to just run circles, just run laps. It was just hard. I forget how many laps it even was now. It was quite a few, though. But it was just too hard to keep track.
yeah.
And I just got out of sync because they had us wear this little. It looked like a pill almost, but you put it like on your sock or something, just because it kept track. But they would never tell you when you'd run by. They wouldn't tell you what lap you was on. It was just a way to prove that whoever was keeping track was really doing their job. But they would never let us know, so I quit a little bit too early. I remember going through the gas chamber. Boy, that was interesting.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad though, really, but it was just hot in there. Because we had about 40 of us in there at the same time. and we stayed in there for a while though. You had to stay in there with your mask on if your mask sealed well enough. If it didn't, you was stuck. And they would put a lot of that stuff in there you couldn't even see. I mean, it was a cloud. And they'd have
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me if you puked, you actually had to go.
yeah, they'd
like,
make you stay in there with no mask
stay
on.
there.
They wouldn't let you have a mask on if you got sick. They always
Wow.
had. If you got sick, you had to get sick inside your shirt. But then you wasn't allowed to change it. You had to wear it.
Oh.
So I lucked out. I was fine, but I remember they got up to our row where we was at because when you take your mask off, you had to say your like name, rank, social security number, and something else. And everybody's running out, and they got up close to us, and they're talking to us and stuff. And our instructor, he's in there all day with no mask on. He can breathe this stuff. Don't bother him any. Well, he comes up to us, and I'm like fanning my shirt because it's hot in there. It's probably over 100 degrees. He's like, "What's wrong?" I told him, like, "Man, it's hot in here." So he grabs a fan and blows every bit of that smoke right in my face. I was like, damn. So took my mask off. My sinuses drained all over his nice, clean uniform.
Oh no.
So I was like, I'll get even with you. All of our division commanders and everybody was in charge of us the whole time. They're all watching us because the whole front of the room's a big glass window. So they're on the outside. Funniest part, though, we get all done and they make you run outside in laps. You got to wave your arms because you got to get that stuff off of your clothes and stuff. Get it off of you. And then they give us a chance to use the restroom. And they tell everybody, wash your hands before you go to the bathroom.
Oh no, they
And a lot of them didn't. And then you'd hear them start screaming.
get out.
So it was pretty funny.
Dude.
Yeah, there was some stuff that wasn't too bad, but some of it sucked, but some was alright. It just all depended. Because when you're marching around base, we all had flags we had to carry, and each one would have like ribbons or something on it to distinguish, like your rank amongst the other divisions of how well you was doing. And we were the top on the base the whole time, so it wasn't as bad for us as it was some of the others.
Well, I think if I had a choice, I would go. If I had to go through it all over again, I would still go back in the winter.
Yeah.
Because all that kind of stuff, like, it's easier to take in the cold weather, you know.
I dealt with both extremes. From 2 foot of snow to 100 degrees. I went through every bit of it. Yeah, it was crazy. It was probably, well, when I left boot camp, it was probably around 37, 38 Celsius. But when I got there, we had 2 foot of snow on the ground. So it changed that quick in 9 weeks.
Oh, geez, that's fast.
I mean, it was very quick. Now, when I got to Florida, got stationed there, that was just a piece of cake. Because it was so hot down there, the whole 6 months I was there, they weren't allowed to make us exercise. Because before the sun was even up, it'd be 30 degrees, Celsius-wise. So, it was, they didn't...
There's that rule where you can only be allowed to do, like, so many minutes of work in that heat, and then you have to stop.
Yeah, we had to... All of our schooling and any work we had to do had to be done before the sun come up.
Yeah.
And then once the sun came up, it was your free time to do what you want.
Sweet.
I only had to be on base for... like 4 hours a week. After I got out of my schooling, I stayed on base or off base in a free apartment that was given to me. So I just stayed there. Showed up once a week for a 4-hour guard duty, and that was it. Made money standing guard duty too. I made I think I stood 2 guard duties and I made close to $800. That's about $100 an hour. So I didn't mind that. That was a whole month's pay. Because it was 4th of July and the guys wanted the day off to party and everything. But shoot, I was still off and plenty of time to go watch fireworks and everything. So it didn't bother me any. But holidays really made no difference. I mean, you might get off work early or something.
Yeah, we always have, like,
I stood guard.
I know there's always the block that's given, and then your own days added to it.
I stood guard duty on Christmas. I mean,
I think if you don't take any extra or anything like that, you still get something like 10 days. I mean, most people though would add to that, if you're gonna fly home or
it didn't
something.
matter if it was Christmas or what. We might get. You wouldn't get a whole day off. You might get off early.
Well, did they not have to send you home like
No, you.
ever so often?
No, you. I wasn't allowed to come home for a whole year. I was in till afterwards. Till I just took some of my own leave and came home.
Really?
Paid for it myself. You got to pay for it all yourself if you want to go home. But I never got. You don't get to come home at all.
Well, see, like in terms of treatment, compared to you guys, we were really spoiled.
Yeah,
Sincerely, we were totally spoiled.
yeah. Like I said, holidays and anything you might get off early. The only time it would work out is if the holiday fell like on a weekend or something. They might give us like a 3-day weekend or something.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was just pretty much a normal day. It really didn't make a whole lot of difference.
Mm.
I mean, it varied from place to place depending on where you was at and what was going on, but
Yeah, of course.
it was never just any free time.
Wow.
I mean, we never had during the week, I think we'd get, well, depending on how your schedule is set up, but you'd only get one day off a week anyway, if you was lucky to get that. And that's all year. You never got any really days off. If you had a day off, you still might end up standing guard duty or something. It didn't matter. So you'd be there all day, every day.
Man, how do you stay sane? Like,
No, you just really don't. You just kind of get used to it, I guess. You really don't worry too much about it.
that.
Just depends on. It depends too on what your job was and what your hours were.
Yeah, true.
But when you got a ship and there's 5,000 people on your ship, that's a lot of people. They're literally a floating city.
Yeah. Well.
They got their own zip code for mail, own post office, newspaper. I mean, yeah, 5,000 people is a lot of people. And them ships are humongous. If you ever look up like the Empire State Building, our ship was taller than it. If you'd
Well, when
stand
you
it
showed
up.
me those pictures, it was unbelievable.
Oh man, they're
Like,
humongous.
5.
4.5 acres on top the flight deck.
Yeah, I had no idea how big those
Those
things
things
were
are,
until showed me.
they're very big. I mean, with that many people and stuff, I was on the ship just about a year, and I bet I wasn't on 20% of it.
Something that large, like where the hell does it dock?
We were in the shipyard because we was rebuilding ours, but they just dock them on the base. I mean, or it just depends on where you're at, but they can dock them just about anywhere. They really don't require as much water. The crazy thing is though, they won't float hard. I mean, they'll float, but not very well in fresh water.
Okay.
It's got to be salt water. Fresh water, that's where our dry dock was, but when they took it out of there, it took 4 tugboats, I think, to pull it out. Now the older ships, like the one I was on, but the older ones, they were diesel. But they all nuclear now though. That was one day we weren't allowed there when they had to bring all the nuclear rods in to reinstall them. They wouldn't let nobody be there then because it was just dangerous. But when they were diesel, I seen some of the diesel ones. They required a massive amount of fuel. It only gets 6 inches to the gallon. 6 inches is not very much.
No.
But from where I was in Virginia, from there, I could be setting over in the Middle East in 3 days.
What?
Takes 3 days to get over there. Yep. I talked to a lot of guys that went over there and stuff, and
Yeah.
because the actual top speeds of those ships is still classified. They won't say.
So you don't actually know what it tops out at.
No, they won't say. But they're definitely big though. But yeah, it's kind of mind blowing when you first see one.
Well, I haven't actually seen one in real life yet, but I still think it's mind blowing.
Yeah.
You know? Something that
There,
size?
from the
Yeah.
top of the ship where I worked at on the flight deck, just to the water, was 27.5 meters. Just to the water. So that's pretty far down. And that's not the highest point of the ship. That's just where I happen to be at.
Yeah.
So that, that's a long way down. That's 90 feet. That's why they have a net all the way around the side of it, in case you get blown off. The net will catch you.
Well, that's pretty spectacular.
Done a lot of painting though.
Yeah.
Some of them spots were so hot you couldn't be in there 5 minutes at a time.
And you have to use like a special sealant too, right?
Yeah, the paint that we used was, man, it was the ugliest color you could ever imagine. It's like I don't know, it's not much different of a shade than like that bluish green foam you stick fake flowers in. That real nasty looking kind of blue color.
Yeah.
That's basically what the whole inside of the ship's painted as. Unless you're like in the captain's quarters or something, and them are real fancy. But all the rest of it's just very plain. Because it doesn't last. They have to repaint everything about once every couple years.
So it's not worth it.
Just because of the conditions. Yeah, them spaces we were in, they were just so hot. I mean, if you was in there very long, you'd pass out. I think that's the hottest places I've ever been in my life.
We have Robbie with us?
Huh? Somebody joined the chat?
I think so.
Oh,
I guess he left.
it might have. Yeah, it's only showing one of us is here. It must be just you. It's not even registering me anymore.
Unless I'm not really here.
Because mine's been dropping off for a while. Kind of bounces back and forth. But yeah, working on the ship, because it's all steel and everything.
Yeah.
So it's just so hot.
No escape from that heat, eh?
No, because I remember one of the last spots that I painted before I was off the ship. I just done the conversions. It was 58 degrees Celsius.
Are the mess halls air conditioned or?
Not much of anything is really. You're just hot. But 58 degrees Celsius is hot. It's 135 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, so I was only allowed in there 5 minutes at a time. You try to paint a room when you're only allowed in there 5 minutes. I mean, it takes
Throw paint at the wall so it sticks.
Chipping paint's bad too.
Which one?
Chipping all the paint off the walls before you paint it.
Oh yeah.
That's rough. They use what they call a needle gun. It looks just like a big tattoo gun. Exactly what it's got. About, I don't know, probably a dozen flat pieces of I don't know if they're steel or what they're made out of. You just hold it up to the wall and it just vibrates all the paint off.
Oh, I know what you mean. I used a smaller one on the house a few years back
Things
to
are.
get the. Oh, I only know the French name for it. On the bottom half of the house, it's called a crepe. Kind of like outdoor stucco.
Yeah.
That goes around the
Yeah.
cement part of the base of the house.
Yeah.
Well, when we got here, it was all chipped up and falling apart and tumbling. So I had to take all the old stucco off before we could, refinish it.
But you try running one. I run them guns a lot, and the ones we used, they were probably, I don't know. Oh, they probably as big around as that Gatorade bottle I got in my hand. That big around, and I'd have to run that for about 9 hours a day nonstop.
Oh,
so just
9 hours?
You quit, and you could literally watch your hands. You couldn't hold something to drink. You'd still be
No,
shaking.
because the vibration in your hands is so intense.
Yeah, it was just, they run off of air hoses. They're air compressors.
I never did more than an hour at a time.
Yeah, it would run all day.
Oh, brutal.
Because they really don't work that efficiently. They don't take off that much. So you'd be there all day.
Oh,
And there'd be, a spot it's not really that big. Maybe a room the size of the one you're in there, something like that. You'd have 7 or 8 guys in there doing the same thing all day, and you still wouldn't get it done for a couple days at least.
Yeah.
Because the things on the bottom of the little needle things, they were flat. There was no points on them, so there was nothing really there just to knock the paint off. It was a
Right.
hassle. But just the heat was the worst of it. Now, if the people in charge really liked you, which there was only a few that they did, they would let them come in at night and do their painting when it was a lot cooler.
Oh,
So it wasn't
okay.
as bad. But most of us never got that. But 4.5 acres up there on top of the flight deck, man, that is a lot of acreage. Just,
Well,
and you have to
it's hard for me to picture it, even with the pictures.
you'd have to go up there, and they had what they call pad eyes. They're just two little like bars of metal that are crossed, and it's what they use to tie down the aircraft. So you'd have, if the ship was out to sea, you'd probably have 30 or 40 jets on it at one time up top. And you'd have to keep the little circles where they would tie them down cleaned out of all the ice. And I think there was probably 500 or 100 of them or more on there. You'd have to walk by each one of them, chip the ice out. Then I got stuck with the job because a lot of the guys that worked on our ship, they were just private people that worked at the shipyard. They were just normal people. And one guy's got the job to sandblast the side of the ship, all the numbers off of it up top. So my job for about a week was shoveling, using a broom and a shovel, scooping up all this. It was crushed diamonds is what they was using. I had to scrape all that up out of the sandblaster, refill the machine all the time. That's a boring job. Because it's black. It looks like crushed black diamonds.
Yeah.
You have to sweep it all up and refill the machine, keep going. But yeah, it's just crazy, just the size of everything. Like I remember I found the one room one time that had the anchor chain in it. Each link, I mean, I laid down in one of them and stretched out my arms and legs, and I couldn't touch the end of one link. It was like that big.
Wow.
You talk like 2 anchors that are solid brass, and they weigh like over a ton apiece.
Yeah.
Bigger than a Volkswagen car. I think you're just humongous. You got 2 of them on the ship, one on each side. But yeah, just everything's supersized. But when you've got that many people, I mean, and something that large. I mean, you could do a whole 20-year career there and never run into some of the people there. Your paths would never cross.
Wow.
I think we had, if you started clear at the bottom of the ship and go all the way to the top, I think it was like 4 or 5 sets of stairs. There's about 5 stories you had to go up, if I remember right. And then if you get into what they call the crow's nest, the real high point, that's where they actually steer the ship and clear up top. But nobody was allowed up there.
I was just going to say, who's allowed up there?
Well, I did once. I got lost. Ended up there. Got yelled at. Really wasn't much up there to worry about. I mean, they was still building the ship at the time, rebuilding it. But them submarines are big, too. I watched them build one of them. Them things are massive. And they can fit 2 of those inside the ship. Full-size submarine. They'll fit if they need to for like an emergency or something. But they're big. I could have had a submarine job if I wanted it, but I turned it down.
Give me 2 seconds to transfer this call.
Hey, and you just called everybody back.
Oh.
That's alright. They won't
I'm
answer.
sorry. Hopefully they've gone to bed and they won't answer.
Yeah, they won't answer. It'll be alright. But, yeah, like I say, it was definitely interesting. The biggest fear, though, is fire, though. Because every single person that comes through has to be firefighter trained.
Well, you
Oh.
guys, you
She
guys
accidentally
way back?
called the whole group back.
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Crash out, Jade.
My mistake.
Night,
okay.
Jade.
All right, good night, guys.
Good night.
Really sorry about it.
That's all right. Sitting there when I had my headphones on, I fell asleep. Going, what the heck is that damn noise? Thought I was having an hour body experience or something.
Out of Skype experience.
Yeah, I'll take them off now. Night.
Alright, night. But yeah, fire is the biggest thing. That's why, well, at least for the Navy anyway, every person that graduates boot camp is a certified firefighter. Because they got to make sure everybody knows what they're doing. Because they had a ship catch fire back in the 70s, and they had it put out, but the inexperienced guys on there restarted it back up, and they had rockets firing on the ship and
Yeah.
9 yards. So.
Well, on the plus side, you are already qualified as a firefighter.
Yeah, it's kind of neat though going through some of the training and stuff. It's pretty neat, but yeah, because I can remember I just watched the training videos because the guy was the Forrestal was the name of the ship, and I forget why it caught fire. I can't remember, but if an aircraft or anything catch fire, you don't even fool with it. You just shove it over the side and let it sink because you can't put it out. It's magnesium, burns hotter than the sun, so there's nothing you can do with it. But the way they do the firefighting, it's a foam they spray everywhere. It's a AFFF they call it, and spray it everywhere and it'll smother the fire. Well, the inexperienced guys come out with the water and sprayed all the foam away, but the fire reignited, and then you got rockets going off on top of the ship, and
Wow.
it's a big hassle. So that's why no matter if it's 500 degrees outside, it makes no difference. You have to wear long sleeves at all times. So that's part of the rule too. So because of that, because a lot of guys got burnt.
Right.
So
I was just
kinda-
thinking back to the like our Navy's uniform.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do remember the whole long sleeve thing.
Now you can roll your sleeves up if you want, but
Yeah,
because at least you.
but you still have long sleeves. Yeah.
And I remember one training video we watched. This guy, I don't even know what ship it was, but he was working up in the same area as I did, but they was out to sea, and he got too close to a jet and it sucked him in the motor, in the engine. The guy lived though, never got a scratch, and he went completely inside that jet engine. The only thing that saved him was his hard hat. It jammed up the engine. Because you got to walk the ship all the time. I mean, a grain of rice can crash a jet. It takes really nothing to bring one down if it gets in the engine. Because them blades in there are paper thin. One little speck of anything and it come crashing down. But we were, like I said, we were dry docked, so we were just working on the thing. But I still remember the guy that fired 3 rounds out of the M60 and almost hit one of our patrol boats. Never did know what they'd done to that guy. It was an accident, but still. Never did find out. They handcuffed him and took him away is all I know. But that's pretty dangerous, though, when you start firing off machine gun.
Yeah.
Well, he was standing guard duty. He was bored what it was, and anybody that stood that particular watch, I mean, there's nothing really to do. So they just tell you polish the gun or polish the bullets even. It doesn't matter. Do something. So he done all that, and then I guess he knocked the safety off somehow and took a rag and tried to polish the trigger, which ended up making it fire. That wasn't good. And they wanted me to go up there and investigate it, and I told them no. I said, I ain't going up there. Give me nothing but a
They
radio.
didn't send you to investigate?
Yeah, because I was standing guard duty below him in the hangar bay, which is one of the areas I worked. Yeah, they wanted me to go up there and check it out. I said, I ain't going up there. I was like, there was a lieutenant, and I told him off. I said, you want me to go up there with nothing more than a radio, and the dude up there's got a fully loaded machine gun, and we don't know what's going on. I said, I'm not going up there, by myself anyway. So eventually a few of us finally went up.
Yeah, but I mean, by yourself, what are you gonna do?
No way, and it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. So everything's, completely dark. So you can't see nothing. And there wasn't even any lights up there on top. Other than just a flashlight or something you might have had with you.
I'm sure that guy felt pretty bad about what he did.
Oh, he was scared to death. He was whiter than Casper the Ghost. He was just didn't know what to do.
Can't blame him at that point, though.
No.
I mean, you know you're in shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they ever done to him.
Might never find out.
No, I heard they was going to send him to the federal military prison, which is Leavenworth. But I don't know if they ever did or not. 'Cause that's hard labor camp.
Yeah. That's the bread and water, eh?
Well, they'll give you that on the ship if you get in trouble.
Really?
3 days. I knew several guys that got it. And you didn't have to do anything that severe either.
Yeah, I think you guys also had probably a lot more strict rulings in general. I think.
Everything was strict.
Yeah.
You couldn't do hardly anything. I mean, you get out of line the least little ways, you'll pay for it.
Yeah.
Unless you're slick enough just not to get caught.
Well, yeah, but I mean.
But other than that, it was.
That's
just,
rule number one right there, right?
Yeah.
If you have to do something like that, you better make sure. But I mean.
It was basically go there, go to work, do your job, go home. That's it. Nothing else.
That's pretty brutal.
Yeah. You couldn't even, if somebody with a different rank than you, and it didn't matter if you had a day off, if you two got caught out in town together, you'd both getting in trouble.
Can't be good for morale, that's for sure.
You could only hang out with people the same rank you were. There was a lot of guys that would be like best friends, and they would refuse an advance in their rank.
Just so they could stay together.
Yeah, because they knew you wouldn't be allowed to do nothing together.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was even some higher ranking guys that got busted down quite a few ranks because of that. They'd take your ranks from you. So you like hanging out with the lower rank, then you can join him. And they'd strip you of your ranks right there.
So I imagine that creates a lot of division.
Yeah. Captain walk up and just take the stripes right off your uniform. And you're demoted instantly.
Wow.
He can only demote you 2 ranks at one time, though. But that doesn't mean he can't call you back in the next day and do it again.
Wow.
Yeah, it was very strict. And if anybody got in trouble, everybody knew it. You couldn't hide it. They posted on the board right as soon as you walked on the ship. You know who got in trouble and what they did. Everything was public.
Well, I think to a certain extent, troublemakers are always well known wherever they go. But in this case, with the rules being so strict.
Oh, it was anything. Some of them I did feel bad for, in a way, the way the punishments were handled. But, like the guy that was cheating on his wife with one of his lower ranking, workers and got caught, and they made him call his wife and tell her on the phone, but yet they broadcast that whole phone conversation over the ship's PA system. So we all heard it.
Right. That's really degrading right there.
That was the whole point.
Well, I mean, it's degrading to him, but I mean to her as well, you know.
They would do all kinds of stuff like that just to degrade you as much as they could. They always found little loopholes if by military law they couldn't do something, they'd find a way around it to do what they wanted. And it really didn't matter how hard you worked or anything. They either liked you or they didn't. They didn't like me from the day I got there. They told me that. I don't know why. Never would give me an answer, so I just got fed up with it after a while.
Yeah. Well, I can certainly understand why.
There was guys that got it a lot worse than I did, though. I seen guys get kicked around, get hit, slapped, punched, everything. Knock you down, then kick you, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You'd see all that stuff, and then refuse to let you go to medical after you just got the crap beat out of you. Not that we had much of a medical to mount anything anyway. Anything would happen, they'd have to take you about 20 minutes away to Air Force Base. We didn't have really any medical staff. If you needed any, like, ibuprofen or something, you never even saw anybody. They were just grab them off the shelf and go. Which is kind of dangerous because ibuprofen is not good for you if you take it all the time.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's not good long term.
And there was never any checks or anything. It was just grab it and go.
And then, like, let's face it, the lifestyle itself dictates you're gonna have a lot of inflammation and a lot of strains.
Yeah.
Like, that's gonna be the inevitable.
Yeah. They have just one thing after another. And some of the guys that were a little bit higher rank, you know, they would never do anything but just sit and... Because since we were just rebuilding everything on top of the ship, on the flight deck area, they had like a little mobile, well, basically a house trailer you would live in, more or less, but they turned it into an office. And all the higher ranking guys, you know, wouldn't even be that much higher than the rest of us, but just enough. They'd be sitting in there in air conditioning all day. They'd laugh at all of us, point at us, laugh. We're out there in 100-degree heat.
Well, the way I saw it was that the older guys, when they went through, had it a whole lot tougher and harder than we did.
Yeah.
So, in their eyes, we already had it easy, right?
Yeah.
So if one of them started coming down on us hard, I didn't take it too personally because, you know, what they did to get where they are was way harder than what I was going through. But, but I did have issues with some of the younger ones.
Yeah.
Just the approach, you know.
Yeah.
It wasn't a respectful approach, and yet some of the older guys, you know, in spite of everything they went through, even when they punished you, they did so respectfully. And, you know,
ours was never respectful at all. Not any punishments. I mean, if they'd punish us even in boot camp, like working out and stuff, they'd make us do what they call make it till the room sweats, and you could literally just wipe the sweat off the walls. If you got in at least a little bit of trouble, they might have you do push-ups for 2 hours.
Oh.
They would want you to get, you know, muscle cramps and stuff to where you're literally on the verge of just collapsing. But if you collapsed, if you got hurt or anything or complained, they'd make you do it again. So you just have to tough through it. You didn't even have to do anything out of the ordinary. I mean, it could be just anything. Just, you know, little stuff. You're marching across base to go eat or something. I mean, shoot, they'd punish us for 4 or 5 hours if one guy just literally scratched his nose while we're marching across the base. You literally couldn't do anything. You had to be frozen like a statue. Just like a robot. Do what you're told when you're told, and that's it. Didn't matter if you'd done the same routine 1,000 times over and you knew exactly what to do. If you done it before they told you, forget it. You're done. You had to be told every little thing.
Yeah. Like you say, just like operating like a robot. Just
going through the motions. You was never alone. I mean, you never had 1 second of free time. Not in basic, anyway. No time you could ever just walk anywhere and be by yourself for 2 seconds. You was always in somebody's sight. Like I say,
I would think that in itself would probably, like, over time, that would start to wear on you.
Not really. After a while, you just learn to just ignore it. You don't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
You learn how to live without privacy. Put it that way. Because there just isn't any. Doesn't matter what you're doing. Whether you're taking a shower or anything else. Somebody's there in charge of you 24/7.
Well, I mean, at night we would have people doing much of the same, you know, like you say, checking in on you. But for the most part, like, we each had our own room, which,
We had, I think there was 40 people with us. We was all in the same room. So it is one big compartment.
yeah, you had the cots and maybe the room divider, like
We
what do
had
you
no
call?
dividers. You're right beside everybody. You're all like an arm's length apart.
Oh, okay.
One room. That's it.
All right.
Just like being in a gymnasium with a bunch of beds laying everywhere. Same thing. Our bunks were 3 racks high. You had a guy on the bottom, middle, and top. And when it's time to get up in the morning at about 4 a.m., you better get up or they'll throw you clear out of that top rack. And it's tall enough. Well, I'm 5'4" and I couldn't reach the top of it. And that'd throw you clear out on the hard concrete. So you better wake up. Now you learn how to, make sure you train yourself to make sure you're definitely up and everything.
Well, no choice, right?
Nope, not unless you wanted a real hard landing.
Yeah. And,
There's a lot of guys that end up getting their tailbones broke and stuff.
oh,
You're probably talking, that's a pretty far way to fall. Consider, like I said, I'm 5'4", but I couldn't reach the top of it by just standing on the ground. Had to climb a ladder to get to the third bunk.
wow.
And up through, clear down. Now, if you'd have to be close to 6 foot tall to just, like, reach up there and grab something. And they'll throw you straight down. They don't care. Yeah, you just, and then they'll give you, like, literally no time to get dressed and stuff. Make your bed and all that kind of stuff. Most of us learn to just sleep on top of all your blankets and stuff. It's just easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you get used to everything after a while, but it's different at first.
Well, it leaves little for enjoyment, that's for sure.
Seeing everybody go in there with long hair and watch them get their hair cut the first couple of days. And it didn't matter if you was male or female. It didn't matter how long your hair was. It was getting cut off.
Well, I guess they want to stress conformity, right?
Yeah. And the bad thing is you got to pay for all that stuff. Come right out of your check.
Yeah.
It cost us roughly about $500 to go through boot camp. Just on stuff they require you to buy. They don't give you nothing.
Well, it's definitely late now,
Yeah.
so I guess I'm gonna have to call it a night.
Yeah, I probably will too. Ain't much else going on. I've seen a few things buzz by here the last few minutes, but not much. A couple satellites.
If the weather report changes and you get some clear skies, let me know.
Let me look real quick. I've got, let's see. Looks like, well, it's Sunday now, but Sunday night is clear into Monday morning. And other than that, it looks like rain clear up for the next week.
Okay.
Talking rain non-stop from Tuesday to Monday. They actually added an extra day. But the way it is around here, who knows? That all could change. So, because it's 30%, 30%, 40, 30. Saturday's 50%. So it's basically 30% chance every day. So it might not even rain. But just have to see if it might clear up. I don't know. I'll just have to see what it does and go from there, I guess.
Yeah.
I was hoping to see it this year, though, because they said it won't be this strong for another decade.
Well, keep me updated.
Yeah. Whatever happens, I'll let you know. I always do anyway.
All right.
All right, get some rest.
Okay.
Hey, night.
Night.